audience, members of Watch Gender Project, they're paying a courtesy call on you this morning. Thank you very much, sir, for that introductions of the University of Gender, and it's going to be so.
Okay, the Vice Chancellor, good morning, members of your team. I'm Emmanuel Fabio, leader of Watch Gender Project. With me here, I have my team members here seated, but also you get some, I think, few guests who are also here. Maybe I need the microphone for Jordan, please.
Good morning. My name is Lenny Bear, and I'm here as a guest speaker.
I'm Sylvia Peter, the General Manager of Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Agency.
My name is Engineer Edo Bassi, and to the MD CEO of Qualitative Water Company.
Thank you. Member of the Watch team. My name is Qualitative. I'm a member of the Watch Gender team.
It's Sunday Oko Afiko, Principal Partner, Sunday Afiko LP.
Sentinel Sunday Rafia, a representative of Ministry of Rural Development and Cooperatives.
Vice Chancellor, sir, my name is Uniform Answer, Department of Geography and Natural Resources Management, part of Scottish.
Dr. Anefia, member of the team.
Mrs. Linda Waito from Faculty of Engineering, a member of the team.
I am Zikara Nasibosa, Faculty of Sociology and Anthropology, team member.
I'm Dr. Christian Paul, Community Medicine Department. I'm the Director of Training and Research, University of Rio Teaching Hospital. I'm also a member of the team.
My name is Dr. Oluwawan Toko. From the Department of Agriculture Education, I am a member of this team.
It's your boy, my Department of Geography, and a member of this team.
Member of Watch team, also a senior program manager, Center for Development Support Initiative, Abuja.
I am DSC Steve Paul Ide, that's the Deputy Superintendent of Corrections, the Course Coordinator of Correctional Service Training School, Kaduna. I'm a member of the team.
Thank you very much, the leader of the team. What the next item is the introduction of members. Let me at this point the first alumnus to be the Vice Chancellor, Administration Agency to be the Vice Chancellor, a team player, Professor Yaro, family. The first Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor a covenanted chemist, Professor Anthony P. Udo is the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academy. We have in our midst a seasoned administrator, Mr. Librarian of our university is also here with us, Dr. Iwat Rock.
Thank you very much for international programs, University of the leader of this dedication, Dr. Emmanuel Fabio, Vice Chancellor.
I want to say we are very happy to be here this morning to brief you on what is going on about this project, Watch Gender. Around May this year, 2022, in the heat of the ESO strike, I led a consortium comprising of excellent members of the University of Youth staff. Most of them are here. And government organizations, including the Five State Rural Water and Sanitation Agency, KRUWASA, Five State Ministry of Rural Development and Cooperatives, Five State Water Company Limited, and few non-governmental organizations, including Development Impact and Factors Initiative, IMPACT, and a law firm, Fico Sunday LP, to apply for a grant call for medium-scale project in water and development partnership program of the Institute of Higher Education, Netherlands, funded by the DGIS, the Development Cooperation Agency of the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. We developed a proposal on environmental and sociocultural factors of gender-based differences in access to water, sanitation, and hygiene in South Nigeria. We are happy to inform you officially that the proposal has been funded. The project number 111289. The project title is Wash Gender, Nigeria. The project will attempt to address the question bordering on the relationship between gender and access to water, sanitation, and hygiene. Wash. For instance, how does being a man or a woman share the capacity to access water, sanitation, and hygiene in Nigeria? To what extent does access to wash services influence workload imbalance between men and women? In Nigeria, men and women experience access to wash services differently due to cultural traditions and geographical circumstances. Women spend disproportionately more time than men, on average 5 hours a day, fetching water in part of rural Nigeria and are exposed to risk of physical harm, sexual abuse, and health-related challenges. Inadequate access to water exacerbates workload imbalance between men and women. For women, failure to achieve socially expected responsibilities in wash may trigger intimate partner conflicts and violence, including spousal quarrels and physical crime. This project will span for 18 months and will involve a series of workshops, public meetings, oral testimonies, research, data collection, public engagement, advocacy, and dissemination. A project team proposes to hold a special Congress session under the International Water Resources Association, IWRA, the 18th World Water Congress to be held in Beijing, China, September 11 to 15, 2025. We've already submitted a proposal for that. Our project will be conducted in 3 communities of Yabeni, Ibadan, and East Nogolo, in Upland, Northern, and Southern Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria, respectively. This research is expected to develop shared understanding and public support for appropriate policy and programmatic options for sustainable changes in behaviors and practices to achieve gender equity and inclusive policy. By the terms of the contract, the University of Uyo and the consortium partners will co-fund this project by 20%. We also want to inform you that we are launching this project with a 5-day training workshop on gender sensitivity and qualitative research, December 19 to 23, 2022, starting that is from today to Friday. As part of the co-funding arrangement, we kindly request your approval to involve the University of Uyo media team in giving media publicity and coverage to our workshop and other major future events that will be associated with this project throughout the implementation period. Also, we also request other kind of support like power, stable power supply, because we've tried our best to make the international office a convenient place for holding a number of training and other kind of academic matters. This project is important and will contribute to internationalizing the University of Uyo, raise its profile, and contribute to strengthening the university's competitive standing during any form of national university accreditation exercise. The ultimate goal of this project is to improve the quality of lives and livelihood of women and girls in our catchment communities as part of our community service. On behalf of our team members, I want to use this opportunity to thank you, our dear Vice Chancellor Prof. Ndayo, for providing convenient, safe, and secure space for implementation of this project, important project. We count on your goodwill
support, logistically and otherwise, to encourage the successful and timely delivery of our project abroad. In fact, one of our guest speakers here was seated, Professor Lenny Berry, at one time be part of our Lancaster link there, used to be here. And the debt he carries, that is why I intentionally invited him to come and give us training, especially on qualitative gender sensitivity, as we proceed on the field work next. I also want to raise here that this project, as I said, involves training. We award fellowship to 2 MSc students. We already sent a proposal. We are waiting some shortlisting, final award. So it's very important, and I really thank you for listening to us. We wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
First of all, administration and other management staff of the University of you. The team leader of this very wonderful research group and members. Permit me to single out the guest speaker and to say welcome to him and to all of you. I want to thank God first and foremost for bringing you safely from your different place of output into this university that belongs to all of us and to you in particular. I want to also thank God for making it possible for us to gather the way we have agreed that we're going to gather. The director of the international program, what I've seen, has proved beyond reasonable doubt that we made no mistake in putting him there. That is work. Honestly, I want to confess that he has taken time, or people have taken time to select the best, some of the best candidates we have around here. Because amongst you, I've seen those who have been tested in research before, and they have proven themselves as worthy scientists or researchers. The fact that you have brought people from diverse backgrounds, I'm aware that Waterboard is here. Waterboard, where are you? You are there. It means well for the system. So I salute you and welcome you on behalf of the management staff, students, and the entire university of the community for bringing this project to us. Wash Gender Project. I'm happy to welcome you. Let me use the opportunity to also appreciate those who brought their knowledge, ideas, and experience to bear in the course of preparing the proposal. And also, by extension, thank those who have accepted to form this research. We have told us very clearly the set goals. It has to do with sanitation, with water, with hygiene. Of course, if we are not bothered about what we take as water, what we drink, what we use in cooking, if we are not bothered about hygiene, if we are not bothered about sanitation, then we may be sitting on time bomb that can explode any day. Which is why I'm happy the funders, who also presented the proposal for you, accepting to handle this. I am sure that by the time we finish the project, maybe training and other things, because I'm sure you have a workshop, you have chats, you have perhaps focus group discussion and all that. I want to believe you. I'm sure you will address those groups, the objective one after the other. And I believe that there will be solution to some of the problems we are facing when it comes to sanitation, hygiene, and water. So I welcome you, like I said, on behalf of the University of New York. You have put across some requests that media people follow you to wherever you go. That's what we have said. Media people, you have to follow them to wherever you go. But don't go to heaven and live in it. So they are taking note of it. They will do something about it. And then we talked about the source of power. Power has been a challenge in Nigeria or Africa. Okay, no, but that's confined to Nigeria. We try and see what we can do. speak with the rest of us and see how we can advance to show that we are happy with what we are trying to do for us. The team, the guest speaker, I'm happy that they say you have been here in Nigeria before. I mean, in you, am I right?
Yes.
Yes, good. So, if I describe you as the way we used to describe son of the sun, then we'll be right. Alright, as son of the sun, I want to say that Red is one of the 7 states in Nigeria, 2.5 years. And they will take you around. You also have an idea of how the town is between that time and now. What year was that?
2003, 4, 5.
You can imagine that. More than 2 decades or so. So you see, we all be different in your eyes, I'm sure of that. And if you have tasted our food before now, I'm sure you have forgotten the taste. So also try and taste our food. I mean, what the latest is, go for a bamboo. You will tell you what bamboo means later. Go for fiashili. They will also tell you what it means. They say white soup. I don't like to call it white soup because it's better to call it by the native name and others. So feel free. And for those our friends who have come from far and near to lend support to this research work, I want to salute you. I've seen Dr. Black in India there. He's one of those I said I've tasted her before. She had been there and admitted herself as a great researcher and many others. So I have no fear whatsoever. So I'm waiting for the results. Waiting for the communicate. I'm sure they will be communicating at the end of the day. And you say you graduate some people, masters, not basically masters also. So these are all quite good contributions to humanity. So I want to wish you well. I pray that God will guide you well, strengthen you, fortify you more, and not the wisdom to carry out this work. Because when you finish successful, you may be surprised that out of happiness, the fund, the one another one to us. And before you know our names, I'm talking about our names and the name of the university may be read somewhere else, will be a plus to us. So thank you very much, and I pray that as you go, because I may not see you that often, or at all, before you go. You go with the goodwill of this great university. That is a brand. Thank you and welcome.
Items of all we quit, that's the John as an address to present the European.
Thank you.
Guest speaker, the guest speaker for the seminar.
They can be oral. Actually, questionnaires can be written or oral too, can't they?
What we know is usually written.
Well, I used to, many years ago, I worked for the U.S. Census Bureau, and I knocked on doors. And I had, okay, it was written, but I would ask them the questions. Yeah. Right. And in qualitative research, we can also have a guide that we use, where everything is written. And sometimes people will ask the exact same questions of everybody. So there can be some similarities too. But this idea that we want to learn something, and we might be able to learn that with fewer questions as well. Sometimes people have long interview guides, lots of questions to ask, but you could be prepared with just a few questions as well in qualitative research and interviews. So that's useful. Who else has some ideas on what an interview is, or how it might differ from a survey?
The major difference is that in an interview, it's a little bit more of a face-to-face interaction between a person or group of persons. The face-to-face, it can also be online. The questions can also be written or oral, like we have said. And in the questionnaire, it has to be structured, maybe written in a book and people have to fill. It could also be open-ended or closed-ended, where some people have to just tick, while in the open-ended, people can write in sentences.
Thank you. So let's say the questions to fill out the questionnaire. So there are all sorts of different things we can explore with interviews and questionnaires. Did you have your...
Like he already said, it is better for a questionnaire to be like a series of well-structured questions. And like in an interview, it would be better for it to be a face-to-face conversation, because what the next question depends on what the person is telling you. So, like he said already, in a questionnaire, like it can take a digital format. You can send a series of questions down through maybe Google Forms. So you don't need to be there for someone to fill out the questionnaire, but in an interview you need to be there so that the next question you need to ask the person depends on the answer to the previous question.
So you can follow and you go, oh, okay, let me follow up on that. I hadn't thought of that, let me ask you that. But in a questionnaire, you're not going to have that opportunity because it will be predetermined. All right, that's useful. Any other thoughts on what an interview is or how it differs from a questionnaire?
Opportunity for more detailed explanations, more detailed answers. Meanwhile, a questionnaire will be limited. Just the information that the questions are for.
More detail from an interview than you can get from a questionnaire. Thank you. I saw another hand up somewhere. Yes.
The interviewee would have the opportunity to see the whole questions before he starts attempting them. Whereas in interview, the question might be impromptu.
Recently, where I said to the person, do you want to see the questions I'm planning on asking you? And he said, sure. And I showed them to him. But we still had follow-up questions. We still had other kinds of questions that were not those that were planned, based on what he was saying. So he comes up with an insightful idea, and I say, oh, can you tell me more about that? Or why did you do that and not this? So yes, so this is useful. You have these opportunities in qualitative interviews to ask follow-up questions that are not planned. Anybody else? Yes, I see a hand.
You get to see the expression of who you are interviewing, their emotions, while in questionnaire, the person could just tick without taking time to read what you can just tick and that's all, especially in a written questionnaire.
Yeah. I remember once somebody said to me that if I just send him the questions that I want to ask in the interview, he'll give me his answer. So I sent him the questions, and he responded with really short answers for everything. There was no depth. It was just short. So it defeated the purpose. I didn't really have an interview. I just had some really short answers. I remember just thinking further about interviews. I did some training way back around 2004 in Uyo. And people were going around to, this might have been in Manta, and they were asking about perceptions of poverty. And I was not with them as they were doing the interviews. I was in a car with people who were showing me around the village. And some of the interviewers came up to the car and asked in Ibibio, how many interviews should we do? And the answer in Ibibio that obviously I didn't understand was, do as many as you can. So what happened is, over the next couple of hours, all of these interviewers were going around doing quick interviews, as many as they could, and getting the equivalent of questionnaire responses, right? Just really short answers. And they came back, and everybody was pretty much saying the same thing. We learned about challenges that people had with education or roads. I don't remember after all these years. So you don't get that depth and detail if you are, if you're just trying to gather as much information as you can quickly. And questionnaires give you that possibility to be able to gather a lot of information in a short time. But with interviews, you need to take your time, not rush through it, and really ask those follow-up questions. Really learn from people so that it's not just I'm hearing the same thing from everybody from the start and none of it has depth, but really taking the time to gain insights from people. So there are a lot of distinctions between interviews and questionnaires. One of the ideas that was raised near the start of today's meeting was about open-ended questions. So you're more likely to have open-ended questions in the interviews than you are in the questionnaires. Questionnaires can still have some open-ended questions. Entirely of closed-ended questions, I would say that's a survey. Yeah, we can say more about closed-ended questions in a bit. So there's more that we could say about distinctions between interviews and questionnaires, but I just wanted to make sure it's clear you can. We're trying to elicit meaning, and we're going for depth of understanding through interviews. So I'll go to the next slide, unless anyone has any other comments. Yes?
That in an interview, you get detailed and accurate information. Whereas in a questionnaire, sometimes the respondents may not give you the correct answer. They just go ahead to pick because of how it is. But in interview, the respondent will give you the correct, give what you want.
Is for an in-depth understanding of the concepts which you are dealing with. So, if you are doing interview, even from the facial expression, from the body movement of the person responding to you, you're learning, you're getting information. If the concept you were considering is so much rejected, you'll see it on their faces. Unlike if you had sent a letter or sent a questionnaire and they would just fill it and return. That facial expression and how they are reacting towards the question is helping you, the interviewer, to obtain the information you need, the depth which you needed. Thank you.
In terms of questionnaire, the answers are already given, like you have to tick. So you don't give the person an option of bringing out whatever you want to say about the question. That's also
Tell you the truth. But people are going to at least show you how they are explaining something. You'll be able to learn from that. This is how this person perceives an event. Even if it's not always accurate, you can get some sense of how they construct meaning and their experiences, their priorities. So we're not here to try to make sure everybody's always saying things 100% accurate. We have no way of knowing that. But we can learn from how people are explaining things. We can learn more about their viewpoint. And by the way, hopefully you won't have experiences with people just outright fabricating things, because it's not. I would find that very, very challenging. We may actually have an exercise on that later in the training. Okay, this is all good. Any other comments that you think is not true, but maybe from their own perspective it has some truth in it, and so you can learn that through understanding their perception. So this thing is on. Okay. So while we wait for that to go out, it's coming back. Open-ended questions. Does anybody have knowledge of how this works? Interviews are more likely to have open-ended questions, and the questionnaire is more likely to have closed-ended questions. Closed questions. So when you have a closed-ended question, you often will have a one-word response, like. Did you enjoy yourself? Yeah. And then you can't do that much with it. Whereas with an open-ended question, you're going to be able to go into things a bit further in more depth and detail. So do you like yes or no? Whereas with an open-ended question, you might say something like, why do you like your job? So getting at questions like why, how, all of this can be very useful when it comes to asking questions. So what do you think on the answer for this one? But do you think that you should ask more, more closed-ended or open-ended questions when it comes to interviews? or think in particular even about this research study on gender and access to wash services.
We should ask more of open-ended questions so as to have an
We want the open-ended questions so we can learn more about their perceptions.
The questions, we are probing and we are trying to have integrity of data.
Good. Ask follow-up questions, we can probe, all that's really good. Anything else? I think you get the idea. So we're really looking for open-ended questions as opposed to something where we can get short, quick answers and move on. We want to take our time and really learn from people. About unstructured today. People have talked about asking follow-up questions today. So I want to ask you a little bit about structured, unstructured, and semi-structured interviews to help you in preparing for the interviews that you might conduct. So, interviews where you don't plan the questions in advance. You just show up and you ask somebody to tell you perhaps about themselves or their experiences. Maybe you have something in particular about the general subject matter, but you don't have your questions planned. What do you think? Is that a good idea for your research? No. You don't know? No. Why not? What's wrong with doing that? Yeah.
One of the reasons is that
any interview, by the way, is that people may digress. And you have this challenge then of how are we going to bring them back to the topic. Sometimes when people digress, they stumble into some really important stuff. So how are you going to handle that? So I've conducted interviews where I have not planned what the questions will be ahead of time. Sometimes I'll have a list of topics and say, okay, I want to talk about family and school, but not have the questions pre-planned, and then you follow from what they're saying, you follow leads. But it's very challenging because, again, you want to be able to steer it towards the topic you want. And if the person is not an experienced interviewer, it can also be really, really hard to do that. So there's unstructured interviews like that, but more often we see people having the ability to ask follow-up questions. But here's another approach, asking everyone the same questions in the same way. People might say, scientifically, this is the way to go. Ask everybody the exact same question. Don't ask follow-up questions because you want everything to be aligned. Everybody is asked the same question, so your data, you can compare it more easily. What do you think about that? Should that be an approach that you use? Completely structure everything. These are the questions, no follow-ups. No? Why not? What's wrong with that approach?
Because in this situation, we are not just after the Jews. We are also after what are the perceptions that these Jews give. Other dots too could also be around it that make it much more understandable. Because we are not in their shoes. For us to be in their shoes and understand what they're facing, then we have to also look at other things that affect their lives.
Excellent. You said perhaps if we are learning about water, sanitation, hygiene, we might want to ask different questions of men and women. Or maybe we want to ask them the same questions. These are things that you could consider as well. If you're having structured interviews, do you want them to be the same for particular groups? Or do you want them to be different? So I hope we'll turn to that question. There are a lot of people who do structured interviews. For most of the interviews that I do, they're semi-structured. And I know from Emmanuel Akpabio's proposal for this that this will also be semi-structured for the research that he's doing. And that is, you have an interview guide that shows you the set of questions that you want to ask, but you have flexibility. You can ask different questions. Maybe in some interviews those questions might not come up, but you have the opportunity to follow up. So again, you have a set of questions that you plan on asking, but then you can ask follow-up questions. What do you think? Yes?
What if you go to a certain place, a location, where you have a question to ask, and because of their certain beliefs, they cannot tell you certain things. they might have some cultural beliefs that cannot be shared. So what do you do?
Help me on that one, because you know the local culture better than I do. Do you have a specific example?
Okay. Example of what she was talking about is, like I had an experience with the Fulanis, a certain cultural group in Nigeria. The men don't allow you to talk to their wives unless they are around and they need to give you permission. So what if when you are going to administer your questionnaire or interview, the husbands are not around? So it seems that's what is talking about.
So what do you do? What do you do in that circumstance where culturally you have to speak?
And outside that, like I said, and like in the northern part of the country, their religion plays a major role there. So there are some certain questions you don't go beyond in order not to bring up argument or fights.
Thank you. Anybody else?
That kind of scenario, one might build a rapport first and trust. Start building trust, rapport, and before you start delving into all those issues, you build rapport and trust.
Excellent. Excellent. You build that.
Certain parts of Nigeria, if you are going for a questionnaire, a lot of us already know men are not allowed to see the women. You can't even, sometimes if they have to come out, they come out all covered with gloves, with socks and the rest. So in such an environment, you don't have to go alone as a man, and you don't also have to go alone as a woman. You should always be a man and a woman. If you find yourself in such a situation, if you're a woman and you knock on the door, and it's a lady and the husband is not around, the lady is likely to come out and speak with you. But if you are just a man knocking on their door, they are likely not to come out. It depends on how you come, you see it. It's vice versa. So if you are carrying out a survey, questionnaire or interview in such an environment, you should always go with a man and a woman in pairs. Depending on how you find yourself, the situation, you adjust.
That's really it.
Which can also come in here. If you're speaking their language, it will be very easy to trust you. And maybe you can also offer insensitive that you give them something they can trust you.
I think in addition to knowing their language, your dressing, you can know a language and the way you're dressed, they know that this person is just using the language just to get my opinion. So the dressing, first of all, even if you're a lady and you are given the room to interview a fellow lady, the lady too will also assess you. Because once you're not dressed in her, what she sees as decent, you might not even get the response, even though you're a lady. So the dressing too.
You should learn or read about the culture of the particular place, because that will help to solve a lot of problems.
Excellent.
Like, don't share their traditional ideas with people. Like I have, when I did the environmental impact assessment in some communities, which we need to capture the tradition, the deity of those communities. So it becomes very difficult before the community leader can give you information about their deity, which was necessary in the work. So at that point, you need to explain to them the need, why you need such information. And apart from that, you must be somebody that is from there to understand the language, the tradition, the culture. So in that case, what must involve the youth of that community, which we were able to understand them very well. We buy them something, and it becomes very easy for them to disclose those secret information about their community.
Thank you. Transparency, but there's also one thing I'm picking up on a lot of your answers. There's a need for cultural understanding, and I can't emphasize that point enough. That we need to be extremely sensitive to the way that people live their everyday lives. We can't go to a community and expect that people are going to change things just because we want them to do something different. We have to be very understanding. The more knowledgeable we are about local cultures, the more it can help us with our research. So I would emphasize to be as sensitive as you can to the way that people live their lives and act accordingly. So you have the insight based on your knowledge. And I would think that you can also be talking with one another when you have these challenging situations. How should we handle this situation? And you can also help one another through that. So that's wonderful. And I'm really glad that ideas of cultural sensitivity are coming out, because that's something that a lot of people do not prioritize. But I see it as just absolutely essential in conducting any kind of research. So we talk about issues relating to challenging situations and cultural sensitivity. I want to tell you about some other common mistakes that people might have when it comes to qualitative research and interviews in particular. Make the mistake, okay? Just so you'll be familiar with it. So here's a common mistake where people ask leading questions. So imagine you're doing a study on water, sanitation, and hygiene, and gender-based differences in workloads around water, sanitation, and hygiene, or on gender roles. So an example of a leading question that you might ask would be something like, was that helpful? Helpful, you are leading the person to a particular answer. I remember when I was a kid, someone said to me, is this your favorite song? Is this, isn't it? I said, yeah, it is. So when you're doing an interview, you can ask a question in such a way that you are leading the person to a particular answer. You don't want to do that, do you? I just asked you a leading question. So you could say, you could ask a question like, did the soldiers treat you roughly? And it can lead to a particular answer. So why do you think we should avoid asking leading questions? What's wrong with leading questions? What's wrong with this? Where I ask people a question like, was that helpful?
I think it influences the responses of the person you are interviewing. That's one.
Who is open to whatever their ideas are, and not to try to push them into a certain way of answering. Remember, I think this also connects with what we were just talking about in learning about the way that people live their lives, cultural sensitivity, but you can ask a question in such a way that they will give you an answer that's different from how they really feel. So I want you, with the people sitting around you, construct a question, a leading question. And again, don't do this in the actual interview, okay? But this is just so you can see what a leading question is. Come up with a leading question on any aspect of water, sanitation, and hygiene. All right? Is that clear? So work on that with the people in your row or the person next to you, and then we'll see what you come up with for an example of a leading question, a question that influences the person to answer a certain way. Give me an example. Who asked one? A leading question. Yes.
Are you satisfied with the quality of information?
Are you satisfied with the quality? Now this is one that, you might push them to say, yes, I'm satisfied. You might also depend on who's asking the question too, if you feel real pressure. Yeah.
It's not concern to you.
Is hygiene of concern to you? Yes. No, hygiene's not going to answer no to that question. So you're really pushing them to answer a certain way. Yes. Oh yeah. Do you wash your hands every day? No, I don't wash my hands. How can they answer?
Water, and I ask you, is this water good? Instead of asking what's the quality of this water, I'm just saying this water good. And then I can also ask you, is this water clean? Instead of asking the quality of the water, so you say whether it's clean or not clean.
Yeah. So again, you can presuppose an answer.
What water do you prefer?
What kind of water do you prefer? Is that a leading question?
No.
Is it bottled or sachet water?
What if you were to say, do you prefer bottled water over sachet water?
Spring water instead of bottled or prefer water. Some people say they prefer rainwater to all this that what we are drinking now.
So let's see. Do you prefer borehole water? And then the person, yes, I prefer borehole water. That might lead them to a particular answer, as opposed to saying, what kind of water do you prefer? So we can construct it as a leading question. Thank you. Did you have points for water in the community causing a crisis? Okay. So they might be more likely to say yes. Sometimes you can also ask a leading question and people will say the reality. But you can be influencing them in a way you don't want to influence them by asking them a leading question.
More involved in water research and management. And the person can just say yes. And which, to an extent, it could be the true picture of what is happening.
But have equal access to the water source because there are some communities, they have rivers that women are not allowed to fish water from them. So the education may be, is everyone, irrespective of gender, have equal access to the water source?
And to say yes. Again, they might say, no, we don't all have equal access. But how you phrase that question is going to be important so that you can really learn about people's experiences. So that's good. This is really useful hearing your ideas. Doing this in reverse, asking the kind of question that we shouldn't ask. Is anything else before I go to the next slide? Yes.
Okay, but you want the government to give you guys no borehole? Like everybody would want to say yes, even if they have enough.
Yeah. And I think at least everybody would probably say yes to that anyway. Yeah. But so do you want somebody to do this for you? Yeah, then you could be leading people to give a certain answer. So that's useful, but it's also challenging because then you have to think about how you can construct a question differently so that you are not leading people. You also have to think about how you ask a follow-up question during an interview so that it's not leading people to a particular answer. Let's double-barrel questions. Again, don't do this. Or you might end up doing it. I've done it, but it's not good practice. It can, and we'll explore why it's not good practice. When you ask two questions at once. So, for example, when did you marry and what does your husband do? At once, it can be challenging for the interviewee. How well do you know the staff and how much do you like them? So, asking two questions at once. Why is it that we should avoid asking two questions at once, what I'm calling double-barreled questions? What's wrong with asking two questions at once? Yes. Yeah. It can help people to concentrate on the answer. Good. Yes. To avoid confusion. If you have multiple questions floating, it becomes harder.
It was for the interview when trying to analyze the responses from those interviews.
It can be harder to analyze. Which question are they answering? Especially in follow-up questions, sometimes my questions won't be as clear as I'd like them to be. I'm responding to what somebody is saying, and I might need to rephrase this a second time to make sure it's clear. But if you're asking two questions at once, it's harder to do that. So again, there's more opportunity for confusion if you're asking two questions at once. So to make it easier on everyone, focus on the one question. So thinking again about water, sanitation, and hygiene, just for purposes of this activity only, and again, don't do this in the actual study, can you construct a double-barreled question? It could be on water, sanitation, and hygiene, or other topics, or both. But try to ask two questions at once. Hopefully we'll have some examples.
Fetch the water from, and what do you intend to use it for?
Where do you fetch the water from, and what do you intend to use it for? In your interview, maybe they'll answer just one of those questions and not both. And then you won't get the information you want. So good example. Any other
source to get water, and you always find enough.
Okay. Always comes a little bit of leading in there too. For water, and you always get enough.
environment clean enough not to breed mosquitoes?
Is your environment clean enough not to breed mosquitoes? Then there's a second question that comes after that. So double barrel means ask two questions at once. So is your environment clean enough? And do you have mosquitoes? Yes. Did you get that? Yeah. So that's good. It's a good example. Yes.
Do you drink it?
That's stream water, do you drink it? Good. Two different things, they might get two different answers.
What your water like and what quantity you need daily?
What is it? Quality and quantity, asking about the same question. Which hand should I call in this one? Government get involved in water sanitation and hygiene, which is could potentially be a leading question. People will say yes, but then you're saying and why. It's very close to the question, isn't it? So maybe you want to wait on the why until after you've asked it, right? It's very close to the original question. So it's a good example. Good. And how many times? Water and how many times?
Generation. Do you generate enough waste at home and how do you dispose it?
Good. We've got two different questions. You're going to get the level of detailed answers if you're asking both these questions at once. They might answer both questions quickly. They might answer one question and not the other. They might be confused. So these are good examples.
Does it affect your personal relationship?
How?
Being in your neighborhood. How does it affect your personal
How clean is your neighborhood? Your personal hygiene. Yeah, so those should be two questions separately as opposed to double barrel.
You go to an environment and you see the way they are dressed, their clothes dirty. You now start by saying, why are our clothes dirty like this? I know they wash clothes.
The clothes like this, you clothes are dirty, you do not have washcloths. Why do you guys are doing what? Good, okay. When it comes to the interviews, you probably, the truth is you probably will at some point by mistake, but it's something you want to avoid. It's a common mistake. So I'll do one more of these common mistakes that people make. Talking more than the interviewee. That's a common mistake. So the interviewers often don't realize the importance of listening, and they get caught up talking. And then they'll often ask a lot of closed-ended questions, so they won't be able to get the level of detail. And so when you look at the interview transcript later, you might see something like this. Interviewer talking, and then a little short here thing for what the interviewee is saying. Interviewer talking. So what you want, ideally, is asking a question in the transcript. Maybe it's about that long, and then the interviewee is saying all this. Okay, you want much longer answers from the interviewee, and that's not drawn to scale, by the way, but much longer answers from the interviewee than the interviewer. And I remember once there was a research project. I was so excited about it. I don't know if I should tell you where it was, but when the responses came back, when I saw the interviews that people had conducted, the questions or what the interviewers were saying was so much longer than it needed to be, and then what the interviewees were saying was so much shorter. But listening is really, really important in these interviews. I've even found in some of the interviews that I conduct, just how I hold my face can impact whether the person is going to speak or not. Because if I go like, I just start moving my mouth like I'm about to speak, then they'll stop. But I want to listen. I want to learn from them. I'm there as their student. So we want to take time not to talk more than the interviewer, to know that we're here to learn from them. So tell me, why do you think we should prioritize the interviewee's words over your own? Why is it more important to have them say more than you do during the interview?
Okay. Because you already know what you know, but you don't know the perceptions of the respondents. So it's better to allow them to talk so that you collect the data and get the information you want.
You know, then listen more. And that will be very helpful. Again, this is different from how questionnaires are, where you will ask a question and somebody will give you a closed-ended answer, yes, no, or it's A, B, C, or D. But instead, we want in our interviews to listen and learn more. So I want to start preparing you for a practice interview. But let me ask first how we're doing on time in relation to lunch.
Okay. Almost around. But the other one, people went to one place with spicy, so you ordered from another place.
Is their food ready?
This one is almost around. So maybe in the next round or in the next maybe 10 minutes.
So let me show you what I'm planning so that we can work on this while we get ready for lunch. I hope you're not too hungry and you're managing. Are you okay? Because I know it's not easy.
I'm sent out
to be thinking about how we conduct a practice interview. And for a practice interview, there are certain things we need to do to set it up. And what I'll have you do later is interview the person next to you, just in a mock interview, in preparation for this study on water, sanitation, and hygiene. Come up with some questions that can help you with the research. That some of the ideas we'll generate today will be useful towards that. So let's say you want to conduct interviews on gender-based differences in access to wash services. And again, by wash, I mean water, sanitation, and hygiene. So think about some different topics that you might explore in your interviews. Without even thinking about the questions yet, just what's the subject matter within this, like the subtopics. So we know it's gender-based differences in access to wash services, but within that, maybe you want to find out about family in relation to gender-based differences in access to wash services. Maybe you want to find out about school. Maybe you want to find out about livelihoods. Or there's some other topic. So think about what subjects would you like to learn about in relation to differences in access to wash services. It may be an event like drilling of a borehole or construction of a toilet. But think about what you'd really like to learn about, not in terms of constructing questions, but in terms of the subject, the topic, like family, schools, livelihoods, and what else. So we'll construct questions later. For now, it's just subject. Is that clear?
Yes.
What you can do? Okay, so really think hard about this. Maybe I'll give you 5 minutes for this. Think about what subjects you want to explore in the interview or interviews. I'm going to construct questions on this topic, Say you want to construct 5 or 6 questions on one of these topics. Which ones here do you think would lead to the most meaning in the answers, the most insight from the answers? Cost and affordability. Cost to fetch the water from a borehole. So how do we get this to a question that can lead to more insight? So there could be a way of framing this so that we're able to get at it. I'm trying to think which questions here could really help us go in depth. Maybe we could even bring cost and affordability into it. Yeah.
So community health.
Community health, okay. So community health. Community health, will you be able to explore them in some detail around wash services? What do you think? Do you agree that that would be a useful topic within which you might have some questions? You might be able to come up with 5 or 6 questions, or at least a few questions, where people would have plenty to say?
Yes.
Yeah? Yeah, concerning water. All of this concerning water, sanitation, and hygiene. So let's ability around community health. It could be that questions on this help us with this, because when it comes to healthcare, we can think about issues like access, cost, and quality, and perhaps issues around costs for water or for construction of a toilet or borehole all have a way of impacting community health.
I also think that cost and affordability can also be tied to construction of toilets in schools and homes.
Okay, and homes. Okay. So it's not just toilets, but construction of toilets.
Yes, also.
Okay. So this category has just gotten bigger.
Why
Yeah.
I choose these toilets in schools, it's because of the open defecation, which also leads to a lot of health hazards. So we can also talk about the cost and affordability of these toilets, the construction, why people opt for open defecation.
So there's a lot here to help with the category. I guess I'll need you all to make those decisions. But there's toilets in schools and homes, and there's issues around open defecation. And here we have an example of something that can be quite sensitive when we're asking about it. So we could think about questions that we might ask in relation to open, I'm not sure if my writing's clear there, open defecation and toilets in schools and homes. That could be a useful issue to explore with sensitivity, of course, around open defecation. So that becomes really useful. Customs and traditional beliefs. So what kinds of issues, I guess we probably already explored this a little bit in some of the answers you've given. So if we learn about customs and traditional beliefs, we may be able to delve more deeply into gender roles and gender norms and uneven distribution of workload between men and women around water, sanitation, and hygiene. So that could be very useful in exploring that. So far I think we've highlighted customs and traditional beliefs, community health, and issues around construction of toilets and open defecation.
Cost and affordability.
Cost and affordability, if you want that to be a category, we can make that a category, but I'm thinking this one could also fit within others. It cuts across. So instead of a separate category for this, we can think of it as a subcategory, something that cuts across multiple areas. So then I'll cross that off. But we're still going to use it because it cuts across. It's going to be something that falls in questions in other topics. So are these three the ones that we want to highlight the most? Or are there any others here where you think that could be its own subject within the interview? So accessibility of water, accessibility of toilets, accessibility of hand washing. So how can we construct questions about accessibility that will help us to go deeper? So we'll get into meanings, issues like values and experiences, as opposed to the distance that it takes you to get to the borehole. Can we? We very well might be able to. I'll need your help in thinking about that. So can somebody help in exploring accessibility and how that can lead to some in-depth questions?
So I will try to give you an example. Like in some places, the toilet is there, they've constructed a place, but the accessibility, they don't allow people that are of this kind of class to go to the toilet. So it's only very, like let me say, ExxonMobil, assuming that exit, they've constructed toilets there, but for you to pay to enter like 15 for those guys that take care of the place, you don't have money, so you have to use them on the beach.
So that's useful. So components, one is accessibility, another is availability. We can also think about affordability, and all of this goes in. So we can think of questions that we would ask in relation to these four categories so far, as long as we're able to get in-depth information for them. But I'm just wondering, does this also in some way fit into this? It does? Yes. So it could, that's why I'm wondering whether accessibility could be a subtopic It should not. It should stand on its own. Okay. Time is also a cost, so we can do that. But I'm still trying to get at how we get these long, detailed, in-depth answers that give us insight into meaning. Maybe we could ask about the experience of, say, fetching water if the borehole is not easily accessible. There could even be questions. I was thinking of the actual experience of fetching water at the borehole and perhaps creation of community around that borehole. But so something that gets us into the lived experiences, priorities, meanings around issues of accessibility. Things on menstrual hygiene could connect to the community health category. So maybe we can move it there. Yeah, so it's still there, but it's a subtle. We know that we want to ask some questions within the community health category. Full ideas here. So far we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 main topics. This one I might want to rephrase to make it clearer or shorter. But what we can do is try to construct questions under each. So that if you're preparing for an interview, then what kinds of questions would you ask? That would be the next step. So are you comfortable with these 4 categories? First category is around open defecation and toilets. A second category around customs and traditional beliefs. Third category around accessibility. Fourth around community health. It doesn't mean that these are all the categories you could possibly have. It's just that these are 4 that we've come up with together right now. So, are you comfortable with these? Yes. Okay. More detailed, in-depth responses. Because if you ask them a question that leads to yes or no, or just leads to a very short one-sentence answer, it's not going to be as insightful. So, in constructing questions around these 4 categories, we could ask questions like, what do you think about? Tell me about it. How do you feel about this? What was it like for you? So these are some examples of the kinds of questions you could ask. You don't have to ask these questions, but I'm just giving it to you to see if maybe it will help you when it comes to constructing questions. So what I'd like you to think about now as we prepare for a practice interview, and this is a picture I took in, I don't know the name of the village where I took this. You see in the background there, we call those concomer, but in Ghana, but I guess you call it cocoyam leaves. Yeah. I was trying to ask for it here because it's very, very good. So I think she's making palm wine in this picture. So let's say that you are going to interview this person. All right. Now we might want to think of different questions for men and women. We might not. But let's say you're going to interview her. I want you to construct at least 3 questions that you might ask her in an interview about water, sanitation, and hygiene. All right. When you construct those questions, we can think about these areas: open defecation / toilets, customs and traditional beliefs, accessibility, community health. If there's another category, another kind of question you want to ask, that's fine too. I'm just coming up with those 4 topics so that it might help you to be able to construct questions within that. So I want you to think of 3 questions, and your question should elicit meaning. So it should be something about why, how, questions about values, experiences, perceptions, priorities. So this is something very important for when we do the practice interviews. So do try to think of at least 3 questions that you might want to ask in an interview. So maybe you take some time to work on this on your own first, and then turn to the person next to you and compare. How does that sound? Okay. Toilet / open defecation, customs and traditional beliefs, accessibility, and community health. So So they want to construct questions that they might be able to ask. Maybe you don't have questions that you want to ask under each one of these. Just try to come up with at least 3 questions in total that you think you can ask.
That is great.
But if you want, what you can do is think about this over lunch, and then you come back and see what you come up with. What do you think? So let's think about it over lunch. We'll come back. We'll explore this more. So thank you all for all of your wonderful ideas so far. I look forward to talking to you again after lunch.
Yeah. So we use for the lunch. And note, we are living at 2:34. So 3:14 or 3:15 we should be back here. So try your best, and also while taking your lunch, think about it. I know today we delayed a little bit. We want to have, I think we've been, in fact
what I'd like you to do is come up with 3 questions. You want to work on that individually, or do you want to work on that with someone? You want to do it as a team, or you want to do it first on your own? What do you prefer?
Team.
Okay. So work as a team, 1 or 2 other people.
That when you say women first, this one first, stop that, you are disenabling the woman. I've kicked against this affirmative action a lot of times, but people think, oh, why is she doing that? But there's a reason for it. And of course, I can now argue both ways, right? But if you are saying ladies first, you're grooming her to always wait upon the man to do that. If she's in a position that she needs to take a step, she's unable to do it because you have made her to feel that she needs to be taken care of. Affirmative action. Some certain spaces, the ratio reserved for women. I have had an occasion to listen to House of Members talking, and it's like, oh, we've given them this now. What else? So you're giving women, and it's like, okay, just don't worry, take this. They are not up to it. Let's just give it to them. For me, I don't think that that is okay. What you're perpetuating and is causing a lot of the problems we're having now is that you're saying the women cannot have agency until we give it to them. And so there are some women that just wait on that, waiting for that. But somebody argued, and I think the person has a point. Because of the history of marginalization, where you had issues or cases where some women are dropped out of school because they are women, they need to go take care of the house. So that opens up a gap. Now, affirmative action is meant to at least put the woman on an equal footing. That is the argument for affirmative action. But when is it going to stop? Now the question is, how far has affirmative action taken us? Another question is, and I told this to you, let us look at the female leaders, House of Reps, whatever. To what extent have they been able to achieve or map out things? So is it now that in political circles, if somebody wants to come and you're already, you know your onions, but the perception is getting to be that, well, the female, let's allow her. Let's allow her. That is not for your own good. That is not recognizing your capacity. No. That is just creating way for you. How we go do now? Okay, come and take. And have you noticed that in recent times, a lot of female politicians are wives of so and so persons?
Sure.
What does that mean?
It's because of the husband.
Connection.
And if you look at this one, and this is very real in the Nigerian politics, right?
If you look at these women, what are they doing? Now, if you're putting women there, that is why I'm saying that it is not okay. If you're putting women there, what you're doing is that you're blocking the route for somebody that can walk. Because you're creating a perception that women cannot really perform, but have to just allow them. That is not good for a country. So what we need to do is go back to the drawing board and actually start that reopening. It starts in the family. Yes. You have a boy, you have a girl, you keep telling the girl, go to the kitchen. My boy, go and play. Go be tired. You're not helping them. You're not helping them. So I think it's, let us try and, change our, okay.
Our girls need to be sensitized and made aware of this notion that they are the weaker sex. They are weak, and that the men are the stronger sex. This is wrong. Biologically, the female gamete and the male gamete, if the female gamete and the male gamete is thrown out here maybe from morning, by 12 noon, the male gamete is gone. It's gone. And the female could last till evening. So it's proven. Female are the stronger sex. As a matter of fact, that's proven. But they are comfortable with those labels we give them and the way they are treated. Look at somebody like Konji Iweala, Margaret Thatcher. These are women, they made their mark. Even though we see them as maybe extraordinary and strange, they are only showing their capacity that they are made of. And here you are. You have gone places. You are now head of the department and made the dean and even the vice chancellor. We had a first woman vice chancellor, Helen Williams in Benin, first professor of mathematics. So many that women have achieved. So sharing my experience, one day I was teaching my students. There's this called issues in the media. So I took women as a topic. In the history of the department, no girl has ever been the president of the association. So in that class, I challenged, I said, look, you can be the president. And they were looking at me, I said, yes, you have the number. If girls decide to vote for girls, the boys will be looking for even the other positions. Yeah, you can even take all the positions, except in the constitution that a boy should be the president. And they said, no. That semester, a girl became the first president in my department. Other boys were even begging me that I should stop teaching, I should not preach that kind of topic again. So also in Nigeria, who told you women are not largest in population? Who appoints the head of census? Who conducts the census? He's a man.
Tell me, sir.
So they will raise men population, they will manipulate that men are higher, but in real sense, women are more in population in Nigeria. Yes. So if women want to elect a woman as president, as governor, they will do. But as he was saying, they will be interested in the rapper, they will give them. They will be interested in the woman leader, they will give them. And support and even work against fellow women. Women are the major problems of women. Because maybe they take around as, they call it side chick now, or boyfriend or whatever. And that's why women will continue to stay where they are. That's biology.
It's historical. I know that from history there are times that women have been worshipped as gods. Like goddess named Aphrodite. I think goddess of beauty or something like that. Ashtaroth as mentioned in the Bible. And also there are times that women had risen to several decision-making positions. Like I saw a movie recently about the Dahomey dynasty and how women were part of the rulership, called the Woman King, the movie called Woman King. And also in Igbo land, I know that the land is seen as female. It's called Allah. So it's seen as female. So there have been times in history, even the goddess Oshun is a woman. So we have had several of these times when women have been revered, women have been worshipped. So at what point, I'm talking about the African perspective now, at what point did it now become turned over that we now see women as less powerful, less influential, because most of these examples I mentioned happened in Africa. That's also add other cases like the Amazon of Brazil and others. So at what point, I'm talking about in Nigeria or Africa, at what point did it turn around that we no longer see these reverences for women?
You said in Igbo land, even here, it's a Kabasi, right?
Yes.
It's all over. West, North, Pinamina.
Morebi.
Now, Morebi. So it is, there have been women, and even when we're writing it, we tend to, make reference to that. And the argument is with the coming of the Europeans. The problem is lack of understanding of the people's culture. And so the colonial economy changed the entire dynamics, right? And in situations where women were participating, even in trade, not just spiritual. Now, what you're talking mostly about is the spiritual angle, in the religious aspect, but even economically. And so what happens is that there was a change when the men were drawn into the public arena and women were shifted out. Because the Europeans coming in, they're coming in from their own milieu, from their own context, what they are used to, and that was the Victorian time, when women, when we talked about the 14th to the 18th century, women were revered, they are noble, they are fragile. They come to Africa with that notion. This is how a woman should be. And so when they come in, they are seeing women working, trading, holding all those kind of positions, fighting. And it is like the African woman is unruly. Labeling starts. You're labeled as wild. And so the situation is, it is the man that is brought into the center of the colonial economy and order of importance. By making certain things, that, how would I put it? Certain things left for only the man to do. Cash crop is a very typical example. That women were no longer allowed to. Even here, palm trading. And so certain things were now made male. And that was the one that was recognized by the colonial government. So most of the time, scholars will debate that pre-colonial Africa is when women had those powers. Colonialism changed the landscape and relegated women to the background. And so you find out that perhaps it's only now, still in some religious circles, that you would have maybe some women still, and like I said, menopausal, still having some bit of those religious things. So that is usually attributed to the colonial influence. And the fact that the people did not understand. Even, before, when they came, we were usually have, with the loincloth, bare-breasted and all of that. And once they see a woman like that, because that is not what they are used to, labeling comes in again, and the woman is seen as being sexually rapacious. So those kind of things help to self-police the women and withdrew them out of from the public arena.
Some questions and ask questions, but also want to set the tone. Honestly, in fact, yesterday, those who didn't come actually missed a lot. And today, Mfon has done great about this. Personally, I was sitting down nodding my head and I say, actually, I think there are some people who actually benefit. I've gathered quite a number of things for which I will try and let you think through them. For instance, based on the question he asked, there's what we call sanctioned discourses. If you read my focus about discourse practices, you see how the society labeling and some of these beliefs actually started. So I know that if you stay in some countries, like you start to say this has woman first in Britain. You know, I mean, it's inappropriate. Someone can pick on you. Because what you are saying is saturated with some beliefs. It's not neutral. So if you stay in another country, like myself, if I stay here, maybe I can say certain things and go. But when I stay outside, I will be very extra careful of what comes out of my mind and my mouth. So, like, that's a woman first, that's a man. This one, oh, you have a woman first. I mean, you look at it. This is inappropriate comment. Even you can invite the police. I'm really telling you. So this is something you have to actually note. You know, sanctioned discourses. There are some statements that are considered inappropriate. Yesterday I said something because Lenny also took time to illustrate the intersectionality perspective. I use it. I want to repeat what I said yesterday. That, you know, in social cultural geography, I handle my students. Sometimes I use this example and say, now you are an acquired person, an individual person. Then I ask a question: what does it mean for an individual person, a Christian, a woman, to stay in Kano, a Muslim country, a Muslim city, and many other things. So you imagine being an individual, the perception they have about an individual person, and being a Christian, and then you see that the intersectionality of these issues will further oppress you the way they perceive you. If you stay as a Christian woman, a biblical person, then if you add a Christian woman, a lesbian, and a biblical, and you know, the accumulation of burden, oppression, that is the intersectionality perspective. So you remember this project. So what does it mean to be being a man or a woman? How does it shape your access to water and sanitation? So, you know, you can see the trend. She's actually bringing up being a woman or a man in communities. How does it shape your access to water? And so some people go into stream, maybe by tradition. Because the tradition, just the script lies there. And so these are the things you have to take serious note about this. And I want to say something. One mentioned something about hegemony. It's a very serious, big issue, which I will find time when I handle some of my students. We'll try and... hegemony. So, if I spell it right, hegemony. As she's in Oracle, she's battling with a whole lot of issues. You know, even here, some of you may be battling with a whole lot of challenges you may not even know. Personally, I know myself. I battled since I started I battled with a whole lot of challenges. And sometimes I use illustration and say, you know, in statistics we say normal distribution curve. Deviations are there. If you are here and you have the top colleagues, you are expected to be, I'm loyal, sir. Yes. You know? Yes. I'm loyal. Yeah. Even when you know that they are not even, you may not even know, they may not even taking care of your interests. You remain loyal. But any day you move to the other side, maybe move outside, that is deviation. No, you are labeled also, you are very stubborn, insulting, all sorts of things. But you remember that if you move to the other side, you see light. You see light? You see, this is the kind of thing. Yes. I do have faced this kind of battle in my life. So, and that is why that's someone to have the capacity to know you have to fight this battle. She has said it clearly. Being a woman, you have to fight this battle. Being a man, you have to, otherwise, look, people will just bring you down for it and go and celebrate. I say I've succeeded in making. So I really thank because one thing I thank this Vice Chancellor, she's been able to provide a very safe, convenient space for us to operate as colleagues. So it's left for us here. If you are a colleague here or a student, take advantage of this space. It doesn't operate a system of operation that hegemonic kind of operation that is common in some contexts. You have a free space. So if you challenge the status quo, something that is negative, you will not be brought before him and you get injustice. No, you get the right thing. So I'm very pleased very happy about this kind of workshop. Is trying to, emancipate, not only but build capacity. In short, I didn't use the word emancipate. Build capacity, and also prepare those who will be on the field work to know the right person. So I would prefer we take a short break of 10 minutes, think through these things, and then come back. We get into questions and answers about what has been discussed so far before we prepare for lunch.
To share with us. So can we, some people wanted
I want to ask a question. How can we strike a balance between gender studies and culture? Because one of the reasons why we conduct gender studies, as we told us earlier, is that gender is still enable us to examine and challenge social norms. Now, I want to ask a question. There are some social norms you cannot challenge and go through, especially in traditional settings. For instance, when you started the lecture, you gave an illustration that the Supreme Court gave an order that women can now inherit family property. Yeah. Now, let me give a real-life illustration. I'm a typical man. Now, in our traditional settings, imagine a woman that has been married for several years, returning to the village after the death of the father to claim property. That is contrary to the tradition of the And at that same time, if you still insist, it may even cost your life in the process. So you now realize that the cultural settings, cultural factors there has been an hindrance to the success of gender studies. Apart from that, in some other cultures, like Muslim traditions, they don't give women more opportunities compared to Christians. So when you realize that in these cultural factors always affect the success of gender studies, so how can we strike the balance?
Okay. I'm standing there. He's a man and woman. Okay. And I can assure you that there are things I've done that is supposed to be not doable. Number one. Number two, there are certain things that you're enjoying now that was based on other people's stepping out, sacrifice. If you have the mentality that you cannot do this because it will affect, nothing will change. They can't even be human development. Aside from even gender, anything at all. Okay? If you're afraid to take a step, you die inside of you. And you live life a walking corpse. In all ramifications. And there are people suffering this, and I'm very serious about what I'm saying. There are people suffering this, but they cannot speak it out. Yes. They're suffering inside. And so when you say, like I spoke about, of course, anything that you're trying to change cannot come easy. But are you going to stop it? Are you going to be afraid because they say don't do this? So then it's of no use. Let's all go kill ourselves. So in Annan culture, the typical Annan man would want all the power. You know, the Annan man is a very arrogant man. I am an Annan woman, so I know what I'm saying. They're very in their own manhood, hegemonic masculinity that I was talking about. That's what exactly. That's it. See, they bring out folk tales and anecdotes, you know, to actually buttress what confirm and consolidate what they are saying. So, culture and gender studies. Because culture normalizes oppression. Hope you know. Culture normalizes oppression. And this goes for both men and women. Now think of this. A young man wants to marry somebody. And they tell you, men, you cannot do that. That is against our culture. Stepping into this particular family. Or stepping into that. I ask you, who wrote all this? How did it all start? Who says it is right and it is not right? What is the basis for that? If you dig through it, how did it all come about? Now, you're talking about just like the Igbos, right? You're talking about a married, even the way he said it, you know. Can you imagine, that's how he said it, can you imagine a woman, I can imagine, because I've done it. I've done it. So, what you do is you take a step. It will be taught for anything in life, whether it is gender, whether it is whatever. To be able to move to the next level, you are going to pass through challenges and roadblocks. If you're not ready to take that chance, you remain in your position. You cannot move. Okay? Now, what was the other thing you said about again? Yeah, you talked about there's something that was wrong. What you said?
How to strike a balance.
Yeah, that's gender, and then you were saying that. There's something you said about the Muslim women not having enough opportunities. Let me tell you, it is not true. We are here, and I'm going to be very blunt with us now. We are here, sitting down in our comfortable, so-called comfortable, privileged, inverted commas, open and close, thinking that the Muslim women don't have opportunities. Who told you so? It is so erroneous. Do you know the number of Muslim women that are holding positions? Do you know the number of Muslim women that have attained the first female this, first female that? In the South here, we are finding ourselves, we're educated. Do you know the number of female women that are so highly educated? It is erroneous. So scrap that out. They have opportunities. And they are, by virtue of their political linkages, they are even more advantaged.
And it's a matter of numbers. Because number one, you may be here 100, you may be here maybe 10, and age, that is 80%, and there are 100 and 80. You know, 80 already.
Exactly.
So it's like when I went to do service Yoruba, so I would say these people don't know, but they have the largest, a very large number of the population. And even if 50% are educated,
that's
far more higher than 80% educated here, because we are not in the major.
And not only that, if you look at the federal government colleges, you see, don't you read it in the news?
Yes.
We get 70% cut off or whatever, they get 5%.
5%, yes. Even their women.
At the you understand that? So it is their advantage. They are, how would I call it? They are privileged in terms of that, because the system makes it easier. And like he said, the numbers too matter.
I want to also add concerning the Muslim women. By God's grace, I've lived with them in the north for 15 years. Yes. one thing we don't understand is we sit down here and think Muslim women don't talk. If you are where a Hausa woman is having an argument with the husband, she may be the first to bring out a machete after you. Yes, that's the truth. The level of violence we have there with women amongst men is higher. But here, because of that thing, we are the ones that read the Bible more. We are the ones that, when they want to join us in marriage, a woman submits, a man love. But they have not told us the realities of what we are facing. You don't try to, and you hardly see their wives fight. But here, co-wives fight. But there, co-wives don't fight. They don't. They will gang up together and deal with you. That's the truth. That's what also they say, Muslim women, everything are Allah. Now go there. It is not true. Give me 100 naira for market, you are giving me 100 naira for market. For all of us. For all of us. Yes, very true, very practical. That is why they tell them, if you know you cannot take care of your wives equally, do one, do two, love them equally. You don't buy 50,000 naira wrapper for this one and buy 30,000 naira for the other. You will not live to see tomorrow. That is the truth. That is just the truth. So we should do away with this thing of Muslim women, Hausas. It is not true. Looking at it, in fact, in everything I used to say, in, let me just say, prostitution and everything, violence, they talk chattel. The ones we are doing here, we are learners. We are learners. They talk chat. The ones we are doing here, that's why I don't stereotype. I try not to. Let me not say I don't. I try not to. Waiting person do, make the person do waka, go, pass, go away. It is not my business. Because I've seen where a mother has taken a daughter back, and the daughter is telling her, I am pregnant. She said, don't worry, we'll sort that out. Let your father go out. But tell me how many women here will open their mouths and tell their mother, I am pregnant. Not when I was even in the university. You cannot. Whatever you're doing, you do it. Keep quiet and find a way out all by yourself and sort yourself out. So I think we are even better morally here. We should leave this Hausa women, Yoruba women thing. It is not working that way.
Okay, my question will be coming from sustainability. Sustainability. Any projects you are going into, sustainability matters. I want to see that some, if you are fighting a cause, because if we are coming, we made it. I know from the beginning, it has always been the man. Biblically, numbers of people that come says it was the man. And the society was driving peacefully. I want to come from the point of the natural science. Now, what factors is bringing this thing that the inequality is now causing a problem now? Back then, it wasn't causing much problem. The society, no stealing, everybody was treated fine, and it was, I'm not saying there was no stealing, but everything was at a normal stage. But why is it coming up this way? And two, I was in a class in University of Ibadan, and a prof brought about this question. He said that the federal government built a house and put borehole and everything inside, water and everything inside. They still found out that the women left that place to be swim. So the prof now said they now gathered some prof from the University of Ibadan and went there to make investigation. They now found out that those people say that if they want to pack and go and stay to that place, that the government should allow them to be going to the stream. They now asked them why. They said because the water was well treated, everything was okay, like everything. They said because that harmony, they don't know how to discuss what the husband did to this one, how to find solution that they used to discuss together when they are going in a group to go and fetch water. That there's some things they used to sort out, the friendship and every community, that this thing will strike it out. The facilities they did not stay. How do you intend to use gender to strike this issue? Now in geography, there's what they call a natural process. If a river is passing through this course, and you build a house there, just because you find out that the place is good for agri or for something else, you are going to intervene in the natural process that thing is passing, and there's an effect. Now you are bringing up gender inequality. Have you look at the long effect? Because if you are educating more female and they are becoming their occupied position, who is going to marry the male that are not going to school? Those ones that will not be going to school. Because the way you are fighting this balance now, to come a stage that the women will be so empowered. I'm just projecting it now. The male now that you're not fighting for. No, I'm just asking. I'm looking at projection. I'm looking at projection. Who will marry the ones that have now the female that are now in top position and everything? I'm just giving an example of it. Those women now that are in higher positions now, and the men we are refusing to also talk about, to also bring them up, because we are leaving them behind and we are not talking much about them. Now, I want to now forward straight to we did analysis on this wash on this stuff and wash on water stuff like that, and the GIS analysis showed that the community where Muslim, when they were doing the time series model, they found that in so year whether it was typhoid or cholera like that reduced, but this year it wasn't, and they were applying the same process. When they did this partial analysis more, they found out that the Muslim community had more issue of this disease, typhoid and everything that was in Bauchi, and I was serving in the Federal University then. So in every northern town you go to, we found out that there's a cluster of where Igbo stays and a cluster of where the native people say, because of crisis, you know where to hide. So it's normal. I've seen such pattern. I don't know how to really come out with it. Now, I found out that the typhoid and everything was still going more in the Muslim community compared to where so the cholera, the water issue, open defecation was open there. Now, we now sample, is it the level of education or culture? We found out that those people that are more educated in the Christian communities, those people that are more educated in the Christian communities, they deviate more. They have more access to sanitation because they were more empowered. They have income, they earn well, kind of stuff. But we found out that even those that are educated in the northern area, they still have the same challenges. They still, yes, they were the ones that are educated. The community still have the same challenges of open defecation and having access to good quality water and even practicing their hygiene and stuff that United. You know, they have a lot of NGO there. Yes. So these NGO, they empower them a lot, and it wasn't working in the Muslim community in regard to that aspect, but in the Christian community, even the Christian Muslims and the Christian, you know, there are not people that are purely Christians, and they are even more so. So those ones, it was affecting them. Was it the pattern of lifestyle? Was it the way they build their house? Was it the culture? Now, how can this awareness now?
No, preserve that question for when I say wash, because you're saying that the
gender is
let me wash. Yeah, that's something he said.
If you can,
you know, he started off with saying that, you know, this fight, how to sustain that. Right, so let me take it from there. How to sustain this fight that people, you know, you're leaving the men behind, and then the women will be, yes, will be more impacted, and then how would the ones that are left, the men that are left behind, who will marry them? Okay. Actually, if you listen to him speak, you would understand what we're talking about. No, seriously. If you paid attention to what you have to understand where he's coming from. This is, in fact, you just confirmed everything I was saying. Actually, no, get it right. For him, and I like that, he's saying how he feels. But do you know where that is coming from? He feels he's saying the right thing in his own context. Now, all that you're doing, you said, even in some erroneous things that you said, which I want to point out, that in those days, everything was okay. That's not true.
The inequality was accepted.
No, it has never been accepted. What you have is the space to bring it out. It is never, ever accepted. That is why we delved a little bit back into the 14th century. That was only when they could, and those few women that were able to speak out started writing. Inequality has never been accepted. Rather, what happens is a level of suppression that you accept it. And when you accept it, you're not able to fight it. And it waits for either something to happen that gives you, that space an opportunity to kick out. There is no society that you have, what you're saying is what men say when they are confronted with gender studies. Everything was okay. Why are you trying to change it now? Everything has never been okay. The human being is a political being, because even without the women, it's never okay. It can never be a plateau. There will always be internal contradictions that raise their heads in diverse ways. So when it comes to that, and I've been saying here, I keep talking, gender studies is not about only men. And I've been very careful when I'm saying things. I make sure that I'm talking about the men too. Okay? But if you have a fixated notion, that is what this thing is for, to start rejecting it. Because you have got to place yourself in a position of empowerment. And that comes from an awareness first of your capacity. So when we are doing gender, as we are talking here, I remember I said it again, not all men are oppressed in the same way. There are some, and Prof was saying, hegemonic masculinity, those that are, it's a ladder, there are some there, some here, and some here. The ones here are not oppressed in the same way as these ones. And I say the same thing with women. There are women that are oppressive to their fellow women and to men. But we're talking about numbers. When you talk about numbers, the percentage of women that have been marginalized, you cannot compare it with men. It does not mean that there are no men. Now, perhaps the reason for this is because they keep drawing, what would I say? They draw from the biblical notion of a man is here. So it comes down to, oh, God has said it. Do you know, I don't even want to get into that because that was going to be very controversial. But there are so many things that is going on with research and all. Okay? So as a scholar in the university organization, wherever you are, it's good to be open and then, try to be aware of what is going on. Read, and then as you're experiencing, you're processing it in your head, and then coming up with things that are based on practical. So men are not left behind. Some men are emasculated, but the percentage of women is more, simply because they are normalized to go that way. Can I still take more questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to talk about in case they die or something, most of them give out the names of their male children instead of the female children.
Yeah.
Why is it so? Because I have a case where the woman was supposed to do her final screening. She didn't even know she was going to die. And she wrote next of kin, a grandchild, which is a very small boy, grandson. Then the daughter that was following her around said, this small boy, what is he going to do for you in case you die anytime? I said, okay, leave that thing. And later, she went and changed it, maybe because the person named, and she wrote her male children instead of female. So when the daughter went and found out that she now changed to male children instead of the grandson, she went and asked her, why did you change to male children? How about your daughters? After all, the father died and gave the male names. Why can't you include female in your own, since you are a female like us? He said, will you be able to come from your husband's house and go and meet? And it was a very tempting statement. She did not answer. Later she died. And they had to work on that names of next of kin to an extent that the children went to court. Why she didn't include the female? And the male was like, how would they say property? What does a woman want in the family? She should go to her husband's house and stay. So there was division in the family. Even when they went to court, the woman that was in the probate court was saying, you are a woman now. What if she was alive? She said she's not giving you. She said people should go and quarrel over it and come back. They left, the family scattered.
Actually, it is seen as normal. But it is not normal. And you would be surprised. there are so many cases of that now. Somebody that is the man that you're thinking is going to take care of the house could just leave. And you're getting a lot of women taking care of their parents' house now. In this day and age. You're talking, the probate said, I have a friend, a member of the Judiciary Commission in Port Harcourt. She came to the office, we were trying to do some work together, and that's how I got to know this. Her father died. She has a small kid brother that she's training and taking care of. She couldn't even write, the obituary. She couldn't sign her name. It was a problem. She's in the judiciary. She's from River State. So they had to bring the son that they wanted, or the brother, the little boy. So the question now is, and we sit down here, and it's not all about, you finish the training, and if you're not actually understanding the importance of resisting such things, it's not going to change. If you have a training like this, and then we have shown you the harm in stifling a particular sex progress or opportunities, the harm that does, and you're not, you're still holding on to that it is tradition, it's a problem. And it has a way of coming around to affect each and every one of us. You could have a female child, and then maybe this is happening, but you're already also helping to maintain that. And who knows, perhaps that female child, the potential she has been clipped. What of in the workplace? So these things matter a lot. It is tradition is not for man. It is people who make culture, and it can be changed.
Gender studies. There are some, even educated men, they believe that whenever they hear of the word gender studies, it humiliates them. They feel it's a means of empowering women to demoralize men or threaten their ego or bring them down. So in the aspect of creating awareness, what more do we need to do to bring them to the light of the fact that gender is male inclusive and not all about women? And if so, even if we were to talk about women in the aspect of gender studies, we're not trying to empower women to go out there and humiliate them, make them feel less of themselves.
Yeah. Okay, that's a very good thing. Yeah, that and no, I think that man too has gone. You also said that it's not because we're talking empowerment. It is not, and it cannot be that you're being given the opportunity to lord it over. It's like this. It is not like this. It is not a question. There's something I wrote that was almost something. Gender equity does not mean gender equity. It's not like this goes down and this goes up, or the female goes down. It is equity. And what does this mean? It is creating equal opportunity for both sexes. It is understanding that the man is a human, the woman is a human. It is allowing yourself to grow to your fullest opportunity, whether you're a man or a woman. That is gender equity. It is not that we are talking gender studies, so what you're trying to do is to emasculate the man. It is not also that when we're talking gender studies, we're coming here to say, okay, let all the women be on top. Now you can go and fight your husband. That is actually a very poor conception about gender studies. Like we said, we've been talking here, it brings up the systemic inequality. Systemic is structural, it's in the system, so you have to dismantle it. And gender, talk about those things that are creating obstacles for the common man or those things that society is prescribing for a man that is not natural, or those things that society is prescribing as natural when it is man-made. Likewise, the woman. That's gender studies. It's a misconception that has to be cleared, because this is not allowing the men to come in and add to the conversation. It's changing now, though, gradually. You're having a lot of men coming in, men studies and masculinities and all of that. Men group and all of that coming in. But there is still need for what we call gender transformative approach. To transform. That's a new one. Transform it is by bringing both parties in and discussing, listening to the other person's point of view. Okay?
I want to thank the speaker.
Yes.
Wow, you've done so well. It's been an interesting session. The essence of this session, I speak, first of all, I speak. We're in Akwa Ibom State now. And some few years ago, 2016, 18 or something, a committee was set up by His Excellency, within Emmanuel, because there was need for every state to enjoy certain gender privileges, certain empowerments, considering gender. So Akwa Ibom did have a gender policy. So they now constituted a committee. I was sitting in this university and the letter was brought to me. I became the Secretary General of the Akwa Ibom State Gender Policy Committee, which we are using till today. So what I'm saying is, I really want for you to see that I'm not speaking as because she's a woman. No, it isn't. I am speaking as the truth of the situation on ground. The issue of the misconception that our lecturer is emphasizing is very true. That if you look at the policy, we have analyzed it, as a Secretary General, all document, everything, I bump them together for presentation at the house and everywhere. The processes were there. So now, what I'm trying to say is, there is this misconception which must be broken. There must be a deconstruction of that construction that was there. There has to be, if not so, the society cannot change. The issue of gender studies or gender concept rising up, to me, I made it known to the women. It's unfortunate that we still have certain politicians, certain women that do not understand. They take gender studies or issues of gender equality, equity, they take it as fights to the man, which is very, very wrong. Very, very wrong. It's not a fight to the man. It is that we should do it together. That's the essence. And the men too can really see and know that the gap they keep between them and their sisters, between them and their wives, is so wide that the woman becomes disadvantaged. That gap is so wide that the woman becomes disadvantaged in many things. I can't enumerate them all now. So the preaching about gender is to make the man and the woman come together, reason together, be more productive. The aim of the gender studies or the policy, the gender policy in the state and everywhere, because I have seen the federal government's own, is for purpose of bringing the woman up to be productive. In fact, there was a research I did, I was exposed to, If you look at the United Nations, those nations that are acknowledging the role of the woman, they are far more productive. Gender inclusion is an index in the United Nations, how like they want to, how do I put it? Like they want to assess a country's development. So the underdeveloped are actually those that keep the big gap between the man and the woman. So the essence of gender is not to fight the woman, and the truth is, or the man rather, not the man. So the truth is, why the emphasis looks as if it is more on the woman is because justice. Just do like this, justice. If the woman is down here and you want to bring the man to be the woman to be this way, you have so much more to do. The man may have been already here and not here. So you may have a little to bring for them to work together. So, and statistics and studies have shown us how much we are losing by not developing your girl child. You are losing so much by not trying to make her see that she can participate and contribute to the community equally as your boy child. You are losing. So instead of having 100%, you're having 50%. So countries like Sweden, come and see women in the football field with men. Okay. You know, and many other parameters. Health, what? Medicine, you know, all aspects of development is included in that index. The only reason is because they have been able to make every woman in that community very productive. But now we throw our women away because of ego, because of tradition. I mean it. In fact, in the Biblical Society research, there was a research I undertook in 2002, far back as 2002. 2002, how many years now? 2002.
20 years.
Yes. 20. As at then, I did them something a car. Was a clan head of Uyo. So we interviewed them, we conducted this research to really find out the gap that exists between in the culture. So we realized that, like the history, I did not come to meet the real part of the history. We realized that it is a social construct. It can be disconstructed. It was built. It can be demolished. It will start from your family. It will start from what you say to your girl. Yes. For instance, if my girl in engineering, you know, some of you know her, if she works and works and works, and her senior brother is still in engineering, computer science rather, she'll say, "Mommy, I'm tired. Can Armstrong take over? Armstrong, please take over." And if Armstrong tries to be the man, you know, something like that, I'll shout on her, and the father will support me. She started working by what time? Is it because she's a female? And sometimes I used to feel for, you know, the female. Because I know what the society is. My boy is not only living with me. My boy is going to school. He's in Unio. He's in every way church. So he knows this gender everything. That is it is a woman that is supposed to. A woman is supposed to. You know, that's not the issue. I know what the scripture says. You know, it does not contradict the fact that the two should be together. One thing I want you to realize is, when I was working on that gender policy for Akwa Ibom State, is the role of the woman is so unique, and the role of the man is so unique. You cannot interchange both. The moment you interchange, there is clash. Nature has kept things in their own places. And all this role, the role of the man and the role of the woman, two of them is so important. None is more important than the other. Let it sink into your head. You cannot do without the woman, and the woman cannot also do without you. Do you understand? So if you realize your unique role, it is when you bring this other role. That's how nature created it, and the man will bring his own side. Add together, it makes a beautiful, wholesome
family, wholesome society, wholesome organization, wholesome everything. That's the idea about the gender. So now when it is when we are doing as if we are concentrating more on the female, find a policy, find that a Bible said policy. It is because they are the most vulnerable. They are the most disadvantaged. Let me put it that way. The most disadvantaged. And nature has placed things. Like I was telling my brother, I say, for instance, in our local culture, if we go to the farm, if we go to the farm with my husband, we are talking about power, strength, stress. Before it's 12 o'clock, darling, let's go. The men can walk till 6. And the boys will go with him. And my girls will walk with me. There is that stamina. God has placed things in places that he does not need the fighting. Yeah. He doesn't need the fighting at all. The only thing is that bring your own, and I bring my own. But the society and our culture teaches us, let the woman not bring her own. That is where it is bad. And the misconception we have seen. No, I don't believe in women liberation. What am I being liberated from? Where was I before? To be liberated of what? Of what? I wasn't in bondage. I'm equally a member of the society. I'm equal with you. So liberating me from what? It is illiteracy, some sense of illiteracy. Yeah, and not being enlightened. No? Lack of enlightenment that makes a woman to stand up and they want to be liberated, and they start fighting men. Emancipation. What are you being emancipated from? It doesn't mean. So as much as okay, I stayed in this workshop till like 5 o'clock. Yes. And lunchtime had passed. Lunchtime has passed. I was supposed to set lunch. Yeah, I'm not there. What something happened? They still ate. He provided, went and kept mine. Take him for go. He can pick it with it. So it is that is the understanding you're supposed to have. It is allowing her to grow in her capacity. Don't make her potential not to be expressed. Now I had a girl, one of my cousins that came. Her name is Itowo. There is no tree that Itowo cannot climb. No tree. Do you know why? Itowo was born in the village, and her all acquaintances, all her friends were boys. Her cousin boys. She's free. When they're climbing, she's climbing. So I went and took it over to your society. Come and stay with me. Anybody that wants to climb in that neighborhood will not go for the young boys around there. They'll say, please, let's go come and climb this mangrove for me. Let's go come and climb this coconut for me. Let's go. So you really realize that there is nothing that girl child can do. It is the exposure, the culture. Now, you tell the boy, go out to the parlor, or mommy, I want to go and play ball. Mommy, I want to go and do any day. Sal says, I want to go out. You say, you can never go out. That doesn't mean that you're teaching her how to be harlot or how to. You give her an equal exposure. Buy the magazines for her also. Because you realize that now why IT can climb up, why does IT not say, she'll just put on her short knicker, not even long one. She'll just, before you know, sometimes she used to do it before we come back from work, me and my husband. When we come and she will bring the students from the neighborhood and come and pluck our this thing and distribute it on the streets to people. So we didn't know she could climb, that kind of a thing. So now tell me, if that is all when she was born, she wasn't exposed to working with boys, freedom, doing what they do. Look, there is nothing, when they say there is nothing a man can do, it is not people use it like a very bad slang. But I realize that if you put the two on the same pedestal, no cultural interference. In fact, the woman will almost outdo. I'm telling the truth. But if there are certain socialization processes that has gone on, and as you know, has the issue is in the mind. It's the mindset that makes you to stay back. There is nothing that you actually, you cannot. Another thing I want you to understand is when we talk about equity, if they bring a 13-year-old child here and also keep another, maybe this one is 20, and they want to give them responsibilities, equity demands that the one of 13 years, you will give even scriptures according to his own measure, and the one of 20, you will also give according to the measure of 20. That's equity. That's equity. So now that the woman needs time to deliver children, go for maternity leave, and because of that, you allow the men, to, when there is scholarship. In fact, I have worked into a company before. They say, I'm not saying the maternity leave. The company will now start coming down. Because of that, workout, we are looking for the men. That's inequality. We want every man to realize that the unique role God has given to the woman is a part and parcel of life and should be accounted for. Yes. We should be accounted for. You don't account for because you have spent 100 hours in the office and the other one has spent 100 hours cleaning the house, making the compound, and you feel she did nothing wrong. Do you understand? Wrong. Give an equal value. Give an equal value to what is unique to the man and what is unique to the woman. Work together. It's not an issue of training women, young girls, to go and fight their men, fight their women in the house. So the man according to scriptures, bring yourself, bring your wife closer, bring your girl child closer. Train your girl child to understand that what the brother is doing, she can also do. No, this thing I'm saying, like she was saying, I'm just trying. It's not as if I'm perfect. Because my daughter catches me, they say, mommy, that's gender bias. It's not my turn. It's not my turn. I'll say, please, please, just try. Sometimes she will oblige. Sometimes she will stand still and say that I am impartial. I'm preferring a sex for the other, So she's just, growing like that. So I want to have that clear understanding that we have unique roles. Till tomorrow, a man can never grow breast and feed the baby. That role is a very unique and honorable role. Don't take that role as it is inferior because it didn't bring money. In fact, there are some nations. I went to South Korea and I was sitting next to in Afghanistan, someone from Kuwait, something like that, a man and a woman. And I asked her, they told me that in their own country, they pay the woman for what they are doing. They don't only pay because you have gone for work. You receive salary. Any contribution you are doing is acknowledged because it takes your energy. It comes from your brain. It comes from you. So it's acknowledged. And when I asked the man said he's not working, that he's staying at home, but that he is paid.
Yes.
Have you seen that couple?
The same benefit
that he's staying at home, that he is paid. So that is the culture of that place. So this one we are doing, it is because of our own culture. We can change it. You can change it in your home and develop your girl child. Now, for instance, if a man and a woman sleep together, by the time they go away, who gets pregnant? It is the woman that gets pregnant, but they committed the same offense. Even the scripture said, they brought that woman that they said, we have seen somebody we have caught her in the very act. That's what they said. And Jesus said what? If you are not guilty and you have not done it, do what? Be the first person to throw the stone. Am I that throw? No. They all left. So what we are trying to say is, the woman is a human being. The man is also a human being. That is what Jesus wanted to teach them. It doesn't mean that the woman was right. The woman wasn't right in that offense. She was guilty. God just had mercy on her and said, go and sin no more. But God wanted to teach, Jesus wanted to teach that lesson, that remove the block first from your eyes. Even 10 o'clock. And then the little she does, you won't even appreciate. The little she does, you won't even appreciate. Do you know her difficulties during menstrual time? The way her emotions fluctuate, you ignore it. You ignore it altogether. So it is bringing all those indices. It is bringing the indices of the uniqueness. Bringing all the indices of the uniqueness of the differences that we have between the man and the woman. When you bring in all those differences and mesh together and manage it together, and the problem is there, you solve it together, considering the differences. That's when there is equity. Thank you.
What's your name? Okay, my name is Savior Udon. If you check
It's the general manager.
I'm managing generally. Well, actually, I'm happy listening to you speak. Madam, I've listened to you and others, all the contributions. Actually, yesterday I was not here, and maybe some of my concerns and I haven't addressed. But actually, the program is a wash agenda. I think that is it. And over the years, I've been in the wash sector for more than 20 years, and oftentimes we discuss wash and gender. And we do not only aim man and woman or male and female. We need to also expand to those that are socially excluded. So I've not listened, in the whole spectrum of our discussion, mention those that are living with disabilities or those that are socially excluded. So maybe as a doctor, maybe we should be able to review the program to expand the gender to gender equity and social inclusion, because you cannot guarantee affordable, accessible, equitable service delivery to the water sanitation and clean sector without those that are living with disability being considered. That is case one. The second case is that I've also looked at the 10 points of rest here, what makes a real man and a real woman, and I am happy that you have been able to put apostrophe in the word real, because very recently, United States, there's some of these dictionaries that have expanded the definition, embellished the definition of woman. And let me go through it. That a woman is an adult who lives and identifies as a female, though they may have been said to have a different sex at birth. So I don't know whether that is why you have brought that word real, to really give an embellishment or into the meaning or into the definition of woman and probably man. What that implies is that there are people that have been male whilst they were, during birth, and then eventually they try to, I think they call that transgender, they try to now move to the other sex. So I think even in our course, though maybe religious background may not really allow us, but for the fact that this is a liberal society, so you also look at that definition. But I think let's tie most of our discussion to wash, so that we can really give us the delivery of the 18 months of program we have. Thank you very much.
So let me begin. This is the beginning. They've not entered into the wash. This is capacity building, just to give the preliminary exposure and awareness, to the issues that will be raised. So what will be incorporated seriously?
Social inclusion.
Social inclusion. As a matter of fact, when you talked about disability, yes, that's an area that is also part of gender studies. That's inclusive in gender studies, actually. And even when you were talking WASH, with regards to accessibility to water, the United Nations and a lot of its parastatals have done a lot of work with regards to water in Nigeria, even in the Igbo areas. And then I know that some of these things, the gender aspect brings up a lot of issues when you apply a gender analysis to it. For instance, the United Nations comes in to cite a borehole or some other things. The siting of the borehole, don't forget, a lot of times it's the women that will be sent to fetch water, or the kids. The siting of the borehole, the woman is not, nobody wants to know whether it is convenient for you at a convenient time or anything. I know that in some areas, Igbo land, in some places, Enugu and some other places like that, they have a terrible terrain when it comes to water. Now, we've done research that some of these women, even to walk to where that water is sited, is a big problem. So those are some of the gender things. And in other cases, you know what happens in Nigeria, all kinds of things. That is going to be talked about in WASH. We're aware of that. And then, when I said what makes a real man or what makes a real woman, there's a topic tomorrow that we are talking about the emerging trends in gender studies, and that's where we'll talk about all the men, all the transgender, the gay, the lesbian, the non-binary, the multi-binary, and what have you, and how it is. That is the shifting or the expansion of gender studies incorporates all those things and brings up the dynamics and the power relations that underlie access to societal resources. So that will be talked about tomorrow. Okay?
Gender. Emphasis, the funding agency emphasizes gender and access to WASH. And so, but on the other hand, there is serious misconceptions and misunderstandings around gender. So how do we proceed? Even those we'll be sending out to the field. So train them, very equip them with all the necessary knowledge that when they go, they know sensitive matters of trade and how to appropriateness of where, which one is this and which one is that. So this kind of capacity is very important. That underlies access to, that is the capacity to access whatever resources the society offers. So it's very, very important. And we've said a lot about WASH, but gender and inclusion, we don't say much. But sometimes when we go to collect data, we just collect and ignore them. Analysis is already false. The basis of collecting data is not quite there. So based on, I've actually taken time to seek out a number of facts here. For instance, misconceptions. We've had misconceptions about gender matters. Look at the situation where if a woman is pregnant in the house or has a quarrel with the man, the first thing is a certain group will come out and fight for the woman. But if a man is brutalized by a woman, you don't have that kind of group. You see, there is, in this context, there's a bias. Yeah. And I remember one ambassador, Nigerian ambassador to Kenya. The man with registry is a very nice man. But the woman took advantage of the law and took advantage of the fact of the authority the man has as a ambassador and actually ruined the man's career. The man couldn't say that he was called and because he use certain things. If you don't do this, and at the end of the day, he knows the media will carry. Look, media, and say, that's it. The man was so depressed. The man is an evil man. That the children actually vowed that they almost disowned their mother. They say what the mother did to his father, to their father, is bad. But you know, this feminist movement, of course, we say gender studies broad. Feminist movement is also something. You know, started hyping when the woman went to the press, because these days if you go to the press will blow out of proportion. They will not even investigate. Went out to the front before you realize the problem was shifted against women. So there are a whole lot of misconceptions. The idea of this is to empower you, to balance your thought. When we say nowadays, historically, we say men have been at advantage position. Now that women, we're trying to see how to create equal opportunity to be certain positions at the same level. It should not be to the detriment of the whole thing should balance out. So these are the count. And also, because I've been arguing about certain things, when we say, oh, the man in the workspace, how can the man earns a lot of money, the woman does not earn, but these things are not valued monetary terms. Because of the way the society values them. You know, within our capitalist system, we think everything in terms of money. Everything in terms of money. So whatever the woman does in the house, if it is not translated into money, we say, oh, it's not valid. No, this is not so. It's complementary. The woman works, these are services that are highly valued. It doesn't necessarily mean to be paid. Of course, the society progresses by that. When I have lived in Japan, and actually I saw that even Korea, they are ready to pay a woman to be a housewife because they know the foundation of building a family and a society belongs to how functional the family is. So they are ready to pay, government is ready to pay women to be housewives because they know the implication of that. So these things vary depending on geography, context, matter quite a lot. So the only sense here is, I know it will be an ongoing thing. The debate is ongoing, and even when you break, you will have to network, discuss, extend the conversations, discuss it. Where you don't understand, try and seek clarifications. So that I think at the end of the day, we want to raise up for scholars, activists who are balanced in their thinking about this kind of thing. So I think I told the lady, the lunch is ready now, but maybe
equity and equal opportunity. Because for me, it contradicts, to an extent, it contradicts with my political ideology. Because whether you like it or yes, for example, I'm a student leader here in the University of Uri. And like it or yes, from the environment I find myself, we have been trained from the inside out to always take advantages. Even if I am here with my fellow colleagues, we are 200, how I think to take advantage, at times it surprises me. And if I launch the strategy, at times it works. So if that is applied here, I think to an extent the issue of equity to an extent may not play. The issue of equity may not play. And Doctor, you said something about, Prof, you said something about oppression, subjugation, and marginalization to an extent. And you said whether who sets the standard, who wrote the scripts, who internalized all of this. And I want us to understand that there are organizations that are internalizing these things. I will make an example. For example, I'm the Senate President of the Student Union Government here in the University of Uri. and I took my colleagues months ago to visit a very important political figure here in Akwa Ibom. And when we were seated, the man told me to come with about 15 persons, and I took about 7 of my female colleagues, and the rest of us were males. And when the man, no, 15, we were 8 males and then 7 females. And then when we were sitting, in the gathering where we were sitting, there is something I want us to understand, so that we understand that there are places you are. You may want not just to be noticed, you may want to follow this principle of equity, but the environment you find yourself may not want you to do so. Now, when we were seated in the garden, we did everything, discussed everything, and at the end of the day, the man took pictures with the man, and the man pointed. I want us to understand something, so that if by tomorrow our female are saying this and this and that, if by tomorrow you don't follow this principle of fair play, I think you will not be nailed to your cross. At the end of the day, the man pointed one of my female senators and said, "You take my number, forward the pictures to my phone." And at the end of the day, that was what happened. The rest of us went, and even myself. Even myself, that them there. I couldn't understand what happened. The man gave the girl his phone number. The girl later transferred the pictures to the man, and they started relating. What we went to relate with the man, that was how we bullied out of the system. And the girl was now the one fronting everything for the man. This is a very serious issue. And then, at the end of the day, where is the place of equity? For us, we were bullied out of the system. Another example I want to point out is that so many organizations are internalizing these things. During the banquet that was organized for Akwa Ibom at 85, I was privileged to be selected for one of the persons that was to serve the guests at Ibom Icon Hotels. Now, on being there, when we were trained by the manager in charge of food and beverages from Kenya, now in the training, the man said, in a table where there are about 8 people to a table. Now, what you do is that we are trained, and it's a standard. I asked the man who sets the standard, and he said it is a standard set by, how do they call it, hospitality firms. It's an international standard by the hospitality firm. Now, in a table of 8, even if you have one female, the standard permits you to first serve the lady. While the men, no matter your level, whether you are a political figure or not, you must serve the lady first. So my question now is, where is the place of equity? Thank you.
Know that you are feeling that from aspect when we were preparing to come to the workshop. We want to know how you weigh. You will also feel the same form at the end of this workshop to check whether there has been anything learned. Am I on as per the lectures going on? Just assume I gave the thing to you as we were just entering. Talk to him, I'll get it back. Thank you.
Please, before you go, village to have constructed, is it policies concerning the gender for Akwa Ibom? I don't know what you've done about female disinheritance. It's an issue.
A lot. Different sections, a lot. That thing you are saying is it's courtesy. It's not a gender balance issue. To tell a woman, please, it's courtesy. He has taken time to tell you the difference between the man and the woman. So there are certain traits that are highly feminine. Like you're saying, you open the door for the woman, doesn't mean you are a slave to the woman. It's courtesy. It's not a gender bias. It's not because she's superior. It's not because you are inferior. It's not what they call it. Widow in our place, we say widow.
It's a very sensitive issue. It's one fundamental thing that I have to in my mind, that we always face that even in the public service, that in fact I've had an instance whereby in one of the travels where I was supposed to be the person to go, the position of the superior who had the power to enlist. It's my office that I was supposed to attend based on the role I play. But because of that, what he has just said now, a woman was beaten. And it's not once, it's not twice.
It's everywhere.
You know, so some of these things are impediments to the drive for people to accept the issue of gender sensitivity to an extent.
For the 2, 3, 4, 5 times, number of times that you have experienced that, do you know the number of times that women have experienced something the opposite? I just want you to have, it gives you an idea of what we're talking about. How would I put it? The way men experience it, 2 factors. What you experience is to tell you that gender inequality does not pertain to just women, right? 2, what you're experiencing, and it is becoming as if it's so crazy, is what women have been experiencing. It makes you now to think about it and how the other sex will feel. This is not just on one area. This is on diverse areas that they are made to feel as if they are nothing. They are made to feel as if what they are contributing is not valuable. Then you talk about the girls playing their cards, like he was saying. He took them there and then they ended up overshooting him. It is the same society that has enabled the woman to feel that her power belongs. I told you how I talked to my students, that her power belongs to her using her body. It is the socialization. That's exactly what, you've not said anything outside what I'm saying. It is this same belief that you cannot go anywhere except as a woman, it is your body. And it is not true. Give the woman a chance to be able to use her head. Don't socialize her into thinking. The media talks about, you look at Hollywood or Bollywood or whatever it's called. It is all about the female body. That is what they are telling them. Use your body to get what you want. You talk about advertising. It's all about the naked woman's body. What are you? And you're talking about people that internalize. Those are organizations. The media is very important in terms of socialization. So when I don't know, there's a quote I had. You have emasculated, you have stripped her of the will to take a bold step. And then you complain. I don't know if I'm making sense there.
Just as some of us have already borne the cross that the other men have crossed the cross.
But what that simply means too, honestly, is that this is a two-way thing. But the problem I'm having is that the men need to, a lot of the men, they have to be open. Because sometimes if you're really fixated that, okay, no, this gender thing is not, no matter what anybody says, it is that the women are, see, like he was saying here, this one, that my young friend, so what am I going to do? How many times, okay, what of cases, I don't want to dwell on academia until when we are talking about, but let me just, because of what you said, what of even whether you're married or unmarried, and you're in an institution, and then everybody feels that if you're attractive in any way, you're fair play to all the men. And they come there trying you, and then if you refuse, it's a big problem. So if you're not strong enough, because of the pressure that you're going to be put, it's either you resign, you're too scared to come to work. But if you take a stand, you know you're going to be called names. But you walk towards it. That's why I said anything, whether it is the man or the woman, you cannot achieve change without making some sacrifices. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Activism to now we are in gender studies. But can we really say there is a shift? Because in an ideal situation, like in the real sense, we still hear people clamoring for feminism and gender equality and the rest of the stuff that hovers around feminism and the activism that, according to the historical aspect, we've left behind since the 14th to the 18th century. Now, that's one thing. Another is about what you said earlier. I just want to add to what you said. Sometimes, or most times, some women are the only problems. I'm sorry to say that, but I said some women. Some weeks ago, not up to a month, I was in a bus. Reckless driver in front of us. So the woman in the front seat was like, why is this driver driving like this? So when we got to overtook her, the woman in front was like, oh, no wonder it's a woman. I was like, what do you mean? Is it that women do not know how to drive? She said that women do not know how to drive. So it's how to drive. So it's like this, what do they call it? Social media slogan or phrase that people say, women supporting women in the mud. It's kind of true. Yeah. So when these women are clamoring for feminism and gender, whatever, they are still the one dragging some women down.
Women study are the precursors of gender studies. Okay, so gender study did not emerge on its own. It started from feminist activism. Then it got to be termed, it grew into women's studies. And from women's studies, we now had a separation into gender studies. And that's why I said it doesn't mean that it's out. Okay? It's still there. In fact, that is probably the reason why a lot of themes in gender studies is on women, because that's the historical path through which it came to be. It started first and foremost as activism by the women fighting against their oppression and against their not being allowed to vote and all those kind of things. That was activism. Even under women's studies was entirely focused on women and how to emancipate them or lift them up in one way or the other. But gender studies expands it, goes beyond women to bring in the men, because it focuses on the fact that gender is socially constructed and it's not just about women. It's simply, what gender is simply the social constructions of those roles that are no longer biologically determined, but rather they are determined by cultural setting. And so gender studies encompasses men's studies, LGBT, there was somebody that was talking here, disability studies, So it's wider than women's studies. And I remember when I started, I said that even those people, the social theorists and the agitators, that those that are under women's studies, because you still have women's studies separate, and in some cases it's gender and women's studies. It's all, in some cases it's mixed. So they still have people that are not too happy about the focus on gender studies, because they feel that it is gender studies by drawing in the men limits the activism that was inherent in women's studies. That is, what it's trying to say is that you have grown from a particular path and you're deviating from that path. So by focusing on masculinist studies, other LGBT studies, what they are saying is that the fact that women were or are not were, the fact that women face a lot of inequalities is almost being downplayed in gender studies. And that what it means is that even when we do a lot of men's studies and masculinist studies and all of that, it's almost as if you're saying that the battle has been won in the sense of feminist activism, when it is not true. And so sometimes you could have some terminologies used in gender studies that could almost seem as if it's gender neutral. They may not now dig sometimes they could talk about, for instance, you're talking about how women, let's use the water to wash, you know. They may not, if they want to talk about age group of maybe 10 to 13, 14, they could say teenage. And so if they say, okay, we want to do a research on how teenagers are able to cope with sighting of water technology or something of that sort, just as an example, the women, people in women's studies would say that even the way the girl child is impacted by where water is stored is different. And so if you're looking at teenage girls as a term, it is not okay. So in summary, gender study is seen to even be too broad. It's encompassing too many things that might make women's studies or the focus on women to be brought down. That's one of the agitations, that's one of the quarrels that they're having with gender studies. And what was the other thing you said? So I don't know, so if you understand this trajectory now, it simply means that it started from feminism, activism, it entered into a coalition and acknowledgement of women's studies. Then by the time it got to, you had a collection of women, and then in the academy, a field of study that was women's studies. Now, in the 1990s, you actually had a separation, you know, and the terminology, gender studies, came into being. But because it's related, it still has a bit of that activism.
So feminism does not exist again, because in the real sense, it's like in an academic environment like this, you would hear people talk about gender studies. What we hear often is feminism and like all those, what do they call them? Sexist, yeah. So if we should query the internet, maybe Google now, we will see more of feminism compared to gender studies.
Feminism is, but gender studies is wider than feminism. Then you said something about women, and okay, like you gave an example of, you know, what the woman said. Oh, it's a woman. I've driven and okay, now woman. And sometimes women say, but do you know something? These women are buying into the narrative of society, and the men also use women to perpetuate that. Everybody say, you'll be surprised. It's like everybody's talking, the men especially, because that's where it really gets bad. Oh, woman cannot drive. Maybe she's sitting down there listening to the husband or whosoever saying. She goes out, she's hearing it. She internalizes it. Yes, women cannot drive. Now, woman. So that's why I kept saying that women are used to even sustain that oppressive tendency. I've said that a couple of times. And so, to be able to even tackle it, you've got to understand what is wrong first. You've got to, from all aspects, what is wrong? What is the problem that needs to be solved? Once you have that awareness, you're walking in the right direction. But if you say, okay, so person is not, women are the ones. I've been in a conference, that was a Historical Society of Nigeria conference, somewhere in the Middle Belt, I can't remember. Then my senior colleague that was with me, I finished presenting a paper. I think it was on women in local governance or something of that. And he is supposed to also be interested in some sort of gender studies. And I finished, and he said, look, this thing, it will only end here. It will stop here. And he makes pronouncements, you know, about gender. So you see what I mean? He says it, and for him that is just a political talk. To gain him access to some things, probably. Maybe funding, but he doesn't really believe it. And he has girls. He has girls. So how do you relate that? So when you come, you're all talking about that, probably you think it doesn't really make sense. But it's affecting you. There is no way you can bring a child up in an environment, whether it's a boy, I keep saying this all the time, in an environment, that environment affects that child. It affects the child. So if we are here and we're saying all these things, then at the end of it, it's just, we're just saying it. Nobody is internalizing the change. It's not going to get better. And if it doesn't get better, don't forget this is one half that is oppressed, some percentage of the other half that is also oppressed. What do you think is going to happen? We'll keep turning round in circles. And then you add the intersectional thing that we're talking about. Look at, for instance, people in Akwa Ibom. Like that, who was the other person that was talking. And then, he was also saying something. If you add that, you add the fact that there's already a social perception about where you're coming from, your citizenship status. You add the fact that probably your age also disadvantages you in some ways. You add the fact that probably your educational status disadvantages you in some way, whether you're a boy or a girl, as attaining certain things. And then you add your gender. Sometimes you go around, you think the inequality does not apply to you. You think it applies only to the woman or the young girl. But you are being disenfranchised in some ways. Or the society has sort of built it around you, so you're illusioned by the seeming privileges that you have as a man or a young man. But it is when you have a better understanding of the gender dynamics that you begin to rethink certain things that is happening to you, and you're wondering, hey, hold on a minute, maybe it's not really as I think. That's why gender awareness is important. Gender plays out in everybody's life. It's not just about, like the man from the water thing that spoke now, talking about disabilities, all that happens. In what ways are you disenfranchised? So it's necessary to understand that sometimes we play into societal script. Play into the script written by and you feel because it's your gender that is probably writing that you are not affected by it. But if some of you that you're in social sciences and you've read Foucault and the instrumentalities of policing, the society makes you to police yourself in very subtle manner that you don't even know. The school itself is an organization that polices. The hospital. So many diverse places that you don't know. But because that script has been so written into the patterns of socialization, you think it's normal. So the reason for us being here today is to rethink what seems normal is not normal. What seems gender neutral, whether you're a boy or a girl, a man or a woman, is not neutral. There are always power dynamics underwriting it that we need to understand that can help us whether we're walking or we're schooling. I don't know if I've answered your question.
The first one is on maybe access to water. A father has a set of twins, a boy and a girl, and then he's sending them to the stream to get water. He tells the boy to take the 30-liter container vessel and the girl to take the 20-liter vessel. That's the first one. I need gender equity and gender equality in that explanation. Then 2 is about sanitation. Almost the same thing. The father tells the girl, because she's a girl, to sweep the compound. But the young man, because he's a boy, to cut the grasses. Then the third one is about hygiene. They are about going to school. He gives the girl more money than the boy because she will be needing soap more than him. She will be needing sanitary pad more than he will require. So at this instance, with these three, how can we clearly differentiate gender equity and gender equality? The first one is fetching water. 30 liters against 20 liters. They are age mates. Okay.
Two kids, same age, boy and girl, and then they are being given two different sets of jerrycan. The boy is given one that is bigger. If you had given the boy and the girl equal right from back, you're not differentiating. If you're telling the girl at that age to do strenuous things, her muscle gets tougher. But if you're already socializing her to be fragile, feminine, socially constructed, feminine, you're a girl. Or maybe if she wants to push weight, are you mad? You get what I mean? So it is that. So it is the training, it is socialization. Everything starts there. Now, so if you tell the boy, there are people that if they are trained, or they're on their own, they love this kind of things, they can carry that in one hand. There are girls that are stronger than boys. And there are boys that are not into this macho thing. They are not gay. They are not gay. But they like the kind of life that you would describe as feminine. And so you punish that person. Society will punish the boy because he's not acting like a real man. And that child can undergo mental health with nobody to talk to, because even his peer group will not understand it. And yet, if this young man is allowed to do what he wants to do, he can achieve his potentials there. But society is already pressing down on that. And so you find out that a lot of kids, male kids, will now, in an attempt to suppress how they feel in a way that is not liked by society, and I'm still not even talking gay now, right? In a way that is not liked by society, they go to the extreme to try to suppress it. So they become overly macho, but they are not happy. But they have to, it is called performance. Perform an identity that is not really yours. But you want to satisfy every other person apart from you. So because you're not happy, you have mental health issues. And then of course they'll take you to the church. And pray all the brimstone upon you. When all is needed was somebody to talk to. For a person to understand and allow you to grow how you're meant to grow. So these things are, that's why I'm saying it's a serious matter. It's a very serious matter. I can assure you that I've had to deal with countless people that are having this issue. And so probably maybe when they know what I'm into, some of them come to me. You'll be astonished what you hear. You'll be astonished what you hear. Do you know that there are some people that are into this, what should I say, gangsterism thing, not because they want to, it is performance, an extreme case of trying to, show that you're not effeminate, so you now overdo it. So society will think you're like that. And then you go in life, continuing that performance. Okay. What was it? I don't know if I'm...
Yes, I said that
weight to carry, and along the line they continue to carry the same weight, and your daughter starts growing muscle.
Nobody will marry her.
Not that nobody will marry her, but you know, you would have.
So what I'm saying, in essence, is not, don't limit them. For another example is, I had a couple that was living next to me a couple of years ago. The man is not involved. When things get bad in the house, the electrical stuff, mechanical stuff, the woman was into it. She would be the one to go and do the generators, it's bad, do this. But the man, he doesn't do that. He doesn't even know. If you meet somebody and they say, what is that? You say he's acting like a woman. Which kind of man is this? That is practical. Which kind of man is this? And then the woman, is the woman that is ruling that man in that house. But this is her talent. And probably she's been raised in a household that allowed her to do what she wants, even if it's seemingly in a non-traditional scenario or expectation, against the cultural expectation. So that's how it is. Not the basic thing that we should take home is allow the kids to be who they want to be. Because you don't know whose growth you're stifling. And you don't know the kind of damage you're doing. In this setting, you don't really pay attention to the child. If the child does it, the highest, you can even start beating. But you don't know there's something going on inside your child that you're not aware because you closed your eyes to it. Because society has made you not pay attention because it's not in accordance with societal expectations. Allow them to grow, allow them to be. And you'll be surprised what they might want to do. Unfortunately, the school too that they're going to is also socializing them into expected behavior. So it becomes a problem. But if you are paying attention to your child at home and the person comes back, you can, in a way, counteract it. And so the child goes to school and speaks up. My father said this. My mommy said this.
It's just like you have a child who may be unruly, behaves odd. What is the popular thing? You go to church, you say, a sitting witch. He has been indoctrinated, it's a witch. So they start branding. But if you pick that, in fact, I've always had this thought. At the point I say, how would I have money that some people have and then build a house? And even myself, very little. What I will do, I will build a state-of-the-art accommodation, equip them very well, pack all those street children, put them. Honestly, you see some who would actually change the world. Because certain things that make the parent throw them out, some of them may be highly talented children, and they, you go to church, they are labeled, this child is and they throw them out. So I've always had this vision, and I strongly believe I will realize this. Build a very state-of-the-art, equip them very well, get these children, feed them very well, give them the best of education, and you see tomorrow what the world will be changed very seriously.
It's true. And you know that when kids that are very bright, they tend to act funny. Yeah. Genius. Yes. They would act funny that you may not understand, and so you could label it something else. Because the way their brain is working is not in a way that you can get it. So they start acting funny, you're like, hi, Marvel, they've done it. So where will I run to? Okay.
I want to ask, there are languages that don't have certain words to explain certain things. So if one is trying to find out some of the issues a gender is having, and there is no word in their language that they can use to explain this thing. Let's take for instance, there are places that they don't have a word for window. Window, they don't have a word for window. And something happens around the window, and you need someone to tell you what has happened. What do we do in such a situation?
Window.
No, I'm just using that as an analogy. Window. I'm just using that as an example. Let's say we go to the field, for instance, and we are to look at how we are to look.
You know what you just said? What is window?
Sometimes, but the issue is this: culture is dynamic, and language as a part of culture changes over time. You know, it's kind of elastic that allows, some foreign, through acculturation, we have some other elements from other cultures being absorbed. So the possibility is this: you go and start telling someone who's from, and the person doesn't even understand you. So a language has come to the point that we speak, and sometimes we mix English words. So sometimes it's safer to use the English word than trying to translate most of those words that are not really there.
Yes.
But on the other hand, if it's there's some, like we talked about values, perception, priorities, like that. In every situation, unless you don't understand the language, if you understand the language very well, you'll be able to say it in the language, the way the person will understand, except you don't understand your language. If you understand the local language, in the context where you find yourself and you are talking, you discover you'll be able to translate it, not word for word, but you carry the meaning. You'll be able to translate the meaning of what was said in English into you. But if you want to go for every word must be in Libya, there's a danger.
Speaking it, will be very weak. We will be having names for certain things. That's why I always say language colonialism is actually creating problems. Because everything we say must be in English and
Okay, that's the answer. The second one, a man visited his friend and met his friend doing the dishes. And then he went and met his friend and told him, you are no longer a man. You're no longer a man. Your wife has turned you to a woman. And the man said, well, I was not coerced to do it. I decided to do it. I want to bring about expression at the end. So one day, the friend visited him without notice and saw him pounding fufu. Saw the friend that told him he had become a woman, saw him pounding fufu in his own house. So I think that to a large extent, some of these things people do it but are not proud enough to say it. It's not that they don't acknowledge. They acknowledge. Most men do the cooking in their houses, not even their wives. But they can't express it. They can't come out and say, I am the one that cooks in my house. A man was nearly fined in my community. What was his crime? His crime was that an issue was brought before the elders, and they asked him, who pays the school fees of your children? And he says, it's my wife. And the elders nearly fined him. They told him, you're a fool. How can you come before the elders and say that it's your wife that pays the fees? The man had to go and reconvene the garden and come and say, hey, well, I'm the one that gives her the money before she pays. So that expression, how do we overcome that? When a man cannot, you are granting an interview and he cannot tell you to your face, especially if he's older, an elderly man with his walking stick is telling you that, my brother, I've not been the one feeding my family for 55 years now. How do we, I don't know if you understand what I'm asking.
So, how would I put it? Consolidated the injustice, right, and the inequality. And remember, I've been talking about self-policing.
You know what you just said is a clear example of the society policing you. That is, what that means is that it has made you such the fear of societal censor does not allow you to step out of the box that they have put you. So they keep on twisting that box. And you're stuck there. But you know what? It only takes you to open the box and step out. But fear of what will they say. And the funniest thing is that you could step out once they know that you have overcome that. Fear is one of the tools they use to rule. Once you are able to step out and the other person is able to step out, you have overcome it. Remember, there's this thing that goes around, I think it has gone around this time of election when there's a table and then the masses are the ones under the table, something of that sort. And all it needs is for the masses to raise their head and the table will overturn. It's the same thing. Society has boxed each and every one of us in diverse ways into a box. And they use fear to keep us in that box. And so what they do is that they circumcise your vision and your opportunities. Because if you step out, imagine it's a box, you open it and you step out, you have a bigger space to play in. But they have so made it that the box seems the natural habitat and the be all and end all. So you can't step out. Yeah, you now get scared. Fear of society, what will society say? But the people that are able to disregard when they know that it is that they are going, they are doing something that serves them and is for their good. The elders will come and say this. There are cases like that. People stand up to it and say, I'm sorry, I cannot do that. Or this is how, yes, my wife is this or my husband is this. They stand for it. Then you would say, oh, that person is doing it, but it needs another person. It's together, a collective effort that we can grow.
So, in addition to that, there's what we call unfreedom. You know, some of us are so boxed, we are not free. Let me use example. If I do handle undergraduate, if you hear me speak, I don't speak English very well. But you know one thing, when I get to the class the first time, I see the student, I will say, please, my English is very poor. So if I maybe I may pronounce this, it's like this. I may use, intend to pronounce something starting from J, maybe from Y. So because of my interface, that don't kind of thing. So I will introduce that. You know why I do that intentionally is because I discovered that some people are so unfree. They have been so boxed by the fact that you have to speak correct English to be able to be reckoned. Right. So then I discovered each time I do that thing, I have liberated many people. Many will even come and say, sir, you've actually helped me. Sometimes I want to ask questions that I can't because of people will laugh at me the way I speak. I say, who said this standard? English is not your language. English is not your language. Your language, if I had my way, is only there are some colleagues here who do not speak Ibibio. If I had my way, I will be using Ibibio to make the information sing. So who set the standard? You know, I have been to many countries. I've lived in many countries. So sometimes when I come, people will say, why has he behaved like this as someone who is not his post? Now, you say that and laugh at me. I will also laugh at you. Because number one, I am very free. I'm acting my real self. I'm very free. And you are laughing because you just want to conform. We keep reproducing these values, this tradition. over time, our children will come and still it's too sunny, and someone is wearing big suit and walking and I say for Christ's sake, I cannot do this because I'm killing myself, and it's not something. I keep trying to get people to be free. Once you are free, you really set yourself out of the box and start operating, and you discover that you explore the world and nothing can stop. It's also in this tradition of gender perspective, the way you see oppression and resistance, and certain things we do, like what I've been telling you, is a kind of subtle resistance to what the tradition does. I resist. You will be laughing and say, I look so odd. But I'm resisting subtly.
You're freeing yourself.
That's free.
And even anyway, English, where the English people, the Americans or wherever, those are all second languages.
Yeah.
And why is it that, that it has to be that is the correct thing? But of course, it's changing now because Pidgin English is coming up. The BBC has a Pidgin English, so some of those things are changing. And honestly, I was even trying to work on the paper, this thing you're saying about nationalizing Pidgin English as a language, as a lingua franca in the countries. Because the Black Americans have their lingua. There's a way they speak. And if you want to follow it correctly, it's not purely correct.
Yes.
But they have, that is their own, and it sticks.
And in Britain, I always set example. I studied in Britain for several times, but look, even people who write in administration and speak, some of them don't speak correct English. But what we do here, we spend time to perfect so that someone will carry an idea, good idea, and people leave the idea to criticize the way, look at the way the professor speaks it.
You know something, somebody, I took a goal sometime, it's a couple of years ago, and this, I was shocked, even though I'm in gender studies, I was shocked by this. The young man that was driving me said he probably drives a lot of these girls that are sex workers, and said they actually practice how to speak. They actually practice it, as in sit down and honestly I didn't know that. So I was, what are you talking about? He said yes, that carries them. So they practice it, and it seems that would make their price go higher, something of that sort. So for me that was a research, accidental research knowledge that I got, and I was like, I went back and I started jotting that down. So it happens all, it's very important to be free. Seriously, in any way that you can make yourself free, do it.
Okay.
Places like the English language, we find ourselves. I find it difficult to understand mathematics. Not that I cannot really work on it, but because of the language is being used to. Maybe some of these things explained in Ibibio or the language that I'm actually familiar with, it will go freely. We find out that some of our students here, if they cross to other side, even if like the lowest student here in Nigeria, they do very well outside there. I was just wondering, and then the experience I had with our guests here made it very simple that even the way it teaches, the least, like the lowest of person that don't really understand can go along with him. So it's, to me, I think it's the societal value we place on like the English language thing that is really costing us and like looking down on like our cultural languages.
It is societal a legacy of colonial rule that we have sustained and made it worse now. See, contemporary period, I keep making this example. You have kids. How many of your kids can speak your language? You cap yourself hear your chest and say, we're the modern family, That's when you try to speak all those things that you don't even say. You now allow, and I say it, I know that we have insecurity now, but when it was a little better, I'm not talking now, how many schools were taking children to places, sites of historic importance, for instance, in Nigeria? Do you know that primary schools now, or I don't know what they call it, they are going out and they tell the mothers and parents to pay astronomical amount of money. They're taking them out. Then they'll say they have some parents can come to be as guardian for all the others, blah, blah, blah. But Nigeria is here. We do not appreciate what we have. And that is why Frank Fanon said it is mental slavery, feeling of inferiority, not liking what is yours. So it's a problem. We have to start from ourselves. We have to start from ourselves to be able to overcome some of this. We cannot say it enough. When you're unfree, you're unhappy. No matter how you want to pretend, I can come here and dress and talk and smile. It's not to say that I'm happy. It's not an indication that I'm happy. Why do you think some of the celebrities are committing suicide left, right, and center? They have the money, they have the power, the influence, but they are not happy. So it's important to be free. It's very important.
Gender injustice. One of the Facebooks I talked about injustice in the hospitality industry, where in a situation where a woman, if you have a table of 8 and a woman is there, and by virtue of the institutional policy, you're supposed to save the woman first. And that we understand by that it is an institutional thing. So I want to ask now, what can gender study do to correct most of this institutional injustice that we see in our society today?
Remember, I made when I was talking earlier, I said something about women being allowed to fly planes. That's an institutional change. It wasn't there before. 2, women during, I think it was Jonathan Goodluck's time, the first time that women were allowed to attend NDA, the army. Yes. That was the first time. All these years, women were not allowed. Because that is
regular.
That's when she
regular
also allowed
course,
women
yes.
to go to government technical schools.
And then you know that is the elitist, for the military. Even when Jonathan did that, and I think this man tried to stop it, and it raised an uproar, and he said the media now came and said, no, that's not, what you're doing, damage control. Yeah. It's not, no, that's not what we said. So they actually allowed women to graduate and continue. And it is through them, the NFA, the what do you call it, pilots, Air Force. That was how we were able to have those set of women that came out, and one of them died. And they were sent out to war. They were fighting the Boko Haram.
But even up to now, the best jet fighters.
So what are we talking about this? No, it underscores what I'm saying. Allow them, what the person wants to do, because you excel when you're passionate about something. Like I said, if they had stopped them, now they're saying they're the best. And I still told you about the commercial pilots. If nothing else, some of these examples goes to show people just allow them to be. Don't provide obstacles by virtue of their sex. This person is a woman, no, you cannot do this. Who told you? Allow her. She fails, then that is a problem. Then
okay, she's tried and failed. And sometimes you want to go and do courses. And it is like you have even told yourself that is not a course for a woman. You are telling yourself. And so you don't even bother. And so perhaps you could have been good in that. You know, I did it too. I mean, I did it. There are courses I wanted to do. I'm like, oh no, that is not a feminine course. Maybe I should have. Plus, what your peer group and others are saying, or you tell yourself you cannot. I remember that I just decided to try myself. I mean, I'm in history, you know, that's not a mathematical stuff. But I just went, did something in business and was doing all the statistics. I can assure you that the first day I entered the class, I said, if I'm saying, present yourself. You know, that fear, that prescription from society hit me that first time. And I thought I wouldn't be able to do it. Where did I come out? I sent myself, what kind of thing is this? What are they talking about? You know, I didn't allow myself. The teacher was there, I'm like, yeah. What has history got to do with this one? Why did I come? First couple of times. Until by virtue of, you know, talking to myself and saying, if that one can do it, why can't I do it? And you know, I started that program. And it was even difficult, you know, when I got into the statistics and allowed myself, opened myself up to understand it. Sometimes going back to history, because I was running the two courses, you know, it's like this is so much of a story. This is so much writing. I started getting used to the statistics that I would never have told myself. So that taught me a big lesson. We use very little capacity of our brains. You can do it if you set your mind to it and you work at it.
Okay, thank you. Come back tomorrow because there are some issues, emergencies coming up. So that is why we want to short it down and come back tomorrow. But you agree with me, you have learned quite a lot. Yeah, certainly. So you have to evaluate, you have to tell your stories of what actually you learned. We're very, very interested about that. To make your stories of what you learned, what you did not know, what you learned new, and that will go, it can go, even the media can actually project your story, short clips, and probably share. That would be very nice. The important thing I keep saying, this is capacity building. There's nothing to me. Let me tell you one thing about me. If you keep money, if I carry a bag, this is money and these are books. That's why sometimes when I travel and come back, if you see my luggages, the greatest of the highest number will fill with books. And even if you say you have to drop some of the luggages, the books will go first with me. If the other one contains money, let it be dropped. That is my life. Because I value knowledge in such a way that I don't know how to describe. That's why when I see anything that will actually generate knowledge, it's trying to empower you. Because when you have the knowledge, when you are empowered by knowledge, money will follow you. Like you will see, like I was looking for her, Eti to stand up. She even recommended her to me and said, this woman, this is the person that recommended me. This woman, and then I started checking her profile. Before you realize, I trap. That is what others do to me. They will just say, oh, Fabio, I see a strange message coming. Start checking my profile. I will go, open my bed. Coming back, I change any environment, to a new environment and become more happy and become healthy. So knowledge is power. That is why I intentionally designed this. Not only for those who will be going for field work, but to build capacities of team members and invited guests. So we've learned quite a lot. If you want to review intersectionality, a whole lot of misconception, evolution, historical perspective, and all this you can tie them to water, access to societal resources, including water, sanitation, and hygiene. So when we hear gender, they are gender. So it's a kind of tradition. But this tradition gets reproduced. And as they reproduce, they take a different turn. Now, a new turn may be coming, and this new turn will reproduce. Certain things we used to know, our children may not even know them again, because it's reproduced in a very different way. So I want to thank Pon for this kind of effort. I'm really impressed. If you see me, I'm unstable. I go out, I will say, oh, I have missed a lot. When I go 8 minutes I leave, I say I have missed a lot. But there's nothing I can do. I don't have control of because since I'm coordinating a number of them. So I really thank you very much. I thank those who are very passionate, which I know them. They come on time, because people who have passion to learn will always come, even wait for the lecturer to start. And then people who don't have passion can come late and anytime. I'm not saying you don't have passion. but you know, this kind of training can tell. If you have passion and love this kind of training, in fact, next day you will even be sleeping here, like sleeping and waking up here. So that is it. Thank you all. I wish you all the best and prepare for tomorrow, which the gender conversation is on. Yeah.
So can I say something? Tomorrow, drawing from what Robert said, we could start off. You know, you've had this talk, and then why don't you, an assignment of some sort, right? So you have what has changed in your perception of gender, and then we can start over and talk tomorrow from there. What has changed? What was it before? You could do like a comparison. Certain areas, how has it changed? It was like this before, this is how you used to think about certain things, this is what is new. And then we can start off from there tomorrow. So we collect it and then use that as a basis for the first topic tomorrow. Is that okay? Thank you very much.
Water, sanitation, and hygiene. So, but look at the background. For instance, of the global debt from the 1 billion people without access to improved drinking water and 2.5 billion without adequate sanitation, over 83% are concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa. You can just see the statistic on background. That is over 1 billion people globally without access to improved drinking water. And if you look at your environment, for instance, these are things we take for granted. Where do people have access to? What are the sources, available sources of water? APICO put, for those in the WASH or IHE DEX group, APICO tried and posted something. You see, if you live in the city now, you would actually not imagine people drink that kind of water from source to source. You will not even imagine it. So, but if you go to some areas, some rural areas may be very worse. I don't even want to talk about areas that are experiencing desertification, desert conditions, water scarcity. So you see people who find themselves in a very difficult situation that they can drink anything. And in terms of sanitation, you see, it said over 2.5 billion without adequate sanitation. In terms of, toilet to use, adequate toilet, clean, not only the number or availability, but the quality. Another aspect of sanitation. So in all this, water sanitation, you see that sub-Saharan Africa, if you see this map, so it's like the black race. The other side, North Africa, the first kings, the sub-Saharan Africa, from the green, you see that we have these challenges. But you also see how these challenges, lack or access to water, connect with development and human capital. You have to know about this background, that water, sanitation and hygiene has become a very serious issue. That the MDG, Millennium Development Goal, in those days tried its best, but it could not come out clearly on water and sanitation. The SDG came out clearly because of some debate. Sometimes I participated in some of those debates trying to push that this should be given priority, water, sanitation, access to water and sanitation. Probably because of power relationship. People who power, those who fund, who power conferences or whatever activities leading to these mega norms like MDGs, FDGs, SDGs are from the global north. When I say global north, that is Western Europe, Western industrialized countries, and also Australia. So they may not have water problem. These things are taken for granted. But for us, the power relationship is weighing to our disadvantage because we don't actually have much power. But because of the cross-cutting nature of water and sanitation, look at Ebola, look at some other things, public health challenges. If something happens now, you have a major challenge now. You discover that it does not respect boundaries. So if you travel from Africa to America and you have water-related, hygiene-related, sanitation-related sicknesses, you know it can cross boundaries. So the war is becoming a global phenomenon, and the world decided, the maker powers, the big powers, decided to say, no, we don't have to exclude this. We have to incorporate it. So the Sustainable Development Goal came out to make it very clear. I think Goal 6 in the Sustainable Development Agenda came out to emphasize clearly water and sanitation. That is an achievement. If you have an agenda, something brought to the front burner, that means attention is generated. It may attract funding, it may attract policy reforms, it may attract some political commitment, which is very, very important. So the world is actually coming to terms with this reality. So, of course, if you look at other things we touch on, related matters like national policies, self-human settlement, poverty eradication, gender equality, promotion of healthy and productive. So if you look at the whole Sustainable Development Goal, a whole lot of things, what you say, water and sanitation intersect with other kind of sub-goals, others main and sub-goals. For instance, poverty eradication. There is no way you don't have clean access to water and sanitation. In fact, poverty is still there because whatever, every day you'll be contending with sicknesses related to this simple thing. And you spend so much money going to hospital, trying to solve this problem at the detriment of, not only that, you are debilitated. You will not be able to do other productive engagement, engage in other productive. So that cycle of poverty will continue. So that is why I say access to clean water and sanitation. You know, people die here without knowing, of course, we blame this kind of avoidable death, sometimes on witchcraft. But most of the things that make people die here are simple matters arising from poor quality water, inadequate sanitation, and hygiene. Because if you don't have water, clearly, it compromises hygiene. So you may sit down and develop sicknesses you don't know the intestinal challenge coming out. You may develop one kind of sicknesses that get complicated. Suddenly, you pass on, and people will blame it on. So it's very, very important that we bring this kind of knowledge. In productive society, all this healthy living, they are anchored on adequate quality sources of water and sanitation. Of course, hygiene and food. So look at one side. There is this lady, Karen. What did Lenny say about mob?
He said that we should, discard or throw away expired tools that we use in mopping. Sometimes we use mop and it's expired and still using it. Sometimes when we buy it's more original and we keep using it and it will affect it brings virus and all those things that attacks us. So it's very bad. We should improve on that. So we even call it yama yama.
I actually laugh because sometimes we take these things for granted. You use mop that is so unclean and mop the floor. You may be reintroducing some problems. It takes someone else to notice it. So, but who are those receiving at the receiving? If in fact those people using them. So you see, so that kind of thing. When I heard that, I just was laughing. But sometimes because it becomes very, very difficult to actually think about, because you think, oh, I do not have money, I'm struggling to feed myself. Why must I buy mop again to mop? It happens. You see? So this kind of priority may not be there if you are struggling yourself to feed yourself. And then now, of course, we've said quite a lot about this. What the water component of wash, we've said it. Well, I try to capture some scenes. Where do you believe it? This is very, very real. These are real things. It's only that you live, for all us who live in a Quaibo, we may take this for granted. For instance, you go to the village, you still see clean water from streams and drink. But those in the city, we're talking about water from borehole. And then this is also the problem, because you have to have ideas about this thing. If you go to some other countries, if you move beyond Quaibo and go to some other countries, okay, from Konya, hello? Okay. So you lived in Quaibo, you don't know what other space. If you travel to any other place, even not when I was doing my undergraduate year, what comes to mind if you are doing research? Water quality, you start thinking of testing water and that. There are a lot of behavioral issues. Until the first time I went to South Africa, I see how people suffer because of water. Because it's a developmental issues. If here we claim we have water, look at in the dry season, you see that it may take some minutes extra to get water from a certain, because the drawdown in terms of borehole, may not be so sufficient at that moment. It takes extra lessons, and people fight for water. And if for instance, we develop and start developing intensive irrigation agriculture and industries come here, which will use water heavily and irrigation, we discover that we'll be having serious problems. All what we claim we have water here, you will discover you will not have. Because industries will take a whole lot and also discharge a whole lot of pollutants and pollute available sources. Irrigation will take a whole lot, and also rainwater will wash the chemicals, pollute available sources. What you may be having may be groundwater, and you can't guarantee to what extent the availability at a certain point. So you start having water challenges if we are actually on the path of real development. So you see that water, in terms of water, you have sources, quantity, and quality. One thing, we have source. Once you have where you get your water, then the quantity, because here we may be thinking of the quantity, the quality matters also. What kind of, the quality of water you drink. I use example. Those in Uyo here, even in the city, where is the source of your water? Or where are the sources of your water? Borehole. Generally, and then what, public supply, do you have public supply? So you have boreholes. Let me share a certain experience here. I met one of our staff in my department. So I said, I went to one village. I saw the stream, the water so clean. I discovered the attitude of that woman. How can I drink such kind of water? It's not clean. That the attitude is that the borehole we drink here is very, very clean and better. So I started making some analysis. I said, okay, now borehole, first thing, we impound water into an overhead GP tank, right? Then I said, pick a bucket, put water and keep there for 1 week. Go and check the under. You see slippery, a lot of things will happen. But you impound water here, and that is the water you drink and feel is safe. I use example. When I stayed at Waniba, I used to sponsor, it was 6 different clubs. But I used to sponsor that the tank be washed, at least 3 months or 4 months of that. So I later left for Japan and spent 2 days. Came back, the tank wasn't washed for that 2 days. So I met it, I said, okay, let me go and check. And going to open the tank, see toad, see worms, see a whole lot of things. You will not, and this thing is close. So how do they form? How are they able to? So they form. Those things form and come out. But this is the water they. So I immediately asked someone to come and water it. You see, you claim here, you sit down here and say, oh, I'm drinking water from, and commercial places, they are interested in making money. Have you taken time to ask them and say, have you washed your tank? How many times? And some of you can make a lot of name and money out of by forming a group and trying to connect with the law. Try and see let's see your camp. Let's see how it is. If you see it's not work for sometimes, you summon the person to explain. By the time one or two person is summoned, and this thing is not appropriate for members of the It's something that government should actually do. People will learn everything. You see the kind of water fed to public. In another experience, there is this one girl that sometimes used to come to my house. So she would take a bath, and one day she complained and said, "Sir, why is it that when I go to a cargo and take my bath, I'll be having itches up and down?" I said, "Why would you not have itches?" But when I come here, I don't. I said, "Why would you not have?" Because number one, you don't know the worms that are there secreting certain things into, and you become allergic to that. It's possible that the tanks have not been washed. So I try to explain, and where I live, I have a borehole and release water free. Since I back in the 2016, water is free. People come from different places. If I don't have water in that house for a second, that means it will not flow from the tap. People come from everywhere, not only free. You know, sometimes when I go to a public place, I really drink different bottled water. I come, I recharge myself at home because the water, in terms of quality, people will say, when I drink this water, I mean, kind of very fresh and it's not like hard, not, you know, this kind of thing. It can cause you a lot of things like what you claim malaria. Why do I do that? Because I know that this time, even when I don't have money, I will feel. I sometimes pump 3 times in a day. So once you pump, it drains off. People use it, you pump, it drains off. So that is very safe for me. And maybe in 4 months I will ask, let it be washed. I don't even use chemicals because I make sure, let it be washed. Because here we don't have much of a problem. Let it be washed. Those who wash don't see anything to wash. Because at least twice in a day we pump it and it drains off. People fetch it 24 hours. It's open. Even my neighbor parking, I said, for me, you don't have need to sing ball. I connect you with my water here. Just have a tank. When you just take a little of what you people can use. Because I know people may say, oh, that this man is wasting money. But I'm also, for my own enlightened self, for my own good. Because I want that water cannot stay in a day and build up for a whole lot. So you see the quality of what I'm actually really talking about. So if you have water, you depend on public sources and commercial sources. You have to think about, you may think, oh, that is a symbol of wealth and progress. I have water, a head tank, and a symbol of, my status symbolized. But the public health aspect would not actually factor in. So this is very, very important. The quantity, equality matters. Whatever. Then in terms of storage, where do you store your water? How do you store them? You take care of water quality. Then do you need, in some context, you just turn the tap. But public supplies sometimes come to people. But to what extent are they regulate control for quality? Infrastructural decay, they replace it. No, it may not. And I have experiences about this. Centrally, the state, when I say the state, maybe a country, the state centralizes supply water because of public health, for public health reasons. It's not allowed to individuals or private organizations. If it is allowed, it must be strictly controlled and regulated. So they monitor it and do everything. And I forgot, I would have got a photo that there is a point when I visited Switzerland, and then they took us to the water utilities there. Well, they washed us and gave us special kit to wear. Then we got there, our water is centralized and supplied. We got there, they showed us everything, the control room monitoring. They monitor every aspect of the flow, the content, everything, which is supplied to the water. But do we have such kind of thing yet? It's not very possible. It's left at individual, or then individuals will then capitalize on that, use it to make money, selling it, they don't even get to make sure that they police it very well. The law enforcement agencies don't actually police it. So, and then, because you see that water is a vehicle for transmitting diseases. This is why it is very important. And in what ways do you think water can transmit diseases? What ways do you actually think about this? Because when you see, water transmits diseases, what ways do you think? Can you mention some sicknesses you think water transmitted? Cholera. Then next, typhoid. These are the common ones we know. Which are the common ones we know? Water bodies that you have worms. You see that you could there are some worms that could enter your hand. So it causes all sorts of problems. And some studies actually classify some of those diseases into different categories, like when you see waterborne diseases, infections spread through water supply. You supply waterborne, you drink, the water is contaminated, and it causes problems. Water wash, you don't have enough water to bath, to do laundry, and take care of your environment and domestics. So this kind of thing are hygiene related. So you see diseases coming out of that, like skin rashes, because you don't bath. In the house, you don't wash your things. Even the smells alone, it combines with other kind of smells from material stuffs in the house. The synergistic effect. You can imagine the toxicity that it brings to your body, to your system. Then water-based diseases. Of course, infections transmitted through an aquatic invertebrate host. You go to some rivers, some rural areas, they have streams, stagnant, some don't, the sources are not very, in terms of quality, not guaranteed. You have some aquatic animals, invertebrates, living there. When you go there, look at some gutters. There are certain things, I don't know the name of that thing, in our local language we call, sometimes it's wood. Leech. So, these things, when it gets to your body, if you dip your body or feet, get there and start, something. So, that is what you call water-based. Those things are living on water. So in stagnant places like waters, those things live there. Children may be playing around and get this thing transmitted to your body. It becomes a problem. You spend so much water. Water-related infections spread by insects that depend on water. For instance, can you cite some water-related infections you may think? Typhoid. Malaria, for instance, mosquito, stagnant, mosquito get there and then break and then start to get worse. Then Yeah, then you get around to say the sanitation component. Some scenarios here. You know, surprisingly, this is a public ministry. Sorry, a public ministry, and that's even this public ministry. In a quite, you know, I happen to go for some business. So I was pressed. I said, let me use the toilet. When I went, I couldn't even enter the floor. I said, you see, sometimes why open defecation is encouraging. The state deliberately, now you say, oh, have toilet, but these toilets are not properly maintained. How many of you take toilet as something that is part of your life and livelihood? It's rare because you think, yeah, you take toilet as part of your life and livelihood. Okay, good. Because yes, because let me tell you, if you want to go into analyzing this, house, you have your toilet. It's like you separate. You see toilet as a different entity from your own. This is what is common. It's attitudinal problem. Even at public, that mentality transferred to public offices. So you see where people live. If I go to some places, sometimes I will try and manage myself that I may not have to use toilet. You see? So our attitude there is another problem. But I know that where I try to stay, even though I have many people, every day I will try my best to even go to toilet, because toilet is a place that I can stay and even eat. I will go there and try to shout and say, this toilet is not done this. I try my best to make sure the standard is upheld. Try and replace infrastructure, because it's a place that I go there and eat. Within my control, I will do my best. Even the one you are using here, I have to make sure I replace certain things there and get it to the level that it could be a little decent. It's a public office. Sometimes you go to public office and say, oh, toilet, what does it concern me? So that is a public office, a toilet from a public office. So then you see the impact of this, even on children. On you, the public health perspective. You may try it, this is the problem with wash. You may try to maintain yours. Your neighbor is not, so whatever outbreak there may affect you. So you see why state should have central control of it. Because it's a public, it has public health impact, implications, yes. So now, you have personal hygiene, constituting sanitation, environmental cleanliness, which could have health, have impact on health, and waste disposal management. So look at, there are many perspectives even at the home level, at the domestic level. Reusing water. Sometimes you reuse water to mop the floor. You are not interested in the content of the reused water, recycle water. Whereas maybe because of scarcity, and sometimes people deliberately think, oh, if there's no way I can use clean this thing to do this. Especially when you are buying water, it may not be sufficient. So you keep keeping it. And look at houses built without access to water. You don't have in-house water supply. Maybe you buy water. Do you know what they do? They negotiate a use and flush by saying, oh, a free member of the family, ma use some. once you have your clean water, you keep dipping them, putting them and putting them. So every member of the family will use the toilet. Then after that, every member, you throw with they take the water and then go and then this is what happens, the reality in Mosul. Then now, come to think of it, that gap, flies with a patch on the and then starts to carry around. And even the water you are using, you keep putting dirty water and keep around your house. So it's very, very common in most part of society. You wanted to say something? Yes.
The difference between pipe-borne water and borehole water.
Well, pipe, of course, carried through a pipe. You can use borehole to water supply. But we are not into that perspective right now.
Yes. Most majority of us, we use commercial water and private boreholes, majority. So in this case that you expatiated on the hygiene, different most uncleanliness, how do we manage this to save our own health individually?
No, commercial.
Yes.
Because private, you may not have the resources to fund it, right? Then you depend on commercial. Normally, the state should take very strong interest. Normally, you don't have any need to produce water and use for yourself. It should be supplied by the state because of the public health necessity of water. But where the state fails, that is where individuals get into all sort of and in the course of that, it generates problems. So I know that you may not have money to fund, and sometimes you depend on. But you can also take interest, because sometimes it's trying to create awareness. Take interest in where you buy water. Because sometimes, even my neighbor, sometimes who have bubble, even my neighbor will say, how long have you discovered they don't put wash? They say, I mean, you only get them bottle. Don't wash it. And they have not made an attempt to go and check what is inside. Yeah. So sometimes there is when I did wash UPP, EU Rise 2020 funding I got, I had to pay for it. So there is a particular video I projected out that you see a lot of monkeys going to GP tank to be party, jumping in, and these are things people drink. And that tank is open. So that tank is open. That's the thing people drink. If you go to some cities, like maybe Lagos, the geography of this thing is worse depending on the city context. Some cities who are actually having problems with water, this kind of thing may be worse. You just, okay, look at even the sachet water you drink. You think it's clean? It's not clean. Look, let me tell you, this bottled water, if I go to any place, I rarely drink it. Except in a very serious, exceptional circumstance. Because the water I have in my house, I drink it and don't feel, I know that is. So that I recharge myself, then come and try and when I go back, I try my best to recharge. Because we don't have regulatory control. Anyone can pick this level and level your water. Or even the area, the production place. You can't even guarantee those who are working there. Yeah, you want to? Yeah.
Borehole is up to 10 years. Definitely it's clean. You can drink it.
Yeah.
So there was a time I used a water tester to test definitely if that water is up to 10 years ago or if it's clean. What I saw, the water tester will differentiate some colors which you know the best. The light blue kind of blue color like is the best. I will see like yellowish, green and all of that. But that particular water I wanted to test, the bottle was up to 10 years. The water was something else. So I was advising them, please don't drink this. This is pure malaria. Please.
Actually, if my water, my borehole, 2 years interval. Currently, I'm trying to call the person that always compresses it. Because it's not enough, apart from the tank perspective. She's making another point. Every 2 years, I will call the person that drilled the borehole for me. He will come and compress it. He will keep it for maybe 3 days, do necessary thing, then later pick a machine to come and compress, get the water, make the holes, every blockage, everything, and the water will be fresh again. So compression, if you have someone who can be, you engage at least 2 years interval, you compress, that will be fine. Yeah.
And the water we get from the borehole actually comes from underground water. And depending on the environment we find ourselves, daily people are dying. We bury them. We bury our waste product sometimes is buried underground. And those things over time drain down to the underground water. So no matter how many years you think your borehole has been, I don't think it's advisable that you just drink it directly like that without you purify it or seal it.
Actually, I don't go into the geology of that. I actually don't deal with that. But the aquifer system is there to sieve everything and protect the system. So what you are saying is not quite enough to sink. Even before you get to that, it would have been so purified. Do you know that even the sewage, this water from the black water, what we call the black water, is the water that is flush, toilet and that. That one can be turned into drinking. I saw it. I saw it at Edinburgh Public Utility. They carried us on a tour. In fact, the whole public facilities around bigger than this main campus. So you see processes for which they turn the sewage, into finally becomes potable. I'm telling you, they monitor everything.
The water in the University of Uganda, they have water that it's, they get it from the damage class, from the reservoir, and they recycle it. You know the effluence in Ibadan, even effluence from I didn't drink, I didn't see water.
Even it will be attitude, because there is a whole lot of problems about water. Sometimes predicted the next the next world war will be fought over. So water is very serious. It's only here we live in an illusion. If we start to really think of development and what you see the scarcity playing out, there are many dimensions about that. You wanted to say something? Yeah.
As a water resource engineer, you see this. There are principles in which the hydrology system works. So, like for her now, she said that after 10 years that the water may not be good again. How do you expect to have a water pump that have been inside the ground for 10 years? There will be chemical reaction, rusting will take place. So you don't expect that water to be good. The flushing you're talking about, what happens there is that they will move the small out and try to bring out those water that have been there.
until the place becomes dry and it brings out another water. Then the water coming out now will now be good for drinking again. So as long as you don't do any back flushing, and that sumo remains there, as long as you're okay if it doesn't have a problem. You only remember the sumo when you stop pumping, and it's there for a long time. There will be oxidation, there will be reaction going on there. So as such, that sumo will cause problem. And then my sister here was also talking about the difference between groundwater and pipe-borne water. Now, the groundwater is just, the borehole water, sorry. The borehole water is just drilling and getting water from the ground through the borehole. You abstract it through the pumping machine. Now, the pipe system she talked about, it is still part of the supply of water, but the sources differ. Now, it can be open source, which is surface, it can be ground, but the main aim is to collect it to a particular system, a storage point, and then channel it to places where it is needed through a pipe-borne system. If you go to Calabar, for instance, Calabar have, I think their water system is still working, although I don't know what is doing with it. They tap their water from the back of the University of Calabar. They have the water there. Now that water is the salt water. What happens is that they desalinize the water by removing the salt, treat it. If you stay in Calabar, you take that water, you'll be perceiving chlorine from the water. So they have to go through that treatment and then challenge it to where it is needed. That is the pipe-borne water. But the one in your house, you just drill, no treatment, no even testing. Once they tell you that they've dug it up to maybe 250 feet, say it's okay, no problem. You're okay with it, as long as it's clean, no odor. And we are lucky enough in this place that the water table is good and the water is well saturated. Unlike if you go to a place like Lagos, you go to Lake, even rivers in Enugu, no water. No water in Enugu. These places are built to no water. It's polluted by coal deposit. Then, for my sister there that talked about maybe burying something and then polluting the water, the groundwater have a movement. It goes from the higher gradient to the lower gradient. So, as long as those things that are buried are not in the waterways, it can never. And then the depth also has a factor to play, and the type of soil. This our soil here is sandy and is allowed easy penetration of water. So as long as that 6 feet in which they are buried anything has no effect, it's insignificant as compared to the level of groundwater, except in cases where they have high groundwater zone. And if you watch well, they don't bury things anyhow. They take it to places where at least they have the water table is far more deeper than it is where it is up. So
they don't bury, they send their dead bodies to the river, to the water bodies. So now someone maybe upstream is drilling borehole. Don't you think that too can have effect on the water they're testing?
Well, first hydrogeologist, who actually I'm a behavioral scientist. So, but he has given analysis trying to, when I was trying to respond was superficial. But he has actually given deeper analysis, which I have sort of also. But for the rivers you are saying, you know, in a riverine area, the soil structure is very poor. So it may be very difficult to drill the borehole. So if you see borehole there, well, I don't guarantee it is that. But the hydrogeologist can say a little about that.
Seawater and the freshwater intrusion, whereby the water from the ocean goes into the freshwater aquifer that is closer to the ocean and contaminates it. So it is difficult for you to get fresh water. Even if you get it with time, it will get contaminated.
So what of course, the answer compression. I do that 2 years. Currently, even this morning, I'm trying to call the person that does this up to close to 2 years now. And does it, but the number is not good. I'm trying to get someone to link him, to call him again. So I try to take cognizance of that. So if you are aware of it, we can, well, it may be costly. The problem is we may not take what we do as we may consider prioritize, oh, money is, so how can I use money to do this? It may be costly because I know it will come and not less than 25,000 naira will go for that. But it's very important that that is quite yeah, okay.
Then, Mr. Casper, I know you wrote and you reviewed a book about what Basin Authority. I know you reviewed a journal of yours about Basin Authority. Where you review basic you review the policies and everything. And I know you know about the blue economy that is coming out now. What is the now the difference between wash that is coming up? Is it not different names that are still carrying and still pushing the same policy and the same field?
You mean wash and blue economy? Wash,
blue economy, and Basin Authority. The in-depth, I read the stuff about them. I also read, we asked to review journals, and journals actually, they said we should review yours from the University of and we talked much about it and what it's supposed to do, and providing water quality, the policy, everything, they talked about it. We talked about it. Now, what are they doing differently? And what is the sustainability of them?
No, it's the nexus itself. We are trying to let you know. Blue economy is a different thing of trying to use water as a basis to develop this, the economy of the place. So it doesn't, if we go, that is a different path, quite completely different from this. Of course, blue economy, if you base your development on water, you also have to consider wash also. It's part of it. Because using water to develop an area. So maybe we talk more if we have time about that, to clarify certain things about that.
I needed to understand the difference.
Please, let's remain focused on wash.
What's the difference between sanitation, hygiene, and water quality?
Hygiene,
water quality.
Of course, see, when we say sanitation, you know about, sometimes we get it down to toilet, we get it down to cleanliness, waste disposal, a whole lot of things. Then hygiene is even part of it. Water quality itself, of course, is part of the public health testing. If we say water is not unimproved quality, availability, quantity would affect sanitation. That is the link. Availability will affect sanitation. Then quality, of course, it has to do with public health perspective. Individual health. Public health sanitation, because the nexus is there. Because outbreak of sicknesses relate to the unimprovement in water condition that we take, or insufficient use. If you see, I've said something about water wash, water bomb, water related, water. So when you say quality, I say one component, the quality itself matters a lot. The quality of water you drink, of course, about your health. The quality, and think of availability in terms of quantity. You have the quantity enough to take care of sanitation. You have to flush the toilet, you have to bath, you have to do laundry and all of that. The quality enough to even use and mop the floor you are living. Because if you use wastewater and mop the floor, of course you know what actually is bound to happen. It's also a public health challenge. So, and you have to have the quality, the kind of quality you need to make sure maybe you supply for public use. So these are things, if you understand water in terms of quantity and quality and the sources also matter. So that is where you can connect this. As we go on, maybe you understand it very well. So this is a very, very simple thing. Okay, you wanted to say something?
To the question she asked in terms of burying and people burying in river bodies, taking dead bodies to river bodies. The biological system of rivers or water bodies does not allow for any organic matter to remain for too long. So even if you take a dead body to the river, you realize that you form a micro ecosystem around that body, because the animals or the aquatic animals that make sure that body decays within the shortest period of time will come around there and make sure they finish it. I was watching on Nat Geo one program they did on sharks, and they said apart from the natural instinct of sharks to go for anything that has spilled blood in the sea, seeing it as food, it also sees that blood as a contamination of its environment. So the shark is coming to make sure whatever spilled that blood should be removed from this place. Yes, so it's coming there to clean the system. So burying people in rivers is not really the problem. Most of the time, the problem is those inorganic substances, those heavy metals that basically the organic system of the river system does not have what it takes to break it down.
Do we still have sharks in Nigeria?
Of course. Of course. Yes. Yes. The territorial waters. The territorial waters that belong to Nigeria. Sharks are still there. Not just sharks, fishes,
There's a required distance of where you drill the borehole and maybe sewage tank. And discover that now these days, every compound receive it, like where we are living. And this is not because this person has a fence here and the borehole is here. Another person comes to do the sewage tank on the other side of the fence. And it becomes a matter of concern because certainly it will seep into the groundwater. And there's no regulation, nobody, when they come to check, when what they say, this regulatory bodies, UCCDA, and they don't check such things. So I was just talking in my room, I was like, we went to stay there, when we went there was no water, we used, and people came. When it's called everybody is coming to, I said, does it really make sense for us? At least we have come together. When you came in, you used the water, so we have an affinity, so to say. We have a relationship. Why does everyone now want to come? So it becomes a kind of status symbol to have your own borehole. Instead of we know ourselves. Yeah. We are living in the same environment, and we put our hand, use this one. And it serves us rather than everybody. And so we discover that everybody wants to do his own, and it's not really helping. And there's this other thing, this hypo that they say is toilet cleaner. I was just imagining what will be the outcome tomorrow, the long-term effects. This thing kills microorganisms. So when we are talking of cleaning the floor with it, so you can imagine, like it's a strong chemical. Yeah. Is it not because, and they talk about putting it in your toilet, and just thinking of what will happen to the sewage, because if it goes there, it will certainly kill the microorganism. And this is what there is to break down what is down there so that it will not, the sewage tank will not get filled. So I always question what will happen in the future.
Actually, that area, because like when you say using certain things, and people use perfume also anyhow in the house. In my house, I try to ban use of perfume. Because if you see, synergistic effect itself, not only the effect of those things, even the tiles you use, even a whole lot of things, but we don't go, it's an entirely different perspective. But the issue of what you said, toilet, was addressed by, it also depends on the water level of that particular place. And we know that whatever happens, the aquifer protect the groundwater system. Some of those things is highly insignificant, as he actually had said. We wanted to say something.
All these problems. Now that most of us are using commercial boreholes where we cannot provide art, and we have seen the danger of the commercial boreholes. How do we
How do we take care of these waters?
There are certain core areas, core development areas of public significance that the state should take absolute control. In fact, if we invest into, the state can even make more money, engage many people in terms of employment by taking absolute control. Without the state taking absolute control, it becomes a problem. Like I published an article, I say borehole race, the political ecology of indiscriminate or groundwater exploitation. So, because it's actually, if you explore it from political ecology perspective, you see that environmental challenge we have, or we may likely have, is a result of failure of the public policies to arrive at, maybe trying to govern it properly. So this is a very serious matter. I don't blame anybody, but it's good for you to be aware. Like the model I use where I live, try sharing kind of economy. I know I get exposed to sharing you want to travel to this place, someone also want to go. He said, oh, come and let's use my car, and you use it so that you minimize pollution. And just so, even in water, this thing, we can be sharing. Oh, I have water here, why not connect it and leave sinking borehole again? So this is another perspective. The solution lies in strong state interest. I don't know if we preserve some questions after, so that we get to touch on a whole lot of things. So, hand washing and personal hygiene. Do you know, just after toilet use, after dirty mop use, all this stuff, you have to, because the hands, very, very important in transmitting some, is it viruses or bacteria or what? Germs. Or germs. You know, in our context, we say germs will kill Africa. Germs never kill Africa. But you can construct a whole lot of stories around that. And people use that to actually justify inappropriate sanitary behavior. You could remember when Lenny came from airport, and I was actually lost. When I stand, he did like this. Normally, when you see, you will say, how can we? But he knows. We worship sometimes. Then I was in Germany one time. Well, the first time I got myself exposed, someone was having a cold, this cough and everything. So sat behind me. You know, in Catholic Church, there's a point we say you have to make sure you stand peace and shake people's hands. So wanted to shake. So you know, personally, I felt very. But they let us know I have cold. So I also had experience when I was in Japan. There's this lady using this, was having this cough and cold as well. I wanted to go, oh, Emmanuel, please, don't come here, so that, you know, they don't speak English well, so that my problem will not, so you see the level of civility, how people do this. But in our case, even if we are and we don't actually consider this. We don't consider this as inappropriate, because you know quite well you are, your hands are not quite that. Instead of telling, I know even if you tell people, people will not accept it. Oh yes, you feel to shake me. So they start leveling you in there. So it's a two-way kind of thing. I may be civilized, though I know that my hands is not so clean. I don't want to shake. But another person may say, say, so this kind of thing means quite a lot. If you know what people use their hands and do every day,
you be very careful. In fact, COVID-19 brought something like this. You can be doing this. You can be doing this and avoid it. Or if you must do anything, because we go out, anything, you have to wash your hands before you take it. Even some food, someone would, there are a whole lot of things. Someone will peel groundnut because of peeling, and you know, it will be sneezing, still peel. So a whole lot of things about hygiene, and then food hygiene matters also. Cooking, storing, preventing cross-contamination. You know, you cook, where you cut tomatoes, and same cutting board you use and cut another thing. There may be cross-contamination coming out of that. So ensuring safe water at the point of use. How the water you use at the point of use, how safe is it? Safe disposal of species, both human and animal. In our context where we say, if you have an infant, a child, an infant, we say, infant feces may not have any effect. And even spiritual kind of explanation also surround that. Or you see a child that is so filled with what, and then a spiritual explanation. If you don't take the child, especially if you are looking for the fruit of the womb, they say, he reject a child and is looking for a child. so a whole lot of cultural perspective. I'm trying to capture the cultural aspect, the spiritual perspective. So, safe disposal of human excreta in some contexts here, you don't dispose a child, infant feces along with the adult. They will connect with the teeth, will not. I used to hear that. So, but in my studies over the years, I discovered, if you move to urban area where you have in-house toilet, automatically that and this may not hold in such context of time. So you can interrogate why that kind of belief actually flourish around and actually understand. General hygiene, laundries, bath, sinks, there's what we call committee. You use the knob for turning for water, turning the tap can be contaminated. A whole lot. And you can go to public toilet, use it, and normally after that you should wash your hands. Sometimes it's difficult. I may even live like that without washing the hands, because washing hands may imply also getting my hands contaminated. But sometimes what I do is I will turn it, wash it at the end of the day, put water here, turn off, and then wash it. So these things you have to be conscious about them because they are very, very important. Disposal of solid waste, control of wastewater and rainwater, observation of high-risk situations, care of those who are infected is very important. Those who are infected, those who have sicknesses, challenges, care. How do you care for them? What kind of appropriate method you use? So this, and then there is another dimension of hygiene that also emerges. If you go to burial grounds, burial places where humans are buried, funeral places, you see people can touch cups and do this, even at cooking points, you see the idea. But unfortunately, we've not actually taken this as research is used here. So first thing, awareness is very important about this, about sanitation and hygiene issues. So you see that the nexus here simply tell you the complex interconnection of the wash element with human and public health. Yes, unsafe sanitation practices and lack of environmental hygiene affect quality of water sources. Unsafe sanitation practices. If you dispose of, like you said, dispose cups into running water. So I know some riverine areas, riverside, people still drink from that water bottle. Compromise. Depending on, you can catalyze the spread of infection. I said about water mediate transmission of microorganisms. So the nexus is here. You know now, the world is talking nexus thinking, connection of one fault and the other, interconnectedness of issues to bring out something else. Absence of poor quality of water affects sanitation, hygiene, and public health. So you see that drinking water supply, storage, personal, domestic, environmental hygiene, vector control, cleanliness, and public health. So this is the nexus. That's why I said you can't disaggregate water. That's why you hear research now say water, sanitation, and hygiene as an integrated whole. You don't have to, it's difficult to disconnect them. Because if you don't have adequate supply, it compromises sanitation and also hygiene. Then if you have poor quality, it compromises sanitation as well and also hygiene. So that interconnectedness is there. It's difficult to disentangle them. But in our context, what we think is if I have water to drink, to cook, to do whatever I need to do, the sanitation aspect we don't actually consider at all. So we learn to think nexus about this. But what do we do when we have problems about related to water sanitation? They have to dominate and frame intervention around physical, biological, epidemiological evidence. So now, if you have diarrhea now, cholera, what does the state and then if you go to hospital, what do they say? Oh, let's carry out tests and take all these chemicals into your body and all this sort of thing. Tomorrow the cycle, the whole thing will continue. Because where you actually, what you are practicing and where you stay is not safe. But tomorrow you say, oh, I have typhoid. I have that. It will continue. So our intervention approach is always framed around biological, epidemiological evidences. Because number one, you say, oh, bacteria, you have cholera, you have typhoid, and all these things. Then disrupt the connection. The aim is to disrupt. Once you disrupt, the problem you claim is solved in that context. So that is the perspective we approach as solution, which is not you go to the hospital. The hospital will tell you, oh, you've that, maybe contamination of this and that. You don't actually question yourself, how come about it? Then next, government will say investment in toilet, investment in provision of toilet and water and all sort of things. And leave out the core aspect, of the challenge, which is the behavioral and sociocultural aspect. Because where you live, what you practice at home, behaviors around these things will condition this. And tomorrow you go, you still have the same problem. Next tomorrow you go, you still have the same problem, go to the hospital. Because you don't keep your toilet clean. You don't train people on how to use it. You don't think of washing your hands appropriately, properly. And even when you go out, and you don't even consider the source of water you are drinking. So these are the things that keep on coming. Our present approach to intervention revolve around this. So the question is how to the general context of behavior, culture and environment. So the context of behavior matter, the cultural, socio-cultural perspective matter, and the environment matter. Environment, for instance, look at if you go to riverine areas, those that people face in negotiating water, sanitation, and hygiene. You see, this open defecation we are talking about is quite beyond saying going to the bush. People practice a kind of, they use nylon, this bag, wrap it, and throw it. Wrap at night, and then later dispose it. These kind of things actually happen. And women face this challenge because, number one, the value we place on women's privacy is different from the value we place on men. Because for a woman to go somewhere in the public and start opening up and say want to ease herself, it's quite, people will see that woman as abnormal. So in that case, they have difficulties that they have to negotiate spaces. And some of this, they may be exposed to a lot of things. At night, it's difficult. Some people may ambush a woman and do all sorts of things, rape and anything. So the question now is, with behavioral context, the cultural perspective, and the environment. Of course, I've done quite a lot of work around the cultural aspect of water, sanitation, and hygiene. There is a particular paper I published, Water Meaning, Sanitation Practices and Hygiene Condition in a Socio-Cultural Context. That paper actually won an award from North Carolina Water Institute. I used to be invited to North Carolina, United States, to be giving a lecture on that, on 2 occasions. So because of that paper. In that paper, I tried to analyze that the way meanings are imputed. Of course, Urak said something about social construction, which I will direct you have to show me that. I like it because he reasons very, very fast. I have also tried to say about constructivist kind of approach to understanding things. The way meanings are imputed on something actually affect the way you behave toward it. For instance, I said about infant excreta. A small child, a baby of 1 year, most parents don't have problem about that. They can, even if defecate and it spills into the food, they still can eat it. I mean, or human, child and infant, this kind of thing, they use the mouth and so. So what do? They try to establish bond. They say it's a bonding kind of practice. These are cultural, socio-cultural. And they read meaning into it. And like I said, if you are a woman trying to look for the fruit of the womb, and you see a child in such a dirty condition and you drive away, it is believed that you will not have passed. So you see the spiritual aspect of it. So the meaning we impute on something, on this kind of things, affect the way we behave. Or you say, James would Africa. You see? What does it tell you? That means it justifies you can take anything. Someone uses the hands and do this and then shake your hands. And if you resist, you say, oh no, I am afraid James may have. No, James would Africa. Come on, my friend. We go to churches and they give so much power on the devil than even God himself. So it's a little thing, maybe to people dying, and you say, oh, it's that. But these are things you have control over. So, well, if you go to the literature, because these are mostly theoretical, there are bodies of knowledge that establish what we are trying to say, that values rooted in traditional practice, religious belief, and knowledge systems that contribute to norms. You have values, whatever values rooted in religious practices, rooted in traditional, and also these values sometimes control your behaviors, these are actually theoretical perspective of what we are trying to understand. Then, there's one point I try to develop something about this. Kind of a model trying to say, how do we, for instance, how do we develop and frame solution to some of this? You see that you have human, you have environment, you have sanitation behaviors, problems of water and sanitation. So these are interconnected. Human, in terms of water, human practices at the end of the day may end up affecting the source of water. We mentioned a lot of them here. And the water in turn will find its way to human use. You see? Then human sanitation behaviors, and then problems of poor water and sanitation. But what do? We frame our intervention, we have people outside who may not entirely understand the context and start developing policies based on neoliberal thinking. Policies of the Nigerian government, because mostly rooted around neoliberal capitalist kind of system that sit down and say, this, for instance, say privatize public utilities. Let people, public utilities should not be free. But this is taking the practice from developed countries which have passed through these challenges for a long time and imposing on people who are struggling, who may not actually understand the value of sanitation. And then what you see is public water is not there, and you say, demand responsive. If someone needs water, public agency, if it's able to pay, you give. And then, what is the public health implication? That means those who don't have the money, they cannot attract potable water, and they will depend on every source. And whatever source they depend, you don't know it will have that. Because if they have if there is an outbreak now, it doesn't even respect those who have the ability capacity to get this water for use and manage. So this is the way we have elite who sit down and impose and say, these people don't know anything. This is what should be done, and it gets a problem. The gentleman mentioned cross-purpose. There was a point I did some work around that institutional analysis of how the cross-purpose development authority function. You see, you go to irrigation, they are trying to develop, it's not successful. Because what is happening, why they see water as a commodity, to commoditize, to sell and make money, the people, communities see water from the spiritual angle. Water is gift from God, free gift. We can't pay for water. How can you ask me to pay for something that? So if you have control of A, you will not. But the cross-person and other person authorities are using neoliberal policies of trying to say commoditize everything. Commoditize water, commoditize public utilities, commoditize electricity, commoditize, everything should be translated to money. So this is quite a problem. If you translate everything to money, there are certain things that matter very much for the general public. So I keep saying, sometimes I ask, if they have control of A, we break. And they start saying, let's commoditize A. So, and if you bring a certain quantity, you pay this. So those people who don't have the money, that means they will die on the way. Many people will die. So this is the perspective. If you look at, if you try to analyze, it's a huge field you can. Because neoliberal politics say about commoditization, commercialization, individualization, and deregulation. And many more. Commercialization, that is why you see borehole commercialized everywhere. People buy and sell water and say, oh, the government will be proud to say, oh, now, buy your water, get your water everywhere. You buy it. So no regulation is actually trying to monitor who is supplying this water for public use. Or individualize, oh, you can own, possess. If you have land here, groundwater belongs to you. You see? So a whole lot of challenges around here. That means outsider solution, we impose this kind of solution on a context that will not actually produce results. People see water from the spiritual angle, and you are trying to see as a commodity. Honestly, it doesn't work in some context. But it may work in some context where there is scarcity value. If you see that you are looking for water everywhere, and government comes out and says, we have water, can you pay for it? So people will come. In that case, the spiritual aspect will break down. But in a normal context, the government has control to make sure water is available to everyone. So now, my focus here on a gender perspective, this emphasis here is on women. The question is, how do women play into the equation of wash in Nigeria? You look at it from the perspective of women as wives and mothers. That is another thing. Women as wives and mothers. You see, the primary point as wives, as mothers, you see that the primary points of taking care of the children involves a lot of things. Changing diapers, trying to dispose of excreta, and as wives, domestics, taking care of everything at home. That means water and sanitation, in fact, they are the chair persons. They are in charge, fully in charge. And what happens, as they are fully in charge, if they are not properly aware or educated, of course, we see the challenges. They receive whatever they are the first people to receive whatever consequences or problems of maybe wrong management. Like Karen said about mop, when the white man said, throw away the mop, because it was very dirty. So women who use it, they use mop a lot to clean the kitchen. If it is dirty and contaminated, they are the first ones to. So you know that. Despite the cycles of collecting and of course managing water, imagine scenario of water scarcity. The women and girl child delayed school hours, bears the brunt. Spent about 3 months. By the time I traversed the whole Malawi and presented this kind of my what I observed, water aid was very short. Water aid is a big NGO. The one night I was able to, I traversed because I went as a visitor, someone who has never been there. So I will not take anything for granted. I traversed many north, south, middle, and got to find out a lot that women spend on average sometimes 5 hours. You know, this question was thrown by Lenny. And I discover even here that we don't actually quantify the amount of time we use achieving or doing water. You go out to fetch water. You don't even quantify and say, oh, I fetch water today. How many minutes? Going and coming back. Going and coming back. Then you can average in a week. And then you can communicate to people, oh, I spend on average of maybe 30 minutes or 1 hour. So that is when you know that even the girl child, that because most girl childs are saddled. I know when I was a boy, I wake up in the morning, go to the street, and sometimes people will be fighting, struggling to get water. So now, if you look at the time you spend, you can quantify it this way. Oh, you wake up as early as maybe 5. But coming back, you discover you are late to school. You can easily estimate the time you spend because we may not be so good at measuring, going to check the clock, you left, and you can estimate that. So we take for granted that we don't factor that in our productivity mix. That the time you spend trying to get water to your house, you don't factor it in our productivity mix. But these are daily realities we actually. And there is a study that concluded that women in sub-Saharan Africa spend over 40 billion hours in a day in search of water. And you know, the entire, in fact, higher than the entire GDP, and annual labor contribution to workforce contribution to France. So you can see, people spend that kind of amount of hours. What time is available to do all that? If water takes a greater part of your daily existence, as looking for water takes the greater part of your daily existence, what time do you actually have to pursue other things, other productive, economic, and social engagement, which is other part of the existential realities of your home? So we don't actually factor this in our thinking. Then given a choice between supplying water to home and going to school, of course the girl child is most likely to sacrifice education for it happens. It happens in the villages. So you try and think, not only thinking because you are in the urban area, but always when you go to the villages, try and see if these realities still apply. I know in most villages it applies. In most villages, men are at liberty to go to school without that. You see, you can, as a man, you don't, you can go and. But the problem will come when you look for water to bath and it's not there. It can lead to fight. No? In fact, there are some studies that try to note the frequency of spousal fight, quarrel, because of water-related issues. So it can lead to, because when he wakes up, he say, I need water to bath, I need water to do this. If you don't provide it, you can't. But if, in some context, the man goes to the stream, it doesn't, it may not. And this is, a highly gender thing, connected with, in the village, if you go and carry something, people may then start to be gossiping. This one is controlled by the okay. A whole lot of cultural issues are brought in here. So women are in charge of domestic sanitation, all these things. As wives, every aspect of domestic management, food production, preparation, care of domestic animals, household hygiene, washing and disposal depends on mostly at the cost of and other socioeconomic needs. Well, these are the realities. And for those who will be doing collecting data on workload imbalances, you look at these indices very much. To start to actually, that is why learning in terms of qualitative research, you don't ask questions that actually bring out conclusive answers. You can start to ask people to tell their stories about something. What has been your experiences in supply? And then allow the person to tell the story why you take commission, maybe to record or you note something. And use that key point to follow up. Because it will tell you how he wakes up for in the morning and do this, everything. And some of them, they may not actually know what they are doing, because something you keep doing is a normal thing. You may not actually factor that as an issue. But I'm not actually an advocate of, women should not be doing this. I don't advocate for it, because it's part of life existence. But awareness should also be created that, these things happen. How can we solve this? Which the state has responsibility to make this better. Because in neoliberal thinking, everything quantified into money. So if women spend this amount of hours, everything we thought translated into naira and kobo, dollar and pound. But in reality, life does not just translate into naira and kobo. There are other kind of unquantifiable services that can be provided, and it keeps the system going. I cited example last time. The Japanese are prepared to pay housewives to the housewives. The Japanese are prepared to do that because they believe that if the family is very strong, the society will be strong. So it also depends on our development trajectory. We seem to follow mostly the European, the American kind of trajectory. My years of stay in Japan has taught me that we can modernize without necessarily being westernized. Because they have the values, they stick to that, and they develop. And of course, they are fast. You can't make, in fact, Japan is 10 years ahead of America, Europe. So they have the pace of everything. And so values you have can also be harnessed very, very well. So sometimes when I try, in some aspects, I also try to question certain assumptions. Although this awareness has to be created, once you have this awareness, it's not to lead you into fighting your spouse or struggling, but you have the awareness. But if you have a properly coordinated system of development and governance, there are certain things you could actually say, this is that. I have to change the orientation. Okay, that we have to invest in making sure we provide adequate infrastructure facilities to enable enhance kind of women's condition, especially as most of the time is taken about this. So the issue is complicated where you have scarcity of water, poverty, cultural taboos, and ignorance of standard practices. So these things are very complicated. You have taboos around certain things, taboos around human spiritual, taboos around many things, gems and also. So then wash and women, child hygiene. Of course, there are certain things, because of my field, I try to collect certain things. Child hygiene, sanitation and well-being fall in the domain of women. Mothers, socializing and nurturing the child, of course. You know, understand? You allow a child to explore the environment, all sort of all those things. So that is a key framework. There are certain sicknesses a child is having, and the solution may be take the child to a waste dump site. I don't know that put there, the child will recover. So, but you've not actually explored this. We seem to be urban people and lost connection with the rural area. Sometimes it's good to actually reconnect and see what has been happening and those practices that have been going on in the rural area. And see, sometimes you may look at I will justify. You ask questions, you showcase for awareness and possible intervention. So there are a lot of things that are used to justify certain unhygienic or sanitary practices. So see, women as mothers reinforces some senses of sanitary myths and taboos around personal and child hygiene and sanitation. So as a mother, you know, even if you are, you know, here in a community, if you, in my, where I come from, if you call someone as, oh, the person is thinking, you know, they can, you know, this kind of attitude actually hides a lot of things. So even if someone is thinking, you don't even, so it perpetuates a certain cycle of problem, sanitary problem for the public. So we don't actually look at these kind of things around. Or the women, oh, a guy in Kero, I mean, well, in my context, I have a very large place that anybody can come and stay. Even my brother's wives and all, when they come, because I have children, I know where I used to stay was maybe 3-bedroom flat. But I always instruct them. I say, look, as we come, look, I have children. They are all like grown up. But people who will come to my house in those days will not even notice I have children, because I maintain high level of sanitary standards. So when you come, you follow that, so that when I talk to you, you don't say I hate you. Because if there's anything I'm so much passionate about, it's that is exactly. So this kind of thing, some myth around mothers, around children, and all this kind of thing reinforces some problem, sanitary problem in our society. And then young girls learn and inherit mothers, all manners of what practices, so myth, taboos, of course. This is socialization. As you socialize it, as you bring them up, these things are communicated to them. And they are also learning. And of course, complicated by cultural, if you look at it from the cultural, but I don't know how many of you actually can remember, bring down stories about your communities that have some myth around sanitation, myth around water, and that. Because mine, I try to show them. But if you go to some areas, like in Malawi, there's a community called Nzimba. The name is Nzimba. Women-in-law and parent-in-law are not allowed to share the same toilet. They are not allowed to share the same. You don't share. So what this implies is the woman-in-law, or is it the daughter-in-law, will have to be looking for, so that kind of practice encourage open education for some, while others is not quite that. So they are not allowed to share. That kind of myth. But if you go to some places, you see all manners of things. You hear all what they practice. So, and there is this, I've forgotten one thing about, you don't know, okay, that one. So if you are connected with your community, you can bring out some of these experiences and stories. And if you unconsciously, you may be practicing certain things here in urban environment. Say, what you may be practicing. So, these are issues, awareness, and then wash and women. Of course, if you go to menstrual hygiene management, it's a completely different perspective. You see the biological cycle of course, key hygiene matters often shrouded in myth, taboos, evil spirit, secrecy, and stigma. So, the cycle of menstruation, of course, a lot of myth there. can recount that most of these myths and taboos have sanitary implications. Maybe if you go into the social perspectives, maybe people are poor, and the parents are poor, they may not afford sanitary pad, use dirty kind of things. And in some communities, people in the menstrual cycle are not allowed to go to certain places. So you wonder, how do they negotiate access to water? So because of that, they will be using people. This water brought may not be sufficient. But when people are not there, how do they negotiate? So sanitation and hygiene will be compromised in such a way. Because the quantity of water you will be needing to clean yourself may not be there. And the sanitation and hygiene is compromised. So secrecy surrounding this and stigmatization is something that you would actually see and how to make it. And with the aim of trying to encourage menstrual hygiene management. And then in some communities, women in the menstrual, okay, yeah. There are some reports in some countries, girls absent themselves from school during menstrual cycle. A lack of hygienic toilet. So public schools, these things are not quite, some public schools do not actually consider equipping their toilet facilities very, very well. So this is reinforced when you don't have proper education transmitted to the girls and those involved. Studies have shown that the absence of clean and private sanitation facilities have rendered 10% of school-aged girls in Africa drop out at puberty or absent from school during menstruation. So these are real. They don't go, they delay, they will not even be connected with what is going on. So it creates a problem, which we have to actually think about that. Privacy questions. Men can do it, of course I thought on that. Men can do it anyway, but women have to negotiate spaces for that. Your girl, a girl child, having to look for a way to leave here at night. Of course, you know what that means. People can ambush it. So the risk is there. The risk of bite from or rape. So this will imply that at night may use small nylon, and if you cannot go out at night, you will keep it in the house. So it keeps generating some environment. So these are things we often take for granted. These are things we often take for granted. But we have some kind of indigenous kind of knowledge that can help us achieve some. But sometimes there are some contradictions around this. For instance, inside the reinforcing this, and compare that, trying to juxtapose that with when I call someone, they are thinking. So you see this contradiction. But we have this inside the but on the other hand, calling someone this is a problem. So, centrally revolves around explicit and relationship values, not social acceptance can help me. So, social acceptance here matters. Inside the demographic, and then whatever the health niche is not considered. Social acceptance, no one actually think of the health. The health perspective of being clean. So that is one perspective. if you only know that this is makes you beautiful, but you don't think it's also of health value, that is achieving sustainable sanitation, sanitary and hygienic practice, hygienic condition may be limited. So the realm of knowledge can drive fear, of course. Several other beliefs of its resource implication, theoretic immunity, healing values of having sex with a madman, this kind of thing. The spiritual blessing of not rejecting a child who is not hygienically catered for. Child mother born, inoffensiveness of child esprit. Sometimes I hear of stories of people looking for madmen to have sex with. So, or mad women, sorry about that. Or this idea of there are some local concoctions that will be prepared for you to drink, and they use the rack of a mad person. Some healing practices, the sanitary aspect of some healing practices also call for interrogation. Okay, whatever is concocted, you may not actually know, but behind that, you may be seeing some dirty things done, even human spirit and maybe so the geography of these beliefs and practices, the question is, where do these beliefs and practices thrive? Stronger in the rural than urban. Of course, that is correct to some extent. Some ethnic groups, regions, religion experience diverse version of this. If you go to the Yoruba land, when it comes to esprit disposal, they may be using hands to wash the ends. I think so. So sometimes there is this story of people will be stigmatizing the Yoruba, all those cultural or beliefs or practices have sanitary implications, but they may be common amongst certain ethnic groups or religion than others. Even if you go to some religious organizations or groups, may have some practices. If you can state them and remember them. I know that the Muslims talk about ablution. They're trying to, that's clear sanitary implications. And there may be other kind of things you can think of. What is done at such level. So, high infrastructure deficit areas where you don't have infrastructure, certain beliefs, if you have infrastructure, certain beliefs in practice tend to fizzle out where you have some infrastructure. If you have some infrastructure, certain beliefs fizzle out. So I know that there's one study I did, I tried to assemble some videos in London and have interactive meeting with them. I spent some time there, some months there in UK trying to have some interactive meetings with them, trying to bring out these issues. You discover that because it's easier. If you wake up and turn the tap, you go to the toilet and that, some of these beliefs we have physical. And you see that if we want to solve, that's the state interest, if we want to solve some of this problem, that means infrastructure can also contribute. Although there are certain aspects of belief they cannot, if there is space, some of them will still operate. But the problem is regulatory infrastructural supplies actually limit number of practices from going on. So, environmental locational context, settlement located near gullies, ravines, rivers, and open bushes susceptible to open vegetation. You see some of those settlements, go to riverside settlement, of course they do. In the water body, and still drink that. I went to Econom. I discovered that human excreta will be littered everywhere. But the children are still playing. So when the water is washed, and then it takes them. So this is what actually goes on. It's depending on the context for which you find yourself. So the geography of these beliefs and practices, you can examine wash women and power relations and the question of power relations. Yeah, we talk about the power perspective. World practice and gender often intertwine with gender-based rules for more power relations in the home and community. Who has the power to make decisions about water supplies? And that is at domestic. At state, at national, who are those in charge of decisions about water supply? Because the tendency is if you have a certain dominant body in charge of decision, they will certainly not take notice of the other group. That's why when we say the feminist movement, of course we read a lot about gender studies and feminist movement. Feminist movement is also a subset of gender studies. Let's try to say, venture into all of things. Even now, even if you say, equality, women and men should be equal or maybe achieve equality on one thing or the other. The question, and even if you say this has already been achieved in certain, the question is, it's just a token. They ask a question. It's just a token. And then, if you look at the historical perspective, men have always dominated in terms of the decision making and that. So the marginalization has been historical. So it would take a very long time to. So even at home, there is no way. If you go to most European countries, I know even when you say freedom, everything, in some countries, you can't divorce some of this cultural practice. It's not complete equality you may be thinking, because women still perform their traditional roles to some extent. It's only the experiences. If you bring an African to a European country, mostly an African woman, that the experiences I've seen will mostly capitalize on the law from the negative perspective, and then start acting anyhow. But I always ask questions. You have Indians, you have all other tribes. When they come, they bring in fact, what they have been practicing, they bring it. Because it's a matter of development. I may choose to develop this way, you choose to develop this way, but you don't impose what you have. But those people who come, no matter what, they don't shift ground what they have been practicing. Except certain things are regulated and they comply with regulation. But in our context, maybe because we don't have clear trajectory of development, and when you see a different pattern. So who makes wash-related decisions and to whom? Who controls what resources and how? But these are complicated as it intersects with other axes of differentiation. Social class, the big man has to be saved. Age, the child has to be paid the brunt at the cost to other vital culture. Some beliefs reinforce it. The ideology of privileging men over women, in tendency to see the role of women as conforming to a biological destiny. Geography, consider the scenario in coastal areas where women battle with wash-related privacy. Now, I thank God, one thing I was so happy yesterday because the gender qualitative training, in fact, it actually captured the whole of this. In fact, perspective of intersectionality, which I always keep bring out example when initially seem not understood. They always repeat clearer example. So when we say problem can be complicated by intersectionality. For instance, I always use it. I say, imagine you are a Christian woman and a Bibio woman, a Christian, a Bibio, and so a Christian, a Bibio woman living in Kano, for instance, a Muslim state, and a Hausa. So you see, your problem will be complicated. Or you are a black man living in China, your problem will be complicated. Then if you are an Ibibio woman, a Christian, a lesbian, living in a dominantly Muslim, you have a very important keeps saying. So that is why we say intersection. If you say wash problems, access to water sanitation problems, these are complicated by social class, complicated by age, complicated by culture. So if you get to some places, the cultural belief reinforces certain practices, and the problem becomes bigger than you think. You get to, when it comes to age, generally, the children, the boy, the girl, they will bear the brunt of going to look for water every time. So it gets complicated. Then you see, in terms of women first, in terms of gender roles, you see women first. So you can layer many other things. And you see the problem complicated at different, that's the intersectionality of what. So you can also look at the communities you are living. What kind of access to wash and the intersectionality factor. You understand that access, if you theorize it properly, it has to do with power. It's not just drawing. I can, you have to have, now I sit down here, I don't have water. But if I have money, I can drill, water. If I have access to the regulatory environment is good, I can. So if something suddenly you will see the value of it, you can go for it. Many things. So, or I have technology to drill, I can. So access is kind of a bundle of power. Or look at it from, if you go to some villages, bundle, if you have a land here, loaded with bundle of kind of power, the man may have the land and can dispose of it, but the woman cannot dispose. The woman only may have just access to cultivating and going out. May not completely. So when we say access, a whole lot of things are tied around it, which sometimes I get to teach my students about. At policy levels, who are those involved in wash-related decisions? The case of transferring domestic practices and belief to the governance field. A wash-related policy. So now, in institutional matters, if you see, when I say institution, I don't say organizational, because organization is part of an institution. You have policies, you have politics, and you have informal issues. You have values which are involved in common. You come from the north, if they believe the woman should be in the kitchen, it will be transferred at policy domain. You will hear debate. If you say, oh, no, the woman should not be first being the one to bear the brunt of water, those people will say, no, it cannot happen. There are the policy domains. So they transfer the values in the arena of policy making. It may lead to policies that are actually gendered. You see? Because the problem is women are not actually represented there. And the problem is if women are represented there, it's also like trying to compensate them. They go and sit down there and answer yes. It's not issue. That is why in gender studies, the issue we are in gender studies is talking about, you don't just compensate, just give equal opportunity. Equal opportunity to bring out the best in you, and but this compensation is a problem. You bring out the wrong people, you don't allow the right people, give them equal opportunity to try and come up. So who are those making policies at national, at state level, at local level? And these things affect WASH widely and affect how WASH is managed. So feminist theory of gender, power, structure, and distribution, and equal distribution of power among men and women is structural and historical and deeply rooted in the African culture. Of course, complex aspects of that's right. I'm afraid we have to be on because this thing, it should be very well with time. Those who are into WASH doing this kind of thing, properly we can deconstruct some of these ideas. Then, what development implication do these practices pose? Economic cause of lack of mainstreaming gender in work-related issues. Well, if you want to talk from the perspective of everything translated to money, you see that women spending a whole lot of hours trying to look for water and supplying, they are not paid. And in terms of contributing to the economy, it's not there, because if they have access to this, they can devote their time to doing some other things that contribute to the economy. You can see that the productivity aspect is tied by allowing them by circumstances that make them go about trying to look for water. A large segment of the population deprived, excluded from contributing to national development, and because of girls not going to school, because of women not able to focus on their livelihood activities. So these are the economic perspective, manpower loss, or human power loss. I'm trying to be gender neutral now. Human power loss and the cause of inaction. And then economic cause of having to battle with WASH-related diseases. Yes, you have a little cholera. You see the dimension, multiple dimension. Now you have to go to hospital to treat yourself. Then going to hospital, that means the whole day is shut down. You don't do anything. And then you spend money that you should be using to treat yourself very well to go and treat this kind of thing. And by the time you factor and consider that, huge lot of loss. And look at it, human capital is actually diminished. If you are sickly because of this kind of thing, you can't function well. You can't be productive well. So these are things sometimes we don't. Then because of lower life expectancies on the economy. Lower life expectancy, for instance, lifespan, how many years can an average African live? Sometimes it's sometimes 50, 40. But let me tell you, most of the problems we have is water, sanitation, and hygiene related. And that kills people. Apart from, of course, people say malnutrition, yeah, apart from that, the other core, water, because this water sanitation can trigger some other kind of challenges we may not actually fathom. So people keep dying of certain kind of, if the circumstances are very good in this context, and you have one to eat well, people will live long. But the lifespan is so lifespan expectancy, you can tie that. Because of ignorance keeps us perpetually underdeveloped by what's related. So ignorance, when you are not aware of some of these things, you continue to reproduce the practices over time to generation. and it's a problem. Of course, we said about the Sustainable Development Goals that others target, other goals, for instance, target safe human settlement, poverty eradication, gender equality, and promotion of healthy and productive society. They are all tied, they intersect with adequate water supply, safe sanitation, and improved hygiene. There's no way each of them, because if you solve water and sanitation problem, you have actually fostered the cause of gender equality and a safe, healthy, productive society, as well as to try and eradicate poverty, contribute to eradicating poverty, save human settlement. So they intersect, all these intersect. How is WASH related to development? Because we said that first one is development. I said beyond the modernization, westernization, and instrumental perspective. Of course, when I say it's a project, the Western developed countries will say, oh, these people are not developed, let us go and develop them. They start sending money, let's build this, let's do this, and equipping. So it's a project. Then this project, to what extent? Because they feel that you should think like them. They don't actually give you the capacity to think your way. And then the problem is you may not actually perfectly think like them, and you derail from where you belong. So they come and build this and do this and say as a project. Or is it westernization? They said you have to be like West, generally. And so these are our modernization. People think development is just about modernization. You have to build infrastructure. They say, well, that is a development. No, human capacity is very important. Because if you have capacity to make realistic sense of where you are living, your environment, your world, you can chart a very serious life course for yourself. So development is more about human capacity. And if you have the capacity, in terms of knowledge, in terms of, you will be aware of this simple challenge and take steps to minimize it. You live long, you'll be productive, you make sense of where you are living, and you contribute to it. So, human capability improvement in the context of improving access to water has the potential of transforming human agency and placing them in a better position to contribute to the development process. So, and let's just be hurried. Common mistake we make is about common existence of actors outside the immediate social and ecological situation who prescribe solutions. As linear top down. You sit down, your people represent you, they say, I know what my people are facing. I know he may be measuring from his own thinking, but it's not your thinking. It's just like when I say, what make you happy? It's not only money. After all, Pong said it yesterday that after all, you will not see celebrities go and commit suicide. Make people happy. And a person like me, if I go and in fact, if I use personal resources to support many people and see them make, when I see them almost shedding tears and appreciating that alone, even if you give me $2 billion, that alone cannot compensate for my happiness. I believe actually in making people happy, and I get happy by that. You see that kind of. So you may think, oh, I want to give him money, he will be happy. I may not be happy, but I will only be happy. You give me that money, I pass to people who are having challenges of living and building communities, and that will make me happy. So when we say in terms of trying to existence of actors outside who think the way they think, that if I give you money, you'll be happy. That is not the issue. But development should be driven from within. Make conditions possible and available for people to pursue the existence. And that will make you see different kind of social enterprise, individual innovations, and many things come. So the existence of, okay, no one cares. When I say this, the system of outside, no one cares to understand why neoliberal policies of privatization and commercialization in the world sector often produce local cultural and spiritual resistance. So if you have this group of actors who go, they don't even care. Most of them don't even understand what neoliberal politics is all about. They just go for the loan, the money, and they don't actually understand the money. So the existence of elite groups who use all instruments of state resources to promote sanctioned knowledge practices, mostly outside the norms of local knowledge. The domineering attitude of the outsider actor, as well as mutually unwilling attitude to learn from each other's knowledge. So sanctioned knowledge. I go, oh, this is what is common everywhere around the world. This is what should be done. And we have to, you lack water, we have to provide water for you. We have to provide this for you. This is what is common around the world. So, you see, that kind of, they fall within a certain kind of knowledge practices or development practices that may actually not recognize what you need. So a case in Nigeria where rural agency did not want to learn from local knowledge, you see, and at the same time, the ideas for potable water supply did not work, leading to conflict with the local communities. You start to say, oh, demand sanction knowledge now, demand responsive approach. You have to do this, privatize this. Let's use demand. If you have money, we can bring supplies to you. So you are following a certain sanction pattern. And when you go to local knowledge, if the people say, I remember, for instance, in the local government, when they do a study, and we discovered that if there wasn't instrument or equipment were abandoned, and the community told a story that we asked them, this is where you drill and see what, and they say no way that we drop water here. So the community, after the argument, the community left them. They did everything possible they could not community had paid them some money. They did everything possible they could not travel. What happened? By the rocket, and they run away from the. So now you see, you use sanctioned knowledge. The knowledge hydrogeologist is there, Wisconsin. We say about sanctioned knowledge. From a hydrogeological engineering understanding, we say, oh, this is where you can drop as it happened somewhere. But the people themselves say, this is where you, and you try, you couldn't get it. And fight erupted. And you abandoned your equipment and run up to now. I don't know whether they went and concerned. So, because outsider imposition of ideas, without learning, these days, people try to learn from the local knowledge. There are some rich, if you hear these days, indigenous knowledge, there are certain things that we harness. We harness certain things in Africa and the world of Africa. That is, but we don't actually invest in trying to harness this. What of some comparable institutions, including international, regional, and local NGOs, respond and tailor project to suit donor interests, visions of neoliberal policies and for the profit? Because if you have NGOs coming to donate water and that, you see that there are ways these things fund the development. The money they give eventually go back to them. And they will come and use the model, what they think will be best interest. So, at the end of the day, of course, you had experienced some NGOs do openly confess to tampering with work-related projects to secure funding guarantees, raising ethical questions of whose interest should be served. Yeah. So, go and because the visions and ideology of neoliberal, whatever ideology they are following, tells you this must be done. But you see that this thing is not possible here. Your interest is to get the money. And when you start, you see it's not possible. So this is the kind of thing you see. Then some practical question. What happens to other stakeholders, namely the scientists, network individuals, and groups? And so this is what we talk about science policy relationship. I said here, whose interest, whose leadership is to solve? First, the state, the scientists, private individuals, the network individuals, conscious platforms. This narrow to politics, science, socio-economic, and culture. I don't have to touch on this, but this actually gives you an idea about institutional arrangement in the wash sector. So that you have, for instance, even I noticed this even in Malawi, I noticed this in Nigeria. In fact, almost all African countries, except I think the Gambia tried to work out certain things. You see that in Nigeria, for instance, related agencies, you have Federal Ministry of Water Resources, Federal Ministry of Environment, Federal Ministry of Health, Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Federal Ministry of... There are other sub-units, one way or the other. In fact, there's a certain federal ministry, is it work that has, is it urban development or something? There are other sub-units involved in WASH now. The addition, executive, legislature, communities, there are other sub-units. Inter-agency competition. They don't want to work in close collaboration. So, I remember when during I tried to organize a workshop with all the Federal Ministry of Health, Federal Ministry of Environment, Federal Ministry of Water. So, in fact, what I learned, the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, if it happens, even something like World Water Day, environment will not come. Because they say it has absorbed its power. And this kind of conflict, interagency competition, no coordination mechanism. The only thing about coordination is interministerial, which really actually, in fact, sometimes it doesn't actually make it. So it goes on in other countries. So if you don't work for a common purpose, whose development interests are you pursuing? It's ethical, it's regulatory, and there's no regulation that actually calls them to do this. And in some countries, for you not to collaborate and achieve a common goal is unethical, and you can, that kind of ministry could be, those involved will be punished heavily, will be prosecuted in law, because you are working against the interests of the state. So this is what is actually coming from how policies are maneuvered. This one will have a different policy, this one will have a different, this one, I remember in those days I tried to set this cross-purpose. You see, maybe the general manager will have the village, even the village doesn't need, because he has connection. Another, the state government will also go and dump for borehole there. Another, because he has another connection, but these things are not used yet. But there are other communities doing this, and he just start listening to it. They are not used. At the end, it may be vandalized at the end of the day. Communities may steal some of those things because they are not of value. Why not actually work on need-based, circumstances? So this is the challenge of lack of coordination and synchronization of plans. This is actually stifling the. So I did. There is this project. The last project I did was WASH people. I tried to say about science policy. Now I said science policy society relation. This is one thing that is lacking. You have the scientists. There are different kind of perspectives. Autonomous science, science independently and generate knowledge, and should not care about how the knowledge is utilized. But it goes in gradation. There is the last page that says co-production of knowledge. work with the communities, work with society, work with policymakers to frame problems collaboratively and lead to solutions. And also communicate ideas from the scientific world to the policymakers. The policies around it. Because I may have ideas now. Nowadays, I'm sorry to say, if I carry this idea, make this presentation in maybe London or America or any other developed country, in fact, a policymaker, a permanent secretary, who is in charge of policy making related to this, will be nosing to even if is not invited, will actually call, please, I want to be there. Because he knows he will gain something from here and go and initiate public policies. But here, you'll be pleading with some talk shop that this thing is coming. They are not. I remember one day I was called at a Gombo to go and give a talk on a very important thing. So, you see, the commissioner will come, this one will come and deliver address. And at the point I called the guys, I said, now, the scientists, they should be sitting there and listening first to me. So that they use this to frame public policies. But they are coming. And read address and go. And say, no, we give you time. We give you time. Let them say, this is hard. Then what use is it from? They come and read whatever they have and go. Come and read. How would they frame public policies? They have, where does knowledge come from? So this is the problem we have. We don't have that kind of relationship. Maybe because, ministries these days don't initiate public policies. Because public policies should be initiated by ministries. Technocrat, bureaucrat. And how do they get the raw materials, the ideas? They get it from the scientific, even a little thing as departmental seminar, a ministry, director, or whoever, researcher, whoever is in charge in the ministry will be nosing to join because that seminar is related to. That will help in trying to get knowledge to initiate public policy. So, if we say make a science policy society relationship, what mechanism actually exists to make sure this is practical for the common goal of development? It's not actually a very common deal. So these kind of things are actually investigated. Africa has this problem because knowledge generated by scientists get wasted, not utilized at all, and lying waste. And this is a problem. Where are we drawing our ideas for development from? We impose a certain kind of development practice that does not actually fit well with what circumstances are. That is why we have problems in any situation. So, and then I want to really thank you because it has been I actually suspected, because this is something it should be very, I asked you to draw example, but I have a whole lot of things to give. And in fact, it's only, I had wanted to make this split into 2 days, but Yvonne told me she would love to pick 2 days. And let me give that. So today, I'm hurriedly trying to present. There are many things I could actually thought about this, because they are very important, it borders on existence and development, but because of time, we have to hurry and go. So thank you very much for listening, because if you deviate, purpose knowledge will not be achieved. Because if you have questions, please you ask.
Okay. Agriculture, I told you I'm involved in it so much. I think I want to ask you, because I did not see it included or mentioned, having to do with the sources of water when they are polluted in many ways. Nigeria is an oil producing country, and they many times by their production they pollute the water. So this water is polluted both for sometimes family use and also for farming.
Yeah.
And through that, we have some bioremediation processes, which that side is not our side, the hydro man is. But I want to ask if the aspect of they are polluting the water and our use of the water for both for the family and for the farm is not within the context of a wash.
Well, thank you very, very much for that. With the question, that's a very good question. They are also in the context of wash. And let me start. You don't have to even go to oil companies polluting water. Of course, you know the quality of water we drink matter a lot. But go to even wastewater, urban wastewater. Your question makes me actually remember there's a publication I made for UNESCO on wastewater pollution. You use it and use it for irrigation and the impact. I'm not someone actually who measured it, but I just tried to review literature on it and because wastewater challenge is also, but we don't actually look at it. So that context you are saying is part of wash. And if we were to do intensive irrigation here, irrigation here, you see that even the chemicals we use for this, at the end find their ways to water bodies, big washes, or this kind of intensity of irrigation may lead to some challenges of meningitis, and because these are all washes. So they are actually within the context of that. That's why it's a huge area. The space is there, anyone can explore. But unfortunately, it seems like people don't actually have much knowledge about wash here to learn exploration. Thank you very much for the question.
And when you talked about the neoliberal policy as regards to wash and gender issues, I'd like to ask you, when it comes to, you talked about commoditizing of public utilities. We found out that I happen to be in the north for some time. We find out that their government there makes some of these basic utilities available, like the borehole water. In fact, it was there. I guess you know that the public water is still like from the water board. We have public toilets being put in place. But you find out that the sanitation aspect of most of the communities there is very, very still poor, even when they have these facilities made available to them. So what will you say that's the challenge? Could it be in terms of the culture, the cultural perspective, or the beliefs of the people? And secondly, I don't know if those that are concerned in this incessant borehole drilling, if they are here, because I believe there's supposed to be policies regulating them, because I don't know how they are seeing the foresight of all this, effect of all this. It could be over time, the earth sinks, because I have borehole, my sister here has, everybody is drilling down the same earth. Don't you think over the years we might have issues of, let's say, yes, in Nigeria?
Okay. Thank you. Now we actually have but let me tell you about these neoliberal policies of commoditizing water and your question of still there is poor sanitation and all this sort of thing. It all depends on our values, and people see water as something. Because if you look at it from the cultural, if you go to the north, of course, you know that you stay there. People don't actually think in terms of the quality. It's likely so, because if you see an average person, I see something using, getting anything and drawing from anywhere. and think, but I don't know if it still applies. But the perspective is, sanitation is not something that command kind of value a lot in people's mindset. It doesn't command. The first entry point is always water. Even public authorities will focus on providing basic water services. But sanitation is always second. And really, they think about it. So when problems come, you see that mostly from the realm of sanitation. Even if they provide water, the first entry point, we're talking about what? First is water. Government spends money there. If you will allow politicians who say spending money on sanitation doesn't have electoral or electoral meaning, it will not help them electorally.
Is that the true position of what is supposed
because they think that, oh, this kind of thing, sanitation, going to build toilet, going to do this kind of thing, it may not actually convince people that are working to re-elect them. You see? So the political commitment is not there. The political commitment is there when the leaders see that this has public health value. You know, the kind of politics we play here is even if you know that this thing will kill many people, in as much as you are the governor or president secluded from, it takes someone who has the heart to accept leadership in that aspect. India tried its best. When it came, all this kind of open defecation, it started building hundreds of millions of toilets to stop it. Spends money there. But this may not actually attract public appreciation and value than going to build flyover and you build visible projects. It will be like eye-catching. But the real development structures, like sanitation, is not actually mostly considered as a political or strategy. Except in developed countries, of course they have evolved over the years. Bureaucratic controls are there. There is no way you develop plans, it will be subject to bureaucratic reviews. They tell you this is under some standing structures. If public utilities break down, road infrastructure, public infrastructure break down, these are not things at the political level. Bureaucratic, they have some location, they pick those things. Except if it's beyond immediate bureaucratic attention or fixing, then the political level kind of negotiation and looking for money to solve the problem will come. So my perspective is the sanitation and hygiene, the public appreciation of it is not very strong. If the appreciation level is very strong, it will be. And also on your part, as a citizen, you don't appreciate the value of this. If you appreciate the value of this, it could be one of the points to articulate during cycle of the election. The problem is you may be a single person to articulate this. If majority do not articulate it, that's no need. So you push for change. You say, oh, we don't have sanitation, we don't have toilet, we don't do this, we don't have what. So it may gather momentum and the politicians see this is one of the ways they can gain the electoral vote and then act on that. So when they don't appreciate, you don't even appreciate, even where you sit, you may be staying where you have ramshackle toilet shade that you have to queue. You have to queue and use. You don't even consider that as very important. Because, you know, the reality may be existent. How can I think of that? I need to just think. So this is a problem. Two-way challenge. The systems, you have to be aware of the public health value of this. If you prioritize this as you prioritize your food, there will be need for whatever, even taking some step to force the politician to handle this. So the second question you asked about okay. Certainly, of course, keeping on doing this will stop the egg system. And certainly no one knows what actually will happen in the future. Everywhere you drill, you disturb it, and we claim we have a stable geological condition. We claim Africa has it. But sometimes you hear noise of certain things people make it. If earthquake happens, in Japan, you operate at least every day, 3 earthquakes. It doesn't make meaning if the magnitude is not as high as to destroy it. And the people who adapted themselves to and build structures that can withstand. You can come, you stay in the house and get safe, but we are not trained to get that. If it happens here, a lot of people will be destroyed. So we know this thing is setting, it's not a good sign because groundwater exploitation will be highly coordinated. There's no a good sign of progress. You can say little of what you know. I mean, you know this water to the public now. It will not spend resources to be taking care of infrastructure. In some countries, normal countries, at least yearly budget. Because honestly, I say this because it seems we are not operating at a very normal kind of abnormal. You see what is good. The government does not actually give you the need to do what is right. So in normal countries, you see yearly budgets are devoted to infrastructure renewal. They check the age of infrastructure and have to renew. And they have smart monitoring system that if there is a leakage here, they go immediately and, because as you say, if you allow a broken this thing can sit it. So if there's a leakage there, they will immediately go and, so this thing is holistic. It's not just supply and leave it. But here you see a leakage somewhere, it leaks like that. Even when you call, they may not have the facility at that moment to come and stop it. So this is the challenge. When you budget for water, you also budget for infrastructure. Otherwise, you have infrastructure that lasts 10, 20 years, but still it also poses serious public health problems. Any other?
Doctor, for this awareness you've created. I grew up hearing that water is life, but I've never really been this aware that water is actually life. There was the first slide you brought said that over 40 or women in Africa spent over 40 billion hours a day, right, trying to fetch water. And I remember those times in the village, when I grew up in the village, we used to go to the stream. There are some days that people were banned from going to the stream. If you go to a stream, you see some big snakes coming out. So what we did was, because we needed water at home, so when the snakes come out, we have to run to a certain distance, and we still have to come back again, keep trying till we can fetch the water. And that really took time. But these things were not really taken into consideration because we are in African setting. We don't really take vital things into consideration. That this was actually time, eating into our time, productive as eating into our productivity. So this is actually an awareness. So I really appreciate that. And coming to realize that WASH has direct correlation with life expectancy. It's a very It's a very critical issue. So I want to ask, is there any way beyond the WASH gender research project we are doing, is there anywhere this level of awareness can be driven to the public domain or to our policy makers, even though they've not been responding over the years? Because I think what people need is awareness. When you were teaching or when you were giving us the training, I had to reflect on a whole lot of things. The water in our compound, I can't remember the last time the tank was washed. Seriously. So, and so many people, a lot of people have died as a result of this problem. So I think we have to take, we look at this thing and let's see what we can do beyond this project to help the ignorant public. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I hear from Ministry of Education, from Rural Development, from Now, normally, this kind of thing should help them transmit and initiate policies. But in normal circumstances, me, if I present talk, I don't focus on the number of people, I focus on the media. But the kind of media organization we have these days, they are interested in covering politics and burials and all that. Now, this kind of thing will be one. If we present, we'll be seeing some important, in the countries, even if 3 people gather to present some, that thing will blow because the media will be effectively represented and circulate, disseminate the public get aware of it. And this kind of issue of awareness will not quite it will be immediately reproduced every corner. I know even if people see it here and say, oh, something about water and sanitation and hygiene in the radio, television or anywhere, that one will not interest them much than what is happening. Who is saying bring 10 naira and get 20 naira? So the issue of taboos, days of course you see that if you are restricted because of some taboos, don't go to extreme disease. It means certainly that what we could be doing, using water for that day, is complete. So sanitation, hygiene compromise, and something can happen for which we cannot quantify the outcome. Okay, thank you.
Further workshops, if there will be need for. Doctor, in line with what other persons have said, way forward is to have communicate at the end of workshops like this and invite one of the key, I won't call them politicians, key role players in the system and hand over such communiques to them. Maybe the person may be interested in it, it's a maybe factor. And such communiques could get to the hands of, let's say, a House of Assembly member who may be interested in moving it from a communique to a bill and then to a law. But most times we have laws. I have learned that we have laws in Africa to even govern health. But the problem with the laws is the implementation of the laws and having the structures to implement, the structures and facilities to implement these laws. I am more enlightened than I was before Monday. Yes. If we have laws that would regulate and dig deep into our local circumstances, those laws, and when the government has to put in finance into the system to be able to carry out, to be able to cater for agencies that will regulate the laws that will be in place, that will go deep down into our local circumstances and change things a little. I think that is basically, from my perspective, what we need. A law, an agency, and the government implements those laws that are already there.
Okay. Thank you. First thing, this is a training workshop, trying to train people. We never actually structured to draw out some committee, but we have strong social media presence that we try Of course, even the funding agency will pick some of these things we are doing and develop certain. You will be surprised. Some of the things we are doing here, the funding, the Institute of Water Education in the Netherlands will pick it and develop some ideas around this for further engagement. So we didn't actually structure it to bring out, otherwise I would have kept the repertoire if possibly the government or any other interested party would have been to pick out, seek out certain things about that. Another perspective of law, yes, we can change things legalistically. We can use the law to change things. But the problem here is that if you go and examine, for instance, Qualitative, does it have any water-related law? It doesn't. Even in Nigeria, we are operating on colonial public health laws that actually would say, don't dump this waste in water for public health reasons. Don't do this, don't do this. These are the same colonial laws as refugees. And this speaks to the fact that we don't have the capacity. It seems we don't have the capacity to develop appropriate legislation that govern the water sector. So the water sector is highly poorly governed. It's not. Because I remember I wrote a paper one time on Nigeria's water law. How is it translated in cross purposes? Sometimes I keep compiling the same thing that had been used in colonial time. They produce here. Even now, some will not even remember some of those kind of laws and things. So because the water sanitation hygiene perspective has not played deeply into the political setting. It's not actually, the political commitment is not there. Just because, we miss a point of what governance should be. So the capacity is a problem. And sometimes the third sector force, like the NGO, can do this. Because I'm really sorry to say this, I repeat, if we have the Ministry of, that's why sometimes I say, we could have a focused Ministry of Water Resources, probably can try and see. But my experience is also like, even if you have this focused ministry, you may not even see anything legal coming on legislation or initiative coming out. So because the momentum, the challenge, we don't have deep challenge of scarcity in our thinking. That may be so this is a challenge. If you read some of the paper, you see that we don't have this kind of, in fact, virtually no wash related legislation and no wash related policies in the state. In fact, we depend on national kind of, we see presidential executive directive on open defecation. But after that, it's not institutionalized to make it a legal, you see? So example, look at, Councillor Fabio came here and introduced free education. Yes. I always question that now, if you have been committed to allow the free education to transcend, we would have institutionalized it, make it a law that it should be. But becomes regime-centered kind of practice. Education is free. When you leave, it goes. So this is a kind of dancing to the gallery. And you don't. Any person, any government that wants to do something, try and do with the aim of institutionalizing it. If you come out with a wash or policy programs or what have you, try whatever policy you see is good, try and work toward institutionalizing so that when you leave, you think, thank you. Okay. I think this
I'm just looking at those areas that are being affected by oil production, crude oil and petroleum. So how can we now, only to we now help them to have clean water if the government is not responding to their needs.
You mean
in our own little way, help them have clean water?
Okay, to have clean water. Well, this is a very helpless, to some extent, helpless. Look at the photos one of yours. I know, sent about. So if you see situation like that, because they don't have, they just live by what they see themselves, where the circumstance they have found themselves. They don't have any option. They live like that. It is the state farmers to do that. Infrastructurally, legally, and regulatory, in terms of regulations, everything the state has the farmer. So we are also trying to see how to harness local resources in our research to see how to make some of these water sources portable. We explore maybe at the end of our 18-month project, we try and see how to make it very portable. This is it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your concern and for bringing us out here to enlighten us more. To add to what she said about having a community, in fact, before she said that, some thoughts were coming through my head because I've been opportune to attend some of open defecation workshops and trainings and seminars too. But the line MDS that are linked to these programs, every workshops or programs, you keep seeing different faces appearing. And for me, I think it shouldn't be so. If we have to put this into law or put these laws together, I think we should, maybe when writing a letter, or we should go to these ministries and say, we want so and so person, 3 persons, and these 3 persons should continue. Because I think even when they don't have the passion, but continuation, attending these meetings, and this, like I was opportune to attend the validation roadmap, ODF roadmap, the validation, the write-up, I was opportune to attend. But after that meeting, even the people that came from Ministry of Education, different faces, people from Ministry of Women Affairs, and other faces, I think it shouldn't be so. If we are to do this and succeed, we should have the same people coming. They should develop the passion so that they understand from where we stopped previously, not every day to look as if we are starting afresh and trying to put people.
Yeah, thank you. Very expertise pool. The ministry should have structure. I doubt if they have expertise pool in each of the structure, because there is no way you have a unit directly involved in WASH. It's a continuity, institutional continuity. There should be expert managing that unit. So if there is anything, whether you send one person, when it comes to share the knowledge, and because it's an institutional matter, we will continue like that. But probably the problem is that the ministries themselves don't take it, they just take it as a country, something they have to fulfill obligations of being called to participate. I don't blame the personnel, because the general institutional arrangement make it that way. If you go to a particular setting, and that setting, you try your best to make your contribution, and your contribution seem not recognized or valued, there's nothing you can do about that. Just sit there. So, to me, if I say Ministry of Education, Ministry of Water, I know suddenly there is a unit there that should be involved, and that unit should be manned by experts in that field. I know when I did the work for during the cross-person studies, you know what I observed alarmed me. The cross-person general person development authority said about integrated water management. It's a high technical kind of the water resources, trying to integrate the implementation of water resources with other related resources. So one thing I did, I had to look at the capacity perspective. Within the cross-person, in fact, we only have 2 engineers. They raise drivers, messengers, and in fact some SSC, and we clearly don't have a spark around many other related issues. So I see that there's serious capacity deficit. But saying integrated water management, they cannot absolutely, even those people that don't absolutely understand integrated water resource management, how do they actually push for policies around that? So this is a problem, institutional problem in our country, which I don't know. Maybe some people, there are people who are passionate, these directors, they are passionate, they have to call me. In fact, I will assign to one of the school wash person who is seated so that we work with her because she will be pioneering the school wash and this. They are passionate. There are some who are passionate. They may be passionate, the institutional commitment to develop them and use whatever they have is not there. Like me, honestly, it will not even be possible to bring out this project. I don't win grants and go out and implement. Every time I will be coming, the system does not use until this vice chancellor came and then decided to say, okay, maybe don't go again for the meantime. Pick this office. This office is not actually to apply for grant. I have to say, okay, this man, I have to surprise. I reinvent the system. I know that the system does not have money. Then how do I actually, do I just sit down and receive out of pocket, say I spend this and return? I spend, no, it doesn't work like that. For me, I'm not comfortable with that. That does not actually help me. So I reinvent the system and say, okay, let me pull a group and apply for grant. When I get it, I try and contribute to developing the system and developing human capacity. So that is my own perspective. This is the man who sees, maybe he sees I have a capacity, a little capacity he uses, but others never even recognize me. I didn't even care. You know, I'm not someone who looks for recognition. I don't do that. I just sit down and when it is, if he has not appointed me and if not because of COVID-19, maybe within the next 2 years of my coming back from, I would have applied for something again and win and go out and claim it. So this, I'm really telling you, this is the scenario in our country. You may have the capacity and the passion and the interest to do something, but you are not actually. The environment doesn't allow. The environment does not give you safety. So there is no way you actually. Okay, thank you. I keep a people go back. Long time is already on.
Okay, I'll make my speech very short because of the lunch. So I'm really much excited about what you were saying. When you were talking about why people go for option of open defecation, it reminds me of my university days when we were in Grenada and we had to use, there was really no water in the school toilet system. So we had to do something like a spreadsheet. So who visited the toilet first? After that, you have your own paper and then you place it, use it, and then it was some sort of stuff. So if you can't manage that situation, you have to go to the nearby bush. And that would expose one to some form of risk. And then I used to think if this was for the guys, what was happening in the female hostel? Because you go to visit a lady's room, you need to knock very well because our roommate could be at the corner with some buckets. It was really, when you were saying this thing, that memory just flashed back to me that this was really terrible situation and how I just wish how will you now start having those teams be able to manage that situation so that they don't get into that level of crisis. Because it could also lead to several health challenges for the students. For me, one of those worst experiences was staying in hostel. We used to pay so much to stay outside, but I think 2-3 times I had to spend in hostel was one of the worst times. And I think if I'm giving a PhD for free in UNN, because of the toilet system, I may not want to visit, I may not want to go again. So I think this topic is actually nice. And also the issue of, my friend used to make this joke when we were in UK that Nigeria is one country where we have specific day for sanitation, yet the country is very dirty. So it's, and you can't really hear that people are doing sanitation in the UK, but it's plain. So the policy is about the policy. And I know also we're talking about the Ministry of Works and others. Yes, maybe we will consider it a training for the politicians, because those in the ministry may have the way without, they may have the knowledge, but they are not allowed to implement because all of this will require finance. And most times the politicians may not want to release the funding to the ministry. And we appoint persons who may really know nothing. Someone who reads education may be appointed a commissioner for works. And you see that he won't be able to fit into that shoe. It is these other persons, and then you need to take instructions from persons that know nothing, either as permanent secretary of that particular ministry. So if we also are desirous of causing a more positive change, I would think that maybe we consider posting something like this for those who have to call the shot. Maybe the House of Assembly, the politicians. That will also help them inform, will help them make better policy. So I think that's my suggestion.
Yeah, that's great. You don't play the right politics. In a normal circumstance, the bureaucrat, these women sitting here, are the real power of any government. There's no, you appoint a commissioner, you want to do this, they stand their feet and say, no, you can't do this. This undermines this system and and right and advise against. They are the real powers. These people called politicians are just coming in. But we don't play the right politics because we have them, we allow them to have so much power over the bureaucrat. The bureaucrat are the real people. Whatever commissioner, the governor said, you want to develop this, you want to do this, the bureaucrat are the people looking at that, long-term significance, real impact, sustainability, and everything, and assess it, and then advise appropriately. And whatever advice stands, if he goes against his advice and anything comes up, that will be a scandal, and they will resign. So we don't actually play the right politics here. And what is happening is that it seems that even the permanent secretary are just like worshiping someone who is brought. And the issue is, those people are appointed as political people, they may not have knowledge about it. They are not really experts. They don't have knowledge about what goes on. You just come in and do, also. So it's very, very important that I don't know how, when we get to that level, that we do the right, apply the right politics in every perspective. As you've said, I'm very happy some of those things brings out some memories, some images that actually used to happen. And I also encourage people to take on studies and research on a number of things. School wash, go to hostel, you see how the wash aspect is going on. You just toilet first, and you will be surprised. Go to some public secondary school, you see how these things are done. So these are things we should actually take very serious on. Thank you very much. Time for lunch.
Sunday Africo, the Stop and Africo Sunday I'm particularly more grateful to for this particular conference that we were able to put up together in partnership with the UU and all of the other partnering agencies. But it was quite instructive and commendable because we had to learn so many things about how to manage the issues of defecation, water and sanitation. Mostly today's discussion about connecting the wash and gender was actually very exciting. I Prof made so many, so much discussion on this issue, and it opens our eyes to the risk of where there is no water system and all of that. You could have a situation where you are, it leads to health challenges and even death. And someone said that why the ladies struggle to access water over time, it leads to a situation where they have lost some part of their life trying to access water. And for me, I feel it was just a normal thing because we just get involved in going to fetch water. Growing up in the village, we go to stream to fetch water. And even recently, I went for an event in my local government, and I looked at the water system where these people consume the terrible source of water. If I show you, you will cry. But this is where people get water for drinking, water for bathing, and all of that. I could not take my bath for the 3 days I was there because the water system was really poor. And we hope that over time, the bureaucracy around the government agency and all of these agencies will come to appreciate the fact that water is life, and we need to take all of the bold steps to ensure that people have clean and clean source of water for consumption. And really that's my interest in this whole project. That going to a point we get to where we'll be able to have clean water, clean, sustainable source of water, and accessible source of water for everyone in the society. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon everybody. My name is Umoni Bonbasi. I am very happy to be part of this program and this workshop. It's been a very value-added experience for me. When I came in here, before I came to the conference, I never knew how to relate gender issues to WASH. But coming here, I've been blessed with more diverse ideas and ways to communicate with wisdom to other people, especially the opposite gender, which is the male gender, about the relationship between gender studies and WASH. And now I've also learned about the gender inclusive languages on how to adopt it into society or into the interpersonal relationship during conversation to continue to enhance peace among my friends and other peers, so that I could bridge the gap between that gender barrier and the misconception about gender studies. Then and how this can also be sustained in the long run would be that the government would adopt gender studies as a discipline into other institutions and also as a subject in secondary school, so that everybody will grow up with the knowledge and ideas about gender studies. That is not a conflict to fight against men or women, but rather it's trying to bridge the gap between the two genders.
Good afternoon everybody. My name is Oji Henry. I'm a postgraduate student from the Nigerian Defense Academy, Department of Geography. Here at WASH Gender Institute workshop, we've been able to get a plethora of understanding on the concept of WASH, water, sanitation and hygiene within the context of gender sensitivity. The multiplicity of issues that arise from who is attributed a particular role in society, especially as it touches, in this case, water, sanitation and hygiene. We have identified through the workshop how do we sectionalize, how do we distribute, how do we break down these challenges, and we found out that it is an issue of intersections. If needs begin to intersect, then there is need for us to go down into those basic needs and find out how to solve the problem, and not using a holistic approach. And that is one of the major things I've learned in the WASH workshop throughout this number of days. And of course, in the society, we are in a society that is changing, but something is missing in us. And one of those things is our awareness of certain salient things that our society has removed as inconsiderate. Take for instance, look at our time spent on achieving certain things in our society. We have been able to analyze via this workshop how much time do we spend getting water, and how does that affect our productivity in the day and other activities that we do. And we realize that if you spend much more time accessing water, then of course the productivity for the day will be negatively affected. And that is why we are looking at what gender spends more time
getting this water, and at the end, how can we make this possible that everybody is placed on the same platform to enjoy water and environment. Thank you very much.
My name is Victory Victor Dennis. I'm a student of University of Law. I'm on this World Gender Sensitivity Project, and here we've learned a lot. I've learned that gender is not just women, and gender is inclusive. Then we talked about qualitative research. It's not just going to the field to get data. You can always quote the person that you've gotten this information from. And it's not only about qualitative, that's getting a larger number of people. You can always get this in-depth knowledge also from few persons and use that to work your research. And also, we've talked broadly on gender, that gender is not just male, female. It includes those roles society inflicts or things that is the proper way of life for a certain gender, maybe the male or female, and there are other genders that are not yet incorporated in Nigeria, those gay and stuff. Now in gender studies, we talked about what the society has still already tried to make people feel they need to do, and once they are not in that form, they feel you have gone out of or you've derailed. Now, in these studies, I've been open to see and learn from my colleagues and even the guest teachers and even for Pablo, that open defecation is not just people defecating by roadside or waterways. It's all those houses that does not have roof, and they are using all these, should I say, shape to just cover themselves. It's still part of open defecation. So we should try to propel this to the lowest level, if that is possible. And it is possible if we all get this awareness that this is still open defecation. And secondly, for the government, I think we are in this part of the world that will not experience what other people are facing in terms of getting clean water. But there are people there in the rural setting, like the coastal area of Ibono and the rest, that their water sources there are not that pure. So the government should also, likewise, what wash is doing sanitization. Government can also give the maybe boreholes, clean toilets, and not just a one-time thing. It should be sustainable, that people can reuse it and also live to see a clean system, so that they will get the value from here and not just live on it every time. That water cleans everything. Sometimes water is getting need to be done. So that's my own thing. Thank you.
My name is Victor Joseph, and my experience in the Wash Gender 2022 seminar has been awesome. And then during the course of the training, I've been here from the first day, 19th December 2020. That's been a great experience for me to learn about gender-sensitive issues relating to wash. In the course of my experience, I've learned how women and men can be incorporated, their needs can be incorporated, and how they can work together as an individual to achieve excellence in terms of water, sanitation, and hygiene. And I have learned about quality research, and during the training by Professor Dini Bay, I have understood that qualitative research goes beyond mere research to incorporating details and other social dynamics that ordinarily research projects do not capture. And also, I've learned about gender, the role of women as it relates to wash. And in the course of the training, I've come to realize that gender does not only have to do with the distinction of a man or a woman. It goes beyond a mere distinction to covering issues of providing equal opportunities for men and women
strive. And I have also learned that in gender studies, that women are not striving to take over men's position, but what they are agitating for is an egalitarian society where they are given equal opportunity to express their potentials or to live to the highest strata of their potential. 22 Watch Gender has been very impactful, and I've learned a lot in the course of the research workshop. And I want to advise the government and the corporate individual that when they are making policies, they should consider striking a balance for both the women and the men sexes. It shouldn't only be centered on male or the female. Both gender, the man and the woman should be taken into the fore of policy drafting, implementation, and regulation. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Okay, I have learned a whole lot. I have learned about qualitative research, and I now know how to carry out the qualitative research. For the first time, I've been able to, make a distinction between qualitative research and quantitative research. I have learned about gender as it relates to development. Okay, watch gender as it relates to development. Then I've learned a whole lot about water. I used to hear when I was growing up that water is life, but this training has actually made me to understand that water is not only life, but water determines how long we live, because water is directly correlated with life's expectancy. So I really want to advise our policymakers to really, implement policies that it relates to water, okay? Because I know that a lot of people have actually died as a result of this. So I have been, for the first time, I've been so conscious and I've been so aware, about water, and as it relates to even our productivity, and a whole lot. So I want to really thank Dr. Emmanuel Apabio and the University of Lyon under the leadership of Professor Iaudo for putting up this project, and giving us this opportunity to learn during this short space of time.
Thank you so much.
My name is Nweko. This is my first time of attending a gender sensitization program, and I'm a water resource engineer. Water, we know, is life, and its ill effects cannot be overemphasized because it's basically everywhere. And then the source of water supply also is a thing of concern, because there are places where we have abundance and some places there are no abundance of water, and some places, even when there is an abundance, is being polluted. So our interest is how we are going to ensure that people within various areas, both the rural and the urban areas, have access to safe and potable water. Now, the various sources of water that are available, the stream and the groundwater. Basically, in the urban setting, they explore the groundwater, while in the rural area, most of them still dwell on the surface water. So this program is basically to enlighten people on the need to protect those water sources, and then go for sources of water that are wholesome, so that at least they will be able to have a good health and also carry out their activities. Then in this course of this study, I've also understand that gender is not only limited to female, it also entails the male also. And I've also seen some lapses which were not taken into consideration. Also, the indiscriminate exploration of groundwater within the area actually is not something that it will be a threat to causing of earthquake, but it is something that will only cause threat to the perseverance of the groundwater by causing unnecessary movement of water if they discharge waste water. So it's going to cause a problem. So our concern is that those involved in the policy making of the water resource management should be involved in coming up with policies. So the policy makers should be the one, they should be enlightened and sensitized on the need to carry out policies that will enable everybody to have access to safe and portable water instead of just being interested in their politics and how to win election. It's part of it, I understand, but the water also should also be encouraged. As a technical person, we've been interested in the source of water supply, the quantity and the quality. But this time around, we should look at how to incorporate gender sensitivity into water supply. Thank you.
And recently she won an award as the best student from Student Union Government of Female. The best excellency. Jonah. They tried their best. Congratulations. An infant introduced her to me, but congratulations.
Right, smile.
Congratulations. Toban is also a consistent person. Very committed to all the technical things. He has been very, very much. Congratulations. Congratulations. Take it to the point of bringing the children. I'm a very valuable member and I have to attract her to the project. Congratulations. Immaculate, congratulations. They should be able to interview you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Okay, another person for the record. Congratulations. Who is Darren Fon Joseph?
Doctor, I need the record too.
Okay, for the record. Okay. Who is Abigail David? Congratulations. Congratulations. This lady said she can write. Is it you? But ask her to start rewriting different radio commentaries, right? We can review and vet. Congratulations to her. Congratulations. The workshop has been drawn to a close. So we look forward to the future, because this one we have to work on the report and submit it so as to qualify for the next phase. And the next phase will be very important. One thing I also want to promise is sometime, especially this watch was so much that it should be broken down into some. So maybe there will be a separate workshop for team members on that to further expatiate and also introduce additional things. So I thank you all for the cooperation and for all your effort you've done to make this a success. I'm also very happy. This has also afforded me the opportunity to sort out people who are really committed and passionate to doing excellent service for research, data collection, and other related activities. Thank you very much indeed, and God bless you all.
Hi, WASH 2022. My name is Karen Abraham, and I thank you so much for attending this program. It's been so enlightening. It has brought light into where darkness was, and I believe there is deliverance in Akwa Ibom State. So I believe it has brought deliverance and light into Akwa Ibom State. I thank God for the turnout of this workshop, and I believe the people who are coming are going to send the message out. They're going to campaign and let people know about WASH and gender sensitivity. WASH and gender sensitivity are two broad things involved. WASH has to do with water availability, scarcity, poor water, infection, and so many things. It has to do with hygiene. It has to do with sanitation. So many of us know sanitation. We even know that there is a day in Akwa Ibom State where sanitation is being enforced, even though not everybody do it. Some do it because of eye service, and some do it because they know it's proper to do it. So I think this lecture or this workshop has broadened people's reasoning on sanitation and hygiene. After cooking, you have to wash your hand. Before cooking, you have to wash. Everything about water has been exposed to us. And gender sensitivity. Gender sensitivity, before now I used to think it was one-sided, but I now know that it has to do with the male and the female. So the male and the female there should be I don't know how to put it, a way where we should equalize the male and the female gender, not discriminating the girl child and making giving high preference to the male. In some parastatals, when you go there, they prefer to attend to the male instead of the women, and in some they prefer to attend to the female instead of the male. So I want us to change our reasoning, our mentality. Even husbands and wives, most times we bring down the woman and make her bad instead of promoting her. We kill our women faster than our men. Most times the men punish the women, allowing her to do all the domestic chores instead of the male to also contribute to the family. The man has to tell the woman, go and bring my food, go and keep my water, let me come and bath, go and do this. After he has done all of that, she has to come and carry our water back to the house. So I thank God that this workshop has come, and it has come to stay in Akwa Ibom State. So what should be used? What this workshop should be used to do is that we can send this to the government to begin to enforce laws that will bring about sanitation, hygiene, and wash. It's not just being aware of it. They can enforce the law enforcement agency to do something about it. For example, in China, there are places where you don't spit, and they enforce that law that nobody spits anyhow. So if it can be brought into this society where you can use your anki and spit into instead of spitting anyhow or throwing refuse anyhow, it will help. So I can remember some time ago in Cross River State when the then governor enforced non-disposal of refuse on the road. If you have any refuse, you dump it in an incinerator or something. I think such a thing should be enforced here, and it will help us to grow and bring more sustainable development into our society. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Are you ready? Yes. Now, camera 2, 3.
Wash Gender 2022.
Alright, good afternoon everyone. I'm Emmanuel Lanyon, and it's been an awesome week so far at Wash Gender 2022 here at University of Uyo. I want to sincerely thank the Directorate of International Studies in person of Dr. Emmanuel Apukabio. He has been a mentor, a source of inspiration, and a facilitator to this project. I want to sincerely thank him and appreciate his efforts. Wash Gender 2022 has been an expository session so far, and we've learned a lot within these few days that we've gathered. When we talk about WASH, it's all about sanitation, availability of water usage, and how we can keep ourselves and our environment clean. So I want to thank the management for this opportunity. And when it comes to gender, before now, even as a female, I always see gender aspect as a feminism kind of thing. But with this workshop, we have been exposed that gender involves both male and female, and not only that, that certain cultural beliefs and acts that have been happening in our society really limit women to their productivity. Like in one of the days, I was exposed to that about 800,000 women spend like 8 hours per day in order to source for water. And that alone can limit their productivity in other aspects of life. So I want to thank the management for this opportunity that we actually been exposed. And for Dr. Mfon Eko too, you are a source of inspiration. I really appreciate you. For Professor Leonard, he took his time to explain the qualitative ways we can gather data when it comes to researching. He made us know that data collection does not always have to be quantitative. Qualitative ways of collecting data when it comes to WASH aspects is really necessary for the next coming program that we might be embarking on. So I want to thank the management and the management of the University of Uyo for bringing this timely awareness, timely expository to help us. And for my colleagues who had attended this workshop, I will encourage each of us to go back and be as an ambassador to WASH. Spread the news, spread the story, spell it out, create the awareness so that we can be liberated. Our society can see the light of life that public health is of concern, and even to the government personnel who are involved in making policies that will be effective for the public, that they will get to know that WASH is a critical aspect of human endeavor, that it involves all, both the rich, the poor, the high class and the low class. So I want to once again thank the management for this opportunity. Thank you and God bless you.
Okay, my name is Sudra. I was privileged to attend this WASH
gender workshop, which started on the 19th of December to today, 23rd of December. I've really learned a lot, starting from the first day, which the program was handled by a guest speaker, Dr. Lenny. He taught a lot on qualitative research. He emphasized those questions we should ask, that we should avoid asking leading questions, but we should ask questions that will make the people we are meeting to give us more information on what we are looking for. He also taught a lot about how we can get the interest of the people, the questions we should ask first and the questions we should not ask first. And as a result of this, I learned that even interviews and questionnaires come in different forms. There are questions that are supposed to be put in interviews. The interviewer should not talk more than the interviewees, and other areas that we discussed. Following this, much was also talked about gender equality. And what I knew before now about gender was that it was just about the male and female sex. But in the course of the workshop, I learned that gender is a social construct, that it is how the society perceives a person to behave, how the society views a particular person, and how the society values a particular person. For instance, a mere seeing a male child, the society perceives that male child to be hardworking, to be the breadwinner, to be into a particular field, and a female child to appear a certain way, to be into a particular field, and to engage in certain activities. So, gender is how the society perceives a person should or should not act. And moving out from there, Dr. Ubon also discussed more on the historical aspects of gender studies. She taught us a lot of how gender studies evolved from feminist activism to women's studies to gender studies that we are having today. Gender studies is not merely about the female. It is both about the male and the female. But why the focus is more on the female is that women are being assumed to have little position in the society. Their say are not that welcome. So as such, the study tends to talk more about women than men. But gender studies is all about giving both men and women a society to thrive, to show their potentials and what they have. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity to attend the studies, and I'm willing to share my thoughts and ideas to others who were not able to attend. Thank you.
Good afternoon, wonderful people of Akwa Ibom State. My name is Joan Imaison Edson, and I am to ask our government, why are we buying water? Some places sell for 10 naira a jerrycan, some places sell for 20 naira a jerrycan. The government, where is our water, our pipe-borne water, our water board? I remember when we had the company at Ekpenyong Street, we used to have water. But when we moved to Brook Street, where is our water? I am also, correct me if I'm wrong, we have these assets, we have them. About 20 local governments have the water board systems. But in these 20 local governments, these waters are not running. Where is our water? Why are we suffering for water? Water is very critical to sanitation. Water is very critical to hygiene. Water is very critical to gender. Because they say awo ma ba maybe mong iba ko ko ya bo yine wana di tamesu wotie ka mong ya ke ye mong e ke temli dia de ne wude ne do ko si ka from me. Please bring this water back to our houses. Give us this water. Why are we not having water? And the dangers of everybody digging borehole. It's now a class thing. It's now a society thing. I have a borehole in my house. But there are dangers. By standards, we should not do this. It shouldn't be done. It shouldn't be done. Let's learn to live this communal system. If Mr. A has a borehole, Mr. C, D, E, and F can share from that borehole, get a connecting pipe, so we save our earth. Thank God Nigeria doesn't have a ground level that can cause earthquake or something, but have we imagined, should earthquake happen in this part of Uyo, what should happen to our earth, what should happen to our ground. If you talk of developed countries like Japan, they are used to this system, and they've even started building houses and structures that can accommodate these earthquakes. Earthquakes can happen and nothing, their lives are not lost. But have we imagined this? Look at septic tank, look at borehole system. What are we drinking? Your septic tank is here. You can tell yourself my borehole is the other way. But what of your neighbor that has drilled a borehole close to your septic tank? These are things we have to consider. Let's bring back this communal style of living. If somebody has water, it's not a kind of class thing or social thing that, I must also drill my own. Let's learn to share and serve our earth. And I am asking again, government, for somebody like me that buys water, I know what I get through to get water. Bring back our water, revive our water board, revive our water systems. We need it. Thank you very much.
You are the best.
All right, I want to appreciate the organizers of this Watch Gender Sensitivity Workshop. Actually, I've learned so much about Watch Gender. Watch means water, sanitation, and hygiene. I've learned so much about environmental sustainability and sanitation. I've also learned about personal hygiene, the way of keeping oneself clean. We discovered that in our environment today, let's look at the area of food services. A lot of food vendors don't wash their hands. They don't keep the environment clean. Even the way this food is being prepared is not hygienic. Sometimes you go close to where they are preparing this food, you see flies even perching on the plates, on the spoon they use in scooping food. Even the pots, you find flies around them. And this is unhealthy to the consumers. And at the end of the day, they will prepare this food, package it, and sell it back to us, and we'll consume it. There is health implication of eating such food. At the end of the day, we have cholera, typhoid fever, malaria, all these diseases, waterborne diseases, they come as a result of what? Poor hygiene. So I want to encourage our food vendors, not only in Akwa Ibom State, to every other state, that please wash your hands before you prepare that food, before you cook it. Make sure you wash your hands and you maintain what? A very clean environment, or a very clean hygiene, in order to help the people maintain a good hygiene. I also want to talk about environmental sanitation. A lot of people don't do sanitation, especially even the Saturday that the government kept for environmental sanitation. People will still go to the market. Some persons will just stay at home, and they will not come out to practice sanitation. I want to call on the public, the general public, come out during sanitation. Let's keep our environment clean. And when we do this, we will reduce this waterborne diseases that is rampant today in the society. Malaria is on the high side. Cholera is on the high side. Typhoid fever is on the high side. Why? Because of what? Our environment is not too clean. And secondly, I want to also talk about what? I want to also talk about I want to encourage the government to provide good water system in the communities, not only in the communities, even in the schools. Like in our secondary school, we say there is free education in Akwa Ibom State. There is free education, but a lot of secondary schools don't have water. And this is really affecting the students. Sometimes they eat, nowhere to wash their hands. They will just eat and, the same hands they use in eating, nowhere to wash. I want to encourage the government to provide water system in all the secondary schools. Just like we are doing for free education, provide water system in the secondary schools. And I also want to talk about open defecation in rural communities. A lot of families don't have good public toilet. They don't have good toilets. So the only means is to go to the bush or anywhere to help themselves. I want to encourage the government to provide good toileting system in order to at least reduce this disease, this infection that is rampant in the community. Finally, I want to appreciate the organizers. God bless them. I'm so grateful for this workshop. I have learned a lot, and in fact, I'm so glad about this workshop. Thank you very much.
Okay. First of all, my name is Collins. I work with Center for Development. Okay, my name is Collins. I'm a development expert. For over a decade now, I've worked with Youth for Change Initiative. I've learned a lot since the started of this program. But first, I want to thank the development partner for funding this kind of project, and also thank the organizer of this program. He has been so wonderful. I've learned a lot from concerning the two broad subjects, which is gender and watch. From the gender aspect of it, it has been so wonderful concerning the research, concerning the data collection, concerning quantitative and qualitative research, which has been a very good tool for the development, also a good thing for further study. Also learn concerning the relationship between gender. Before, people used to think that when we talk of gender, it's only based on female, but it is from this lesson that I've discovered that it's not only female, like also some other people. And concerning water, sanitation, and other things, it has been a thing of joy for me to learn a lot of things which have been really impacted into my life. So I want to say that this is a very good thing. And for today is the final year which the prof is talking about, bring out the relationship between gender and watch. And most of the things that I've been discussing and which have been going to bring about a lot of things. Thank you.